έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους, των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Ηλία, θα σου να δω στο πάνελ. Βλέπεις. Φίλες και φίλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel of this 11th Conference on Regional Growth. We will talk about the poverty and social inequalities. I'm very happy I'm here for two reasons. The first is obvious. It's one more year that this conference contributes in a documented way to the research. The second is because along with exceptional guests, we will discuss about an issue that must be measured in order to deal with it. When we're talking about poverty, we may think of images of poverty, but when we have to face it, we need to record it with numbers and find the best policies. In Greece, one of the main ways to face poverty and eliminate the inequalities in the region and its regional dimensity. There are three allowances since 2017. In this framework, we will put in our discussion a research to be announced by the Observatory of Regional Policies. We will highlight a few things today. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Minister of Labour and Professor of the University of Athens, Mr. Panos Tsakloglu, Mr. Haralambos Bonanos, the regional dimension of poverty. He's the regional head of unit of Western Greece, Mr. Liagovaras from the University of the Peloponnese, and our collaborator at the observatory and economist at the Hellenic Competition Committee and former analyst at the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Alexandros Karakitsios. Thank you for being here today. So I'll start with Mr. Karakitsios. I want to ask him to give us an image of the regional dimension of poverty in Greece, and then we will proceed with our discussion. Thank you very much.
Ρώτα προς
Βλέπω να προχωράει αυτό. Γιατί
Για να δούμε.
ρώτα προς τα που πρέπει να σημαδεύει.
εδώ είναι, αλλά πού σημαδεύει. Τέλεια. Λοιπόν, στην σημερινή παρουσίαση
In today's presentation, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. We will see some measurable results about poverty in the regions at a national level, of course, but also at the regional level for the period 2017-2020. I'd like to have even more recent data, but unfortunately, publication of this data delays. The latest data we have are of 2020. So the researches about poverty are mainly referring to the national level. The regional level is less highlighted, and we want to focus this analysis more on the regional level. The economic environment in which the analysis is taking place is, we are familiar with it, where in 2017, 2020, you can't see the orange bar for 2020 because we don't have the necessary data available. Since the economy is developing and the average income is increasing, then comes the pandemic in 2020. Which is negative for the economy, and we see that income is not decreasing at the same rate. This is because we see that there are many measures of public policy that absorb this shock of the coronavirus crisis and mitigate all this problem of the income due to the lockdown. This data are for the period 2017-2020, a period in which we have many huge changes in the social protection system. In 2017, it was fully implemented at a national level the minimum guaranteed income after a pilot period of 6 months and a pilot implementation stage in 2014. In 2018, we have the restructured allowance, child allowance, and then the allowance for rent at a national level all around Greece. However, this period we are focusing on focuses on the changes between 2019 and 2020 in order to see what happens during the first year of the pandemic. We don't have the data of 2021, unfortunately. They will be available in a few months, and we will be happy to renew to update the findings of this research. So at national level, let's see the poverty rates. They are decreasing. I would focus on the blue bar because it integrates the allowances that the families get. And we see an increase in the rate of poverty because of the pandemic and because of the decrease of the available income of the households. Of course, the poverty rates are even higher if we don't take into account these allowances. Here we see for the first time the regional dimension of poverty. There we see many differences. In 2020, the poverty rate was about 18%, but we see many variations. The Eastern Macedonia and Thrace are at a rate of 26%, Western Attica 28.6%, and Attica 12.4%, Crete in 14.4%, etc. This shows big differences between the regions. And these differences, we see them in other analyses when we see the change of the rates of poverty and their variation from the national average. We see a variable and a fixed line of poverty, 2 columns, where the poverty rate is at 17.4% in 2019 and 18.8% in 2020. If we use a variable poverty line, we do this because the households usually don't compare themselves with the other households. So we use this relative poverty measurement with the variable line, and they also compare themselves with the situation of the same household in the past. So the differences are very small because this is what happens in the poverty line. But I want to highlight that we have many differences from the national poverty rate at 17%. Attica, even after the pandemic, is at a lower rate compared to the national poverty rate. And we see other regions such as Eastern Macedonia, Central Macedonia, which are much higher than this average. Again, we confirm what we saw at the previous slide. Huge interregional differences. In the next slide, we can see the poverty gap, the distance between the people that are characterized as poor from the poverty line. We see again that calculations are made with the use of a fixed and a variable poverty line. We have small differences. And the general finding of these differences is also confirmed here. In Attica, this poverty gap is much smaller than, for example, the North or Southern Aegean is minus 7%, and we also see regions where we have much higher poverty rates than the national average. Eastern Central Macedonia, Thrace, Western Macedonia, and Western Greece, we see that these regions are much higher. The average in these regions is much higher than the national average rate. So we understand that in these regions, we do not only have high poverty rates, poor people in these regions are also very poor. So in the full version of the analysis that will be presented in a few months, we will talk about the interregional inequalities, not only in the intra-region inequalities. These findings will be even more highlighted. And again, we see many differences between the regions. The poverty rates per age. That's interesting because we can compare what happens in 2019 and 2020. If we break down our sample depending on the age of the head of the household. We see small differences, small variations with the variable and the fixed line. We have higher poverty rates than the average rate at younger ages, 0 to 17, 18 to 41, and much lower rates at the age of over 65 years old. This is because their incomes are decreasing less. They have less variations. So we're talking about people getting a kind of pension. So in 2019 and 2020, see a very specific group of people not experiencing any changes in their income and having a more advantageous position in the society. It will be very interesting to see the analysis per professional group. People working at the public sector, employees of the private sector, or freelancers, or farmers, or unemployed people. We have an analysis which is not presented here today, according to which even among the professional groups there are many differences. These show different level of protection which is provided to these groups. So we can see what are the weak points of the social protection system as it is right now in Greece. The conclusions is that there are some regions are at a not so advantageous position. On the other hand, we have the Aegean Islands and Crete at a more advantageous position, which is related to tourism.
Συνέπεια μπορούμε να συμπεράνουμε και μια πολύ διαφορετική επίδραση κυρίως της πανδημίας στην οποία εστιάσαμε, δηλαδή μεταξύ των ετών 2019 και 2020, αλλά ταυτόχρονα βλέπουμε και ασύμμετρες επιδράσεις.
And at the same time, we see that there are interactions between age groups, and this indicates that when in the future we focus on other groups, we are going to get even more important, meaningful results. Thank you very much. And I must say that we are really anxious to get the remaining results because they really tell us a lot about how the situation is. I have quite a few questions, but I would like to open up the floor for questions by the panelists. Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this conference. It's the first time I am at this conference, although it has been happening for many years. As told in the introduction, I have two roles. One is that I am an academic. I am a university professor, and also I am a politician. Allow me to tell you a personal story happening many years back in 1983 when I got a grant to go and study abroad. And I wanted to actually do a master's degree and then a doctorate degree in a space economics rather, and space economics, which is about, among others, development goals, development centers, etc. According to the conceptions at the time, I had a specific belief about Greece and regarding regional inequalities. And that's what I learned also abroad. So I used my PhD to analyze exactly this point, and I must say that I was quite surprised to find out that inequalities are holistic. This room is almost divided between men and women. Generally, inequality comes from a division between genders, men and women, and also between other things. From what I learned in 1984, inequalities actually, regional inequalities, account for about 80% of total inequalities. So, and actually in-region inequalities are much greater and matter much more than inequalities between regions, interregional inequalities. I continued to work in this field for many years, and I must say that this is my conclusion. Now, in addition to allow me to add another point. It is true, and I must admit it, that even when you try to segregate between indices like household indices, village or residence indices, etc., the inequality index is shaped mainly from inequalities within these small parts, these small, let's say, divisions than among them, than from inequalities between them, excuse me. And then if I compare my results at the time, my conclusions at the time with the outcomes, the conclusions just presented by the previous speaker, with whom I have a long time acquaintance, I must say that I tried to understand whether the same people were always the poor and the same people were the rich. So we didn't have a rotation or an alternation between rich and poor. That would have been really tragic. If we look at the history of humanity, there are branches and regions and areas that develop fast, but luckily, as things change, not only technology but also other things, there is a rotation between regions and branches and peoples, etc. And so, not always the same people are the richer and the same people are the poorer. So, in 1984, the poorest area of Greece was Eastern Macedonia, second in line Hebrews, and then Crete was one of the was Crete. Now Crete is one of the richer areas of Greece. And now we see that we have a differentiation in results. Crete is, for example, already, as I said, between the not so poor as it was in 1984. So what I would like to remember and what we should remember, first of all, in 2000, the year 2000 and the year 2021 were milestone years. So 2020 and 2021, because of the coronavirus, were a very dire years. The second thing is that the government has taken a number of measures to protect the people, which allowed households not to have a reduction in their income more than 1%. So the total reduction was less than 1% during that period of coronavirus crisis. But we had an unequal development between regions in the years 2019-2020. The most important thing was, however, demographics, because as we can see, and which of course was opposite to what we expected, the poverty was lower among the elderly and higher among the younger generations. And there are also parts of the population that have not felt any reduction in their income, such as, for example, national officials, public servants. A last thing that I would like to point out is what is poverty. Poverty is a low standard of living. But this is not a measurable number. So to do that, we are actually trying to measure the available household income. Is that a good index or not? The answer is no, because a well-being affluence is not or cannot be counted only with on the basis of the money we have available to buy consumer goods. But also on the basis of private taxable consumption, which is not measured in our country, such as, for example, on the basis of rents, on the basis of the consumption of mainly agricultural products, farm products, and also on the consumption of services that are offered free of charge by the state to the public, such as, for example, health services. If we measured all these I mentioned before, we could have measured actually poverty, and we would have realized that there is actually impoverishment, because if these are not measured, then we have let's say an equalization of poverty levels, and also this seems to make poverty lower than it really is. In farming regions, in rural areas, in small households, we have a very strong poverty indications, which, however, are not measured by the current indices. So, education and health is something, services, public services are something, is something that is offered to all citizens. The question is who or which citizens rather do not avail themselves of these free of charge services. This is important because it can help us measure which areas are not touched by poverty. Thank you. We have many questions. I have personally dozens of questions, but I would like to give the floor to the other panelists. Well, after this quite technical talk, I would like to welcome you to the region of Western Greece, and for the year 2019-2020, because that's when our information comes from. So it's as if we were in the year 2019.
Μόλις τον γνώρισα αμέσως.
When I first met him, I felt really connected to him, and I said, yes, we'll work together. So we're starting with 2019, 2020, and we're trying to reverse this situation that Mr. Karakitsos described, because this is the situation we had in 2019, 2020, when the regional elections took place. But he also said that his PhD, when was it? In 1984. Which means 10 years after his father had already taken his political steps, and the region of Western Greece is not included in the poor regions in 1984. So now, in 2019, forget 2023, we're talking about 2019. In 2019, 2020, we are first at poverty. We are at the Western axis, which is not at an advantageous position compared to the Eastern axis. At the Western axis, in 2019, we have only 2 years after the inauguration of the decent and safe communication with the central government, with Athens. So the national road Athens to Patras was inaugurated in 2017. There is not the necessary infrastructure for our industry to grow natural gas. We don't have that in 2019. Our port, with many problems. So there are companies that are struggling in order to survive and to compete with the companies of the other regions. And this is what happens in Western Greece. And now, at that point, with Nektarios Pharmakis as a region, we need to reverse this situation. And we had a schedule of 6 months, and then comes the pandemic. So out of the 42 months we are at this position, 22 of them were through the pandemic, a threat for everybody and for our data. So let's go back to 2023. We're very proud for the work we have done until now, and I will prove it to you. We cannot work miracles, but we worked consistently. We worked with decency, transparency, and we tried, and we think we have achieved that, we tried to reverse the situation of Greece in 2019-2020 for a better life in the future. The conditions were really difficult. These 42 months were a beautiful adventure we had with Nectarios and with the other colleagues at the regional unit. Hard work. Nobody takes us for granted, and we try to work for the interest of our region and for the citizens that put their trust on us. And our response was immediate. We accelerated procedures. We didn't spend unnecessarily, not even €1. And with works that influence our everyday life, we want to change our life on our interest. We put many goals, and we managed to change our attitude, our speed, and we have data that show all these things. I don't want to waste your time, so I'll talk about the infrastructure works, strategic planning, for works of important added value, creating new positions, work positions, and new opportunities for each citizen. This is how we want to deal with the poverty. We need to bring new opportunities and new jobs. So it's not the budget that matters, but the influence on the real economy and the environment and the society. Today, 267 works of a budget of 200,000 million euros have been integrated. We had 85 contracts signed of a budget of 160 million euros in 2020. In 2022, through the National Investments Program, we had 180 million euros that were paid for the implementation of works, which amounts for 600,000 euros per day for the economy of Western Greece. The numbers are similar for the program of Western Greece. In 2022, we integrated 5,500,000 new works, and I'm reading these numbers. I really must say them. From October 19 to December 22, we have 7,092 new works. Overall, we're talking about 5.7 thousand works. 7,000 out of them were integrated during the last 3 years with Mr. Farmakis. Entrepreneurship. In 2022, 5,400 investment works of a budget of 84 million euros. Since from 2019 to 2022, they were 190 million euros available. They were made available to the companies of the region with the only condition to keep all the job positions. Because unemployment during this period increased, but we managed to provide help to the companies in order to keep their people. And we did it. 25% of the GDP comes from
Από το 19 ως το 20.
from the primary sector. From 2019 to 2022, we had made available $280 million, and the unemployment at the region has decreased significantly since we started until 2022. How is this shown? What are the data? It's not about saying how good we are. During the second trimester of 2022, according to Eurostat, unemployment was 14.1% from 26% during the previous year. So we have an improvement to all indices. In 2016, it was 29.8% unemployment, and we took it a bit higher than the average according to Eurostat. The European investment programs, we accelerated the work of the people of the managing team, and I want to thank them publicly. We managed to manage and to handle European resources in the framework of an overall strategy. In 2022, we had, through the European funds, 5,500 new works with a budget of 130 million euros. In 2022, we had 90.4 million euros an expenditure, increasing the absorption of the European resources. And this absorption, we had it at 26%, and we increased it at 75.5%. And we're talking about money coming from the payments in the real economy. We're talking about invoices that had been paid in order for the people to work. I know I may waste your time, but indeed these data are very important because I need to prove that we did good. So, social integration and the poverty. From TEVA. TEVA corresponds to 6.6% of the citizens of our region. So we're trying to deal with unemployment, inflation. 45,000 people are integrated here. It's the biggest social scheme existing at the moment, and it's very important for the wallet of the families, of the households, of their domestic economy. Even in the pandemic, since the initiation of the program until the end of 2022, we completed 26 food contracts amounting to 11.5 million euros. We have served about 82,000 people, beneficiaries, out of a population of 700,000 citizens of our region. We're talking about 82,000 poor people that were beneficiaries of this program. We also implemented accompanying measures as far as we could. And this is our shield for our citizens that are in need. And the citizens of remote areas. We had many innovative actions for which we were awarded at the European level, and now we're into a new era of 2023 for TEVA. And as accompanying measures, we focused on children, women, unemployed persons, and the elderly people. And at the legal counseling program, where the beneficiaries can ask their questions and be benefited from legal services which are provided for free by participant lawyers. These are people that have been excluded by social infrastructure, and these people have reached this point because they have been excluded from the economic situation in Greece. They didn't have the opportunity to increase their income, so they need to have the opportunity to increase their income to be better. And this is the program for which we were awarded by the European Union as a best practice. And to conclude, we have the Life Click. It's a program that is implemented for the first time at Western Greece. We're talking about people finding it difficult to be alone. We have not, of course, resolved all problems, but our performance is better, and the data that will come from the new research will be much better. We saw that also from the Eurostat data, and we will continue to work consistently. And one more thing, at the sector of health, I have the minister in front of me, so I want to say one thing. Never in this country have we succeeded to have real regional governance. The central government, any central government, always finds some difficulties in this, which means it has not given the authorization to the regional units to work properly. For example, Kodiadis Committee, 2011, a specific law has not yet been implemented for providing tasks and resources to the regional units. So we're trying, with the resources we have and with the means we have, we're trying to help our citizens, but we will never reach the level of the other countries if we do not decide that we need to trust the regional governments. At the elections of the 8th of October, we vote for real tasks for regional governments, and the central government must respect that and put it in action. Thank you very much. The truth is that indeed we have the regional elections after the government, and I want to say a few things. First, these numbers are based on strategic options that do not come from the region. The bad thing is that all this come from strategies that are designed centrally. Or municipalities, it's even harder for them to reverse the consequences. So the region is not responsible for the good or the bad image of the region. This phenomenon is much wider, and this is based on the research. And we don't put the blame on someone. Who is to be blamed or to get the credit is another thing.
It's almost as if I was reading a book, because I know more or less what the results are. Thank you very much, Mr. Papageorgiou. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here at this conference. I remember that it's becoming a fast institution. It's for that at least in the last 3 to 4 years, and to be next to Pavlos, who is the guru of the main academic who has worked on poverty and inequality, is an honor in itself. Thank you very much, Pavlos. Allow me to say these words for you. I have a number of comments. First of all, the regional dimension is indeed very important, because it can point out to spatial differences or spatial diadisms. And in the productivity report that I publish every year almost, we have a special part, a special section devoted to that. Tomorrow, when we speak about the minimum salary, I must say that there is a section where we examine the minimum salary, the regional dimension of the minimum salary. It is a first attempt to see differences in what the minimum salary offers in various regions. Of course, this becomes more and more important in recent years, also I would like to agree that the macroeconomic environment of the period 1917-1922 has been marked by various inequalities and crises. What is very important is that we need to study inequalities with regard to prices, for example, and with regard to development in the coming years. We expect to have more events in the coming years, and if we are well prepared, we will be better prepared, let's say, better and more ready to tackle them successfully. As we heard beforehand regarding inequalities, the evaluation and assessment of implemented policies needs to also be done based on the basis of the standard of life index, and this standard of life index has to include also non-consumable items, non-consumable goods, and it varies between regions according to what we have heard also. Fifth, the policy of grants, the policy of subsidies improves the existing income, but I have two remarks on this point. First of all, we have to wonder why grants are not as effective as they were. There is a reason for that, or reasons for that, and also we have to compare the policy of grants, the success of policy of grants in other European countries, and find out which best practices could be suitable for us. Also, the map of poverty in slide 6 is extremely informative. But there is also an issue of geopolitical importance, which is the reasons why poverty is higher in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, which not purely economic but also political, and have to be examined not as economic but also with regard to other let's say regions. Also, ages between 0 and 17 have a higher level, and we have to, of course, underline the importance of a dependent child in Greece today, since children cannot have a different level than that of their families, and because single-parent families are very frequent today in Greece. Another remark relates to the payment of pensions. Pensions during the period under examination have really supported the family and household income. According to our calculations, they are a prime reason for the reduction of poverty up to 25%, quite contrary to what is happening in other European countries where the percentage is 3.8%. This in itself speaks for pensions and for the type of poverty increase, and also the more members are in a household, the percentage of poverty falls. Single member families seem to have a very high poverty rate. Very surprising is the fact that for single parent families, 49% in 2018 lived with a very low income, which actually improved by only 18% with various grants and allocations. We have to underline that while fully employed people are more or less surviving with a good income, part-time employees have a very high poverty rate and really feel poverty in their skin. In recent years, we had a reshufflement of grants and family allocations, which of course organized the system, which was chaotic in the past. However, I think that there's quite a bit of work to be done and to improve the system even further. Thank you very much. I would like to ask two questions about our regions in relation to Europe and whether our policies are effective. For example, the policy of grants in Greece is the most suitable policy to fight poverty or to fight inequalities. The question is for the minister. I would like the minister to comment on that on the basis of the results that were presented. So, what is happening in the best of families in Europe? Because, the more regions there are, the more inequalities there are. And the more the bad results are thought to be due to interregional differences and not to differences within the regions themselves. Generally, in countries with a similar number of regions as we have, we are more or less in the same basket. We are more or less in the same level. Policies that can be adopted are two types. First of all, targeted policies for a specific type of inequality, or general policies that can be effective in certain regions more than in others. policies, for example, adopted in the past were not so effective. For example, grants to support the industry. I think that they were not very effective because we all can see the abandoned plants in Greece, all over Greece. The new policy that we have adopted is very successful, and I think that the next time, first of all, generally, I would like to tell you something not so nice. Generally, when a new policy is implemented, it takes time for it to be effective. But this policy is quite effective. And first, also, let us not forget that the results that we have examined were taken from the Peloponnese, but also from continental Greece, Tere Ελλάδας. So they are not fully measurable. We believe, therefore, that the recent policies are very effective. I think Mr. Famakis said something also very important. Two things, actually, not just one. Which regard recent changes. These changes are are quite positive, and I think, for example, that they will improve the picture we have very much. For example, the development of the port of Igoumenitsa for the region around it. On the other hand, I suppose that many of you have traveled from Athens to Thessaloniki by car. I think that you all have passed from an area, from an industrial park area, which looks like an industrial park. Well, it actually is an area which in the past belonged to the region of continental Greece, and which actually was a focus of incentives for the development of industry, which never happened. Also, there are two types of grants. We have sectoral types of grants, and we have also welfare types of grants. Welfare types of grants will not affect, for example, relevant poverty rates. For example, for the disabled, because there are disabled people all over Greece. Sectoral grants, however, are more targeted, and they can affect the rates. One relates to social grants. Social grants for example, people who cannot pay their rents. This type of grant can affect the poverty rates, despite the fact that the other grants, despite the fact that they are addressed to the more vulnerable types of people, do not affect the rates. Thank you very much. I must say that I expected to have more people during this panel, but I would like to thank you. Nevertheless, I'd like to thank the Minister and all the other panelists for being with us today. Thank you very much.
Ναι. Πάμε. Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. After the introduction to an issue that one could say it was merely theoretical and academic until now, we saw that this last years, it's an issue that concerns us all. We understood it the hard way, but we got the opportunity to look into several things that are the link of the people with the societies and the economy in order to proceed. This session is about restoring trust, about restoring citizens' trust as a society, as an economy, and at a personal level or company level. The panel is very specialized in this field. It's a difficult issue to approach. Our initial approach, we didn't want it to become deeply political. We didn't want it to be theoretical, and we wanted to respond to issues of our everyday life in a more thorough and different way. And let's start. I want to introduce you the panel. Mr. Yannis Mastrogeorgiou, his Special Secretary for Foresight at the Presidency of the Government. Thodoris Georgakopoulos, he is Editorial Director at the Aneusis. Welcome, Thodoris. Anastasia Sideri, Communications Executive with a huge experience in communication in big companies, and she represents the women in this panel, and remotely Mr. Ilias Papaioannou, who among other things, he's an academic, he's professor at the London Business School, among other things. Hello, Ilias. Good morning. Hello. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you all. So, starting this discussion, and I would like to say that the idea to have this panel came from Ilias. I didn't know him, but I watched an amazing TED he had about 10 years ago. And what impressed me, well, I'm also an economist. I'm Myron Fleuris at EY. I'm associate director at EY, and he confirmed to me that economics is a social science that we see under the mathematics prism, and we always have a social parameter in this field that we never measure. Even though I have not worked as an economist, this always gave me a doubt as to whether economics is a science that depicts the situation with numbers. So Ilias at this TED said that we don't have, in the developmental models we implement all these things that we see at the university, assignments, technology, but we measure other factors as well. One of the most important factors is trust. So, Ilias, the floor is yours. Give us the theoretical framework of this discussion, and what are the data we have, and how the academic knowledge has progressed since then. Thank you very much, Myronas. We need to think that all of our friends, our family, my family is from Aegio, we were always concerned about why some regions, some countries are richer, at a better financial condition than others. So this is the initial point of the economic science. After Karl Marx, during the last 40, 50 years, we have economic data. We were trying, from our experience, to explain the big difference of the income between, for example, the Netherlands and Poland, for example. And measuring this physical capital, which we saw as a leverage of development in the 50s. In Greece, also many grants were allocated under this model. No matter where you were politically, there were these 5-year, 10-year programs. So when we measured all this, we saw that the difference between the rich and poor countries, which is increasing in time, it's 100 to 1, and if we eliminate the outliners, it's 15 to 1, so the difference is big. We saw that this physical capital, the infrastructure, the ports, the factories, can account for 25%. Then we saw that the science was focusing on people and the human capital, and we saw that no matter how we measure the physical or human capital, we can explain about 40% or 50% max. So about the other 50%, what explains why these differences exist, why there are regions with great innovation, while other regions, Louisiana, for example, do not have so much innovation, entrepreneurship, investments. The human capital is not as big as in other regions. And the economists, starting from an experiential observation, went back to see what the scientists of social science said, and they focused on two main issues that were not examined under the economic spectrum. The first is the institutions, and the second is the culture, the cultural characteristics of the different, not necessarily nationals. It could be regions or communities within the same country or within the same region. And what we saw is that they didn't know of these factors and of how important these factors are in the economic analysis. After the zeros, we had great academic research with a very specific methodology, and we found that the values, and I want to focus on culture, the physical, the human capital, they are things that Aristotle and Plato talked about them in the past through their works. And we had somehow forgotten about these ideas, which are the main pillars of the American Constitution. And now these ideas came back again, and the economists researched these parameters, these ideas, and we had the opportunity to measure them. And if we want to find simple correlations, the successful regions, I wouldn't say successful countries, the successful regions in the country are the regions where there is citizens' trust, citizens are participating in the regional actions. They are dedicated, they do not pollute their region. This is part of how we can measure the social aspect of a group. All these characteristics are correlated in very intensively, not only with the economic progress, but with the well-being, with a harmonious society where, of course, the citizens have differences, but they resolve them in a very friendly manner. There are many investments in physical and human capital and in innovative technology. So, Elias, the next question is about proxies and how we approach them. So, after these theoretical foundations, let's see what happens in Greece. In Greece, we try in many different ways. The Aneosis conducts a research on this topic for several years now. We have linked the idea of the social capital with institutions. So I would like to ask Thodoris, which is the situation in Greece? Which are the institutions that Greek people trust, and what are the criteria? And if there's a kind of rule for all of that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation in this conference. It becomes even more interesting year after year. I have my notes here with the data. What do we measure? According to what Ilya said, all the indices that measure the social capital in the country, we don't do very well to this in this field. We're last at the indices, the participation in voluntary organizations, to any solidarity actions. We do not participate that much in these actions. Our participation is very low. The results of the research about the trust in institutions match with this result. We add questions for 7 years now, and we looked it through the Value survey. The Aneosis was head of this research in Greece since 2017. The questions are the same in all countries. And we also had several research accompanying the main research. And the result we got from all of this is that the institutions that the Greek citizens trust are very specific. We're talking about the universities, the armed forces, the police, the church, and the court, the justice. In some researches, it is also the family as an institution that people trust, but these are the institutions that Greek people trust in general. And if we see it very closely, these are institutions that are mainly approached as concepts, and it shows our need for safety, education, justice. So they're more a response to the needs of the person participating in the survey rather than the real trust in these institutions. The parliament, the political parties, here we see many differentiations that have to do with the situation, the actual situation in our country. Sometimes this trust is increasing. For example, the trust to the Prime Minister. In April 2020, I have an example. In April 2020, that was a period where it was recorded the biggest optimism in the recent history of the Greek state. The Greek people were very optimistic that everything is working great. We're talking about a period when we were in our homes due to the lockdown. And we also see an increase in the trust to the Prime Minister, the Greek presidency, the parliament, the institutions, the state institutions, that during that period they were assessed as being able to face an urgent situation. So this trust is kind of variable. The lack of trust in general to the institutions, to the most institutions, is due to the fact, due to another finding, which is even more important and can be the basis for the rest of our discussion. If you agree, of course, you're the moderator, after all. I'll read another question of the World Value Survey. Would you say that most people are trustworthy, or should someone be very cautious to the interaction with people? This was a question posed to 90 countries with the exact same way. In New Zealand, for example, we have a percentage of 55% that other people are trustworthy. In Germany, this percentage was 44%. In Yemen, during the war, this was 38%. In Kazakhstan, 38%. In Greece, in the European Value Survey 20 years ago, this percentage was the same with Pakistan and Turkey, 20%. We're talking about a very low percentage of trust when we're talking about the trust between the people, among the people. In 2017, this percentage was 8%. The people. This is a number that we see in African countries, in countries with no democratic tradition at all, and in Cyprus. This finding, I think, that highlights all the other findings of our survey, what the sociologists also say. People do not always speak the truth. They say what they feel, mainly. The most important institution for our country is the family. Outside the family, any interaction or any social group, there's no trust in them. And we can discuss what happens in the society, what are the consequences of this phenomenon. They are actually dramatic. And if one goes into all these issues, the inequalities, the problems, going back, destructuring all of these problems separately, we get to that point. I could say many more. There are many questions.
Well, right now we have a few indicators, social, economic indicators, which allow us to proceed with our analysis. And the next question is the following. Mr. Papageorgiou is head of a secretariat which is responsible for long-term strategic planning, and is trying to record a number of variables, very important variables. And I have a question for them. Well, all is very well, Yanis, but have we taken this into consideration? Technology is controlling the institutions, and the institutions have to do the same thing. This is it should be a two-way auditing and control. I will answer your question in steps by making a short introduction, first of all, from my experience in producing public policy. First of all, trust is the spine of politics. And it links to other words which are all equally important, such as, for example, reliability. Confidence and reliability go together. They go in tandem. And we have to actually give equal weight, equal importance to both terms. The word confidence is very important for a person in his personal life. For example, one has to have confidence in himself or herself. One has to have confidence in his family or her family. Then we can go into a less personal level, a more abstract level, to talk about confidence in politics, confidence in the government. And then we have a very important factor. We're talking about abstract, let's say, abstract ideas which are difficult to conceive by individuals. Many times we speak about the problems in the market because there is no trust in the market. I think that one of the most important banks in Greece, until it changed its name, was Bank of. It was of course Credit Bank, but of course it could be explained also as a Trust Bank. So. Trust, let's say, truthfulness and reliability, frankness is very important. And these are the elements which actually characterized our government at the beginning of its term, which was also something quite new for our generations, especially in times of younger generations, especially in times of pandemic. When we know how things will be shaped, we are trying to also influence their shaping. And we are talking, of course, about long-term tendencies, trends, etc. And when one is able to examine these, make a strategic planning, and present it presented to society by explaining which are the existential roots of his or her thinking and politics, then the citizen feels more at ease and has the tendency to trust the government. So the citizens trust the government, and the government is accountable to the citizens. And this is all based on frankness, reliability, and truthfulness. We have discussed about politics in coming years. But when we're talking about groups, about collectives, we have a risk somewhere. There's a risk somewhere. And that risk is that if we don't trust each other, how can we ever form a collective? How can we ever group together? A group is not just our family, but also other groups, other collectives that actually, for example, have their own culture. And these groups incorporate the notion of trust. So we have a person with us who has worked a lot about that, on that issue rather. And I would like to we would like to know more about how companies work with trust. I have made a very interesting, have come to a very interesting conclusion all these years, and this is that if this relationship of trust is not nurtured, is not cultivated during a number of years, then it cannot work. So the most important thing was the building of trust in the European level, which was, let's say, the cornerstone for the long-term viability of our policies. So social indicators were included in our analysis. And one of these social indicators was trust, trust in our trust of our employees, trust of our customers, trust of the consumers, trust of the social partners at different levels, and generally trust of society. And we measured these indicators every quarter at quarterly levels to find out which measures had to be taken in order for us to be protected in times of danger. And trust is absolutely necessary if one wants to be to other people to have confidence in him or her. Now, the bad thing is that we're talking about these because we want to comment on a society which unfortunately has not nurtured trust at various levels. So how can we talk about approaching trust? There are a number of approaches. Such as, for example, a number of questionnaires. Then contribution. How much we contribute as collectives or personally, individually, and then measure these results. And third way is to organize a type of game and that measures trust generally at the academic level or at another protected level. The thing is, however, how we can actually use these results, to draw conclusions. Personally, I would like to repeat that there is information. We have heard quite a bit about that, which indicate that there is a big lack of trust in Greece, a lack of trust in the institutions. But recently we have seen an institutional reduction of the civil and institutional capital in Greece, and also of the social capital in Greece, compared, for example, to 1975. So the civil society has to take measures, and also a number of messages. For example, in the past, we believed that United States experts were not suitable to tell us how we could measure our social capital. Now we have managed to adapt their ideas to our society. I remember that there's a question that has been asked just once in Greece. What is the number of Greeks that would accept to take a grant without being actually eligible for it? And I remember that the majority of Greeks actually believed that it was okay for them to actually, enjoy a grant without being eligible for it, without having the necessary prerequisites to be holders of that grant. This indicates that there is, first of all, an institutional issue, which explains partially why so many people have actually continued to enjoy grants and other allocations without being eligible for them. So, for example, pensions. Because the answer is simple, because the crushing majority of people believed that this was okay. This was fine. So, if one wants to change something, one needs to actually understand how much top-down policies are actually acceptable by the roots, the grassroots. Because many people think that the state is the state of Athens. It's not their state. It's not their government. It's not offering them things they want. So it's okay for them to trick it. This is a fiscal issue and makes it much more difficult for us to draw up and make respected a social contract between the citizens and the state. A second example. For people, no matter where they were positioned politically, in a question that was posed by many journalists, which do you think is the ideal system? They were all saying that the ideal system was the Scandinavian system, combining social protection, with flexible ways of working that allows the employer to take or exclude personnel very easily. This model is not a success in Greece or in other countries of the south, and this is explained because because of trust. If I have a system which provides safety, this, yes, is very positive. It is something that is of our interest, of everybody's interest. But on the other hand, people want to know, for example, why a person loses his job for reasons not connected to him. He doesn't spend his time drinking coffee. He invests his time in finding a new job. So
The social welfare model we are talking about in Greece is a system that is based on trust. So, unfortunately, if we exclude the bad things, I find it very difficult any reformation to be successful in the long term if they're not the axles, the two main pillars, which are on the one hand the institutions, the second is trust. The next question from Mr. Mastrogeorgiou. We see that in all the work you have done for the strategy for the next years, there's factors that play a very important role in the things to come in the future and are the basis on which many developments will be based. One of these is technology and innovation. I'm saying this because on the one hand, new technological development enhance the institutions and the trust. And we saw that very recently with the GovGR and how Greece was developed digitally. And this provided a boost to the to citizens' trust. But on the other hand, there are many issues that are created that need to be regulated and taken seriously into account. So this balance between the institutions and technology and innovation, how can we achieve this balance in order to get to the optimal point? Okay, this is a question that besides the technicalities and all the technical details and the theory behind it on the institutions, their operation, it also has anthropological and social dimensions. And it is very much linked with the trust we're talking about. In order to create a trust framework for the citizens and the societies, in an era of huge progresses that will come due to the technology in the coming years, this is something difficult because we don't know at this point what will be the spectrum of this technological progress, development, and the way in which the society will integrate all these developments. I will talk about the artificial intelligence, AI. We are working very much with AI, apart from my personal research work. This is a project of 1950, and we're now at close to 2025. Many years, winters, summers, not just because of the technological development that was probably quicker or not so quick. It has to do with the society that was stepping back at some points in order to integrate all these changes, and some other times it accelerated more, as is the case during the last 10 years. And it absorbs all these technological advancements, the ChatGPT, the GPT-4, without actually knowing what these things are. The trust, in order to be built, it needs to be accompanied by decency and transparency. The role of the politicians and the institutions in the years to come in this technology innovation framework is to explain what is coming in a very simple way, because this will change your life, why this will change your life, to explain why this exponential increase of the progress of technology is not the only solution, to explain why the human must remain at the epicenter of the technology and the progress and the innovation, because the human is the only creature that can innovate and find ideas to implement, to resolve any problems and issues, and then to help people get rid of their fear in a very clear and documented manner. If this happens, then the institutions will be adapted. What's the problem, actually? In Europe, for historical reasons, we reach at a point of discussion that sometimes is excessive. We have progress taking place at exponential rate, then we follow with regulations at a very low pace, so we always lag behind. in order to resolve this issue, we need to focus more on the theoretical basis of the ethical use of technology, and then prepare the legal framework for that. So, in other words, trust is built at a theoretical and a practical level. And this has to do with regulatory frameworks, a serious discussion that needs to be, it needs to take place at the academic level, at the company level, at the state level, and the media play and need to play an even more important role. A question for Thodoris. The findings, the conclusions of the research regarding trust, I think that we need to specifically mention the young people, because these people will build Greece in the future, and they have easier access to technology. And there's also this beautiful but also problematic issue that we have an overexposure to information through social media, through this fake news. And on the other hand, we see it's a social phenomenon that this information brings trust. This is enhanced by the technology. This fight in the social media, this hate spreading in the social media. On the other hand, we all have technological tools in order to proceed to club funding, to have an e-democracy. So theoretically, we have the technology in Greece to gather information on what we need on an issue. We can do it now, immediately. So how all this situation creates security to the young people? This sense of safety and trust. Well, trust, we need to say that differentiations are very slight. That concerns all aspects when it comes to age differences. There are quantitative differences. For example, the question on the institutions they trust. How much do you trust the parliament, for example? There is a characterization of very much, not at all, or just a little. The people among from 17 to 24 years old is almost the same with the people of 55 years old. The difference is in the different characterization within the same group. 45%, for example, think that they trust the parliament enough, but the results are almost the same. In the northern countries, these percentages are about 80 to 90%. What's important is that the differences between the genders, the ages, are very slight, and it's not only in this field; it's also in the field of rights. We see in most cases that the percentages are almost the same. When we first started looking into these issues, the European barometers also show the same data. The answers of the young people in surveys of 2015 of the young people between 17 and 24 years old, these people are in the surveys of this year are those of the higher age group. So sometimes they have the same, they give the same answers, but sometimes we see that they answer in a more conservative way. So one can assume that the young people answered to these surveys just like their parents. So there was a survey at the European program where the analysis took part from the Greek side, and there were questionnaires to young people until 35 years old and to their parents, not parents in general. Researchers tried to clarify if there is a transfer of values between the two generations. And in Greece, we saw that these values are almost the same between the generations. And I want to go back to what I said about trust to the institutions. That family is the institution that with the most trust by the citizens. This is where everything happens. The trust, the company, the support, the safety, everything is within the family. In other countries with higher rates of trust, they also have other institutions that they trust and through which they cover their needs. We do that in Greece through our families. And this is why we sacrifice a factor that leads to the progress of the society, which is the generation gap. We sacrifice this battle between the generations in order to have the safety within the family. So the differences are very slight. This may seem as a message pessimistic for the future. When there is no generation gap, there is no any value battle between the generations, how will the society progress? We don't have the opportunity to have new ideas, new trends. So, on the other hand, it is exactly this power of the family in the Greek society. It may reduces the trust to the society, but it's the reason why our society is resilient. During the last years, we're talking about 25% GDP less. A society could be distracted after all these pressures. But the reason why the Greek society succeeded and got over the situation is the family. So next, let's talk about the companies, and I will ask Anastasia, from your experience, because this is a factor that we will discuss in the following panel today about trust as consumers to the companies. The new buzzword is ESG, which is important. You need to trust the company that everything it does complies with specific rules. So how the corporates deal with trust to the society, and how this is a fundamental issue around which we can build better citizens, put pressure on the governments, etc. The way in which big companies, the serious companies and multinational companies with a reputation that is an important asset for them, deal with trust in many different ways. First of all, the trust is a corporate priority. We're not talking about the department, we're talking about the company as a whole. The code of ethics is very important, which goes beyond the rules, the state rules, some ethical rules which, apart from being there, they're accessible, and a big effort is made on a yearly basis in order for all of the employees to go through a training with case studies in order to know when they violate this code of ethics, what are the consequences of this violation for the reputation of the company, for the trust of all the partners towards the company. So the code of ethics is one thing, and training. This was live during the first years. Now it's online. We all followed this training, and if we didn't do that, we couldn't stay in the company. The second part is the leading by example. The directors are the first to blame. Creation of role models, punishment when when the code of ethics is violated, and an award for those people who go even beyond the code of ethics. And we had many examples of what is called social capital. So there were many awards for people that were socially sensitive, taking part in actions that also helped the society. And also an important and sensitive issue was the complaints. You know, we have this trend, this tendency to complain. You are afraid that if you submit a complaint about the violation of a code of ethics or a rule, this is not probably politically correct, or you are afraid that you will not be protected. In our company, we put special attention on the training of our people when they need to complain, to put a complaint for a behavior, to be protected themselves in order not to have any further issues. So these three things, the code of ethics training and the role models and the protection of the complaints, these are the pillars that ensure trust to the company.
Anastasia has just given us an example about how societies, how companies prepare policies to support trust. We have 6 more minutes, and we have 2 questions. So to speed up the discussion, as very rightly as Elias said beforehand, trust requires 2. So we have to approach this issue of trust both top-down and bottom-up. So my first question is, I'm going to mention both questions. The first is, we're talking about structural changes and public policies or private policies. How should this be planned in order to support trust, to reinforce trust? And we're talking about top-down and bottom-up. And how can we reinforce the participation of citizens and ensure that even isolated citizens, excluded citizens, will participate? I will start by the lady first. The first question is how can we combine changes and politics in order to ensure trust? The first and a very important part of the structural changes or political structural policies is communication. We have to raise awareness and inform those that are targeted by each of these policies or structural changes in order to make them understand why the implementation is so important. And what is also very important, is to actually tell them how they can contribute in order to benefit from these structural changes or policies. How we can, the second question is how we can encourage people to participate more, and how to avoid exclusions and isolation. We need to have a global and holistic approach of all the parties involved, and then also be aware and understand their thoughts so that we can understand all the opinions and well, make them part of the solution. Grigoris, the top-down part. As far as the top-down part is concerned, I think that trust has to be earned. So, supporting in the institutions, ensuring that they function appropriately and more effectively, ensuring that the citizens continue to expect that the state will provide. Is very important. So the appropriate, the correct function of the state. Bottom-up, the bottom-up solution is more difficult than the top-down. If when a society is well, unstable, we're talking about groups that actually fight each other. How we can intervene in a dissolved, in a divided society in order to take measures to create unity, understanding, and trust. One is to create collectivities and support the collective spirit in order to force the citizens to to participate. Another is to create new incentives to involve the citizens in cooperation. That is to provide the possibility to all citizens without exceptions to participate in order to improve trust of the citizens vis-à-vis the state and of trust between the citizens. And I also believe what behavioral economics say, that trust is very important and the system also has to play an important role. I think that I already said that trust is not a word, an isolated word, and has to be combined to other very important words to make sense. Let's say, most important word of that system of words is persuasion. The political system has to be persuasive, and to be persuasive, it has to discuss with the citizens, and that discussion has to be a two-way discussion. So that citizens can understand and participate through this process. We have only just 1 minute to give you. We're already back with time. I think that the leadership of the country has to avoid a very common mistake, which is to talk to the citizens as if it was talking to university professors, to academics. Leaderships, this is a common mistake among leaderships. They actually tend to speak to the citizens as if they were, the leaders were university professors, in a very, as if they were teachers, in a very teacher-like way. This makes the citizens feel that there's no support for them, that they need to do everything by themselves. And then another thing that has to be done is to actually to set targets. We Greece has targets. And it's not just a very new development. We had the targets, for example, including a structural and a social change of the years 1928, 1932. Doing this, we can encourage the citizens to acquire skills that are necessary for them to take their to take things into their hands. So we need to make interventions, but these interventions need to be done as early in the life of citizens as possible, such as, for example, in preschooling, in order to improve these skills. And I would like to agree with Yannis, Thoris, and Anastasia that there are also other groups to be taken into consideration. For example, such as, for example, the media. The media in Greece, and I have heard that from many people, Greeks living abroad, the comment that the media in Greece do not understand that they have a social role to play. Certainly, the world of media, the media industry, is an industry. It is a business, but it also has a very important social role and has to have and respect certain social rules and limitations. Thank you very much, Elias. I would like to stop here. I would like to thank everyone for this discussion, because it actually it actually examined issues that are around us and are very annoying. They actually annoy all of us. Thank you very much for this discussion.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 τεστ. Τεστ 1, 2. Τεστ 1, 2. Τεστ 1. 1.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλό μεσημέρι.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the next session of Regional Growth Conference. This session is, the title of the session is The Next Day of Regional Mass Media, the challenge of engaging youth in mass media. This session is made under the auspices of the General Secretariat for Media, and we have the Secretary General for Communication and Information, Mr. Dimitris Yalamatis, and Mr. Nikos Panagiotou, Associate Professor at the Journalism and Mass Media Communications Department of the University of Thessaloniki. I'd like to call to the floor the General Secretary, and then Mr. Panagiotou will have the floor. Thank you very much. For academic reasons, Mr. Panagiotou is now an assistant professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, first, I'd like to congratulate the Peloponnesos newspaper and their partners for this conference, the Regional Growth Conference. Please allow me to talk on behalf of the Secretariat General that such a conference regarding the development, the growth of the region, it's the 11th year that is being organized in Patras with the initiative of the regional mass media, the regional newspaper. It is supported by the regional media. We have representatives from Ionian TV. This means that the regional media can innovate and provide information to the public and innovate in terms of deep social problems in the region and in the whole country. This is why the regional mass media is one of the main pillars of development for the local community. Local mass media, and I see people serving this field, was always a priority for the information of the public, because what happens next to us in our everyday life, in our city, in our neighborhood, affects us in a very direct way. This is why there are so many regional mass media in Greece, which is, of course, very important, because this is how we also enhance the pluralism and democracy. However, during the last years, the great technological advances affected the regional mass media and the journalists. The digital technology led to the transformation of the production and distribution of news, and also created opportunities and challenges for the mass media, and mainly the regional mass media and the journalists working in them. One of the most important consequences is the transition from the print media to digital online mobile platforms. This transition provided new opportunities for the regional mass media, focusing on youth, since many more people have access to information and the media. It also created challenges, since they compete with the national mass media for both the attention of the public and the income from advertisements. So technology changed the way in which the news are produced and consumed. Social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook have become an important resource of news, of information for the public and the journalists, because they can share their work and communicate with the public. they can use these platforms as well in order to get information from them and present them as their work, even though it isn't part of their work. This is the negative part. Propaganda and misinformation can also be spread widely through this media. And on the one hand, the production of news is at its best position, but the reliability and the trustworthiness is reducing because the resources are not always very reliable, and we have the reproduction of not reliable resources that potentially harm the democracy. According to surveys, the youth gets all the information it needs from the social media, and this is problematic in many ways. The regional mass media must fight this new condition, and we need to focus on this parameter. It's a pleasure to hear that the people of the regional mass media have understood this new trend, and they adapt their investment plans and their attitude towards it. And I'm talking about young people. I'm not talking about those only older than 18 years old. I'm talking about the teenagers, which are the future of this country and need to be trained to new attitudes towards the news. So the regions must build this attitude to the children. The local newspapers must be included at schools. The students must read them. They need to learn how to be critical towards what they read and what they listen, how to reproduce the news. Of course, not all of them will become journalists, but if we are trained on how we can transfer a piece of information in a reliable way, this is positive for everybody. As far as the social media is concerned, all media share their content on the social media because content is the key. This content must be able to engage the young people. We need new ways of journalism. We need adaptation. This is why all journalists must be trained and educated properly. All these are under the umbrella of the education in the media. This is what we do at the Secretariat General for Communication and Information. We take actions and we implement them at schools, and we want to train the students, the teachers to all this new situation. Now, a few things that also have to do with the region where we are today. First of all, we have started a planning which is not at a mature state at the moment, in order to implement in our country, perhaps in the next school year, a program of reading with the involvement of schools, universities, the regional media, in order to achieve what I described previously. We take best practices from other countries. For example, Finland has great innovation in this field. The French model, we break down the methods they have implemented, and we want to adapt them to the specificities of our country and implement it, if possible, during the next school year. Since the political time is different from the social time and the education time, this project is part of the work of the General Secretary for Communication and Information, so it will work regardless of any political development in the country. One of the most innovative sectors will be the inclusion of newspapers at schools and reading them at schools, and this is important for you working in the regional mass media. The second thing I want to say is that if we do not take account of our history in the education field, nothing will be achieved. And I'm saying this because, especially in Patras, there is a press museum which is unique in Greece, at a very good situation where the visitor can follow all this journey. The researcher can find the information they need. The Greek society and the young people and the students can be linked to our history and the mass media field directly through a visit and training through this museum. So this is why we support such actions and such initiatives. We have similar initiatives at Volos, at Thessaloniki, at Chania. This initiative is already running, so the history can help us. On the other hand, there are the challenges of this new era in the technology through education and training programs and teaching programs. All these create a safe framework for the future citizens of this country to deal with the news and consume them as they should, fight misinformation, and also this refers to the professionals, the future professionals of the field. So the regional mass media must contribute to this direction and to all these ideas I described before, invest in the new generation because their sustainability depends on their public, on their audience. So this audience must be cultivated. And for the third time, I'd like to make use of the fact that I'm here today and the way in which it is all organized, programmed, the structures, and the participation of many young people here for this conference to be organized, for this forum to be organized, is a tangible example of how we can adapt to this new data. Here at Patras, talking with organizers of the conference, they said that I saw that 100 people are working on site for the conference to be prepared. Most of them were young people, and this is very important. It's a link of the theory with practice, and this is why I want to congratulate Mr. Luludis for his actions and the organization of this conference. I don't know if he had all these things in mind when this forum was first held 11 years ago, but for the next years, he must take all these things into account because these ideas expressed must all be made use of. As the General Secretariat, we're here to help, to contribute. There is much material to be utilized. Sometimes we only expect the financial support or the practical issues to be resolved. Yes, of course, we do that. There was financial contribution during COVID. Yes, we create registers with a new law where there is a full mapping of the printed media, newspapers, magazines, as well as mapping of the increasing number of the digital media. But what's most important is to look at the same time beyond these aspects, which of course are very important, but we need to discuss and create a vision for the future of the regional mass media under the prism of the progress of the society and not only under the prism of the corporate aspect of this media. This is why this is what will benefit the young people, and I think that you are at the correct direction as I described before. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank very much Mr. General Secretary. Mr. General Secretary has underlined the importance of the regional media. spoke about the development of technology and the resulting of the consumption of news from the internet, and used the word promotion, since the web media is already competing with regional and national media. He also used the and spoke about availability of news from the social media, and announced a program of incentives for information, for more information and reading of the media. I have one thing to comment on that. 100% of the news consumed by the young come from the social media. Personally, I know persons who 100% are informed by TikTok. I think that this program of incentives to read the news will provide the young generation with a window of opportunity, so that they can understand that there are communication media, there are information media that provide reliable information, reliable news. This window of opportunity is absolutely necessary for us to approach this young generation that is used to changes at incredible speed. Thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity you are giving me to participate this panel, whose aim is to highlight an important factor of regional development. In the midst of a very negative atmosphere and about the media, it is absolutely necessary for us to actually find what is their role in regional development. I will talk about a discussion about a discussion I had with students of the Department of Media and Journalism, who will very soon become active professionals, regarding the role of regional media, the role of the regional media, and the challenges that they have to successfully tackle. In any way, one of the most important things that in our role is to highlight the very positive developments that we have in Greece, contrary to what is happening in other countries. For example, we have a very innovative initiative regarding the analysis of the media. Secondly, it is more than important for us to be optimistic and to discuss about positive developments. We have to leave certain beliefs of the past behind us and focus on common points. There's a very important common point, a common characteristic that we need to exploit, and that is that The public for many media is something general. It is not specified. There is no categorization or classification of the audience. However, the audience is not one thing. It's not a whole in itself. We're talking about a segregated and separated audience, an audience separated, and an audience that is informed using various platforms and channels, including the social media. So, what is our audience? It is very important for us to understand what is our audience, and this is the common characteristic that we have to exploit. What is my audience, therefore, and how can I mobilize it? Using this common point, the question, what is my audience? We need to understand and record the trends regarding confidence and trust vis-à-vis the media, the need to not just simply create an account in one of the social media platforms, but to use it in order to inform. And also take into consideration what is happening in Ukraine, I think that one of the most important things that we need to exploit and understand is that a lot of information comes from think tanks, such as, for example, WhatsApp and others, which actually channel a lot of the information, available to the public. So they have special communication channels that are actually channeling information. And including, for example, the special channel, web channel, information channel that has right now more than 1.5 million followers. Let us not forget that right now there are more mobile phones than toothbrushes in the world. So people that use their mobile phones to have access to information. This is very important. Also to understand in relation to the younger generations. This table that you see here is a very volatile, not because habits change, but also because the younger generations are not loyal to just one medium, but use multiple platforms and give a lot of importance to what we call community. Now, let's look at a number of examples of regional and local media from the States. Someone might comment that the sizes are not the same. However, I'm using these examples to indicate that we need tools in order to understand our public, and these tools have to be used in our routine. They have to become a day-to-day practice. and that they might create a two-way relationship of of feedback between the journalist and his public. And that takes me back to what I said before, that it is not enough to create a website if the contents are not adapted. In times of crisis and disaster, the use of social media, and especially social media platforms and generally media platforms, creates the necessary circumstances that might give us room to actually shape politics. Now, among regional media, what is very important in Greece is a regional television. Regional television is very important because, contrary to what has happened to nationwide broadcasting channels, they have not yet been subject to the suspicion of the public. They have not lost their popularity or fame, and that is why they continue to enjoy the trust of citizens. The second thing that we can see is that also regional radio is quite preferred. Many people say that they're not so optimistic about what the future will bring for radio. But I believe that the radio has to understand that there is that it has to cater for specific needs, that it has to have a targeted audience, and that this audience cannot be the younger generations because they're not interested in the radio anymore. So it has to be to target other parts of society, and it has to have a targeted content. Also, I would like to go fast forward, because we don't have much time, to go to the press. Apparently, there is a reduction in the percentage of people that read the newspapers. Does that mean that that younger generations do not read the press, especially regional press, anymore? The answer is no. They do not read printed newspapers anymore. But they actually do read newspapers. They read newspapers through the web. This, of course, indicates that descriptive content is not of interest anymore. What is interesting is not that there's a conference taking place at the University of Patras. People are interested in what this conference will bring to Patras, and what are the general benefits and contents of this conference. One of the biggest challenges for regional unions, especially for journalist unions, is that we need to distinguish between journalists and people that actually like to comment on public events. Nikos Panagiotou, for example, is not a journalist. He is a blogger and who wants to actually and likes to comment on public events, on the news, etc. If this distinction is not, it does not happen, then we will go down all of together.
So to conclude, Mr. Panagiotou invited the media to ask themselves to identify which is their audience, and that it is very important that the regional mass media identify their audience and motivate it. He presented trends at an international level, trends of regional mass media that take steps in today's society. He talked to us about new applications such as Telegram, WhatsApp, which become the main channel of information in many countries, and called the mass media to utilize these channels. He provided examples for the adaptation of the regional mass media to today's everyday life and today's needs, and he also presented a quantitative survey that was conducted to young people regarding the use of the regional mass media. Before proceeding to the discussion, I will take some time to share with you my opinion on the regional mass media without having prepared any speech. And I will share with you some thoughts which are not very much related to the present and the problems of now, but the future. And I use this word in a more philosophic way because the most common question I get when someone meets me and I present myself as a publisher of a regional newspaper, they ask, "Oh, how is it going? How are things there?" And the answer is everything is okay. But what we actually do is that we gain some time because things and changes are so immense. And if we consider that a situation will be stabilized, we don't know when this moment will come, and we don't know what the situation is, and we don't know exactly what we should do. So my job is to gain time in order to understand what the situation is, and if it stabilizes, in order to be able to go through the future. So what's the market? What the regional mass media work on? What's our job? Our job is to transfer information and social information. And this is a very important good, both for those who receive this information and for the operation of the society as we know it. Because even this democracy changes. The job of the regional mass media is to intervene between the provider, that can be the governmental power, the economic power, the provider, and the receiver, the citizen or the consumer, between the one who creates policies and the one who is the subject of these policies. As I understand the mass media, they are an asset that contributes to the adhesion to the rules that exist in a society. Who are the involved parties? The involved parties could be categorized to those that the first and the second class parties. The first-class parties are those who create policies and influence the policies that are created, and the second-class involved parties are those who contribute in the progress, the development of our sector. The first-class parties are the mass media themselves, the publishers themselves. Nowadays, in our country, we have almost 1,300 regional mass media. About 550 sites. This number is increasing because only a small investment is required for a website to be built. The maintenance cost is very low. Radio stations are about 400 and they are decreasing. Newspapers are about 210, 220 and they are decreasing. And the TV stations are also increasing. About the TV stations are about 110. So in my opinion, we have an inflation of regional mass media. We're talking about one for 3,500 citizens. So we cannot have a reliable product given this data. The industry, the regional mass media industry, has a turnover of 65 million euros per year on average, and this is a small number actually. The regional newspapers have a turnover of 35 million euros. We're talking about the newspapers that are decreasing, and the websites about 14 million euros, TV stations about 9 million euros. They're all decreasing except for the sites who are increasing. So you understand that such small units to such small audience with such a small turnover make things more difficult. On the other hand, their influence to the citizens is even bigger. Newspapers are bought by about 8 million citizens, sites about 5 million citizens, 85% of the population, and TV stations about 50% of the population. So a second field, which are the dynamics and the role of the regional mass media? What will be the dynamics and the influence of the regional mass media? As I see, they will be decreased in number. They cannot be as many as they are now because they don't have the audience and the economic power. But also their influence and power will decrease. In a very theoretical framework, I think that the newspapers will be restricted and state support will stop. We will only have weekly newspapers at first, and then we will only have very few regional newspapers. The radio stations will continue to exist because the relationship they build with their audience is very important, and they're necessary for all communication groups. My experience from the radio is very positive because of the relationship it builds with its audience. There is no other way sometimes there's no other way in having any connection with what happens apart from the radio. Local TV stations will go through difficult times because their content competes very much with the wider online technological capacity, and through this technological capacity, the TV stations will have to progress through this technological advancement. As a regional newspaper, we were addressing to a big audience. But when we went online, we have 1.5 million unique users each month. And this number, this monthly number, we could not imagine it when it comes to printed media. It does not come from local users, but from users at a national and international level. And this is important. It gives a great opportunity. The internet gives a great opportunity. It's not a threat at all. But on the other hand, the audience, our news reach this audience with the intervention of platforms that choose news. They provide them to the users, and the users click on them in order to read them. However, these platforms show us what we should publish. In general, the platforms intervene in the way we work and make us adjust the way we work. And this influence they have on us is much bigger than the common technological media. So, of course, our traffic and our income depends on the platforms, which work with algorithms and statistics that they produce themselves without anyone else knowing what happens with these statistics, if they are reliable or not. And another influence of the platform, which is negative, in my opinion, compared to the traditional media, is that with the they can see what news the user wants to view, and they adapt the content the user sees based on their interests. Of course, this is easy at some point. For example, I'm very much interested in international news, so it makes more easy for me to view international news. But it doesn't help me at all to search, to look into further information, while the traditional media work in a way in which they help the audience to progress, to develop. So, in order not to waste any more time, since I'm the moderator of this panel, I'd like to talk about the regulatory authorities, the state, the independent authorities. They do their best. I'm not only talking about the General Secretary, but also his predecessors. They're always trying to do their best. But they manage and they want to resolve all the issues between the parties involved, the publishers, the journalists. They want to cover the needs of today's era, because the mass media face many problems. They need support, they need regulations. The same happens with the journalists, but this is only about today. They don't work enough or at all with regulations and actions for the future. Speeds are, of course, very quick, but we understand that. But the real help and support would be for them to try to see the future. So, the conclusions. I think that information as a good does not go under any risk. It's of course of critical importance, very important as it was 30 to 40 years ago. It always had to do with education, the culture, the social status. It's not the same today, but it is still a very valuable asset. We are still talking about a distinction between the national and regional mass media. while there is this distinction between the national and international media. We're talking about an international village in our everyday life. It's not, it doesn't have any value to talk about the distinction between regional and national mass media. Me, as a publisher, I see that the news online give me the numbers I need in order to be able to exist, because I exist as long as I have an audience. And I wonder if this regional concept can protect me against risks and dangers, or if this regional concept creates an obstacle for me and does not let me see beyond that the international community. So I don't know if this regional thing is a good thing. I do not have the time to see that everything goes on very quickly. Another thing, information as a good is not paid by the consumer as in the past. Today, I don't know if this will change in the future, the consumer pays in an indirect way through the advertisements. The owners of channels and platforms will be the owners of the mass media, after all, because they decide which news will be published to the audience. So this is a huge problem, because Google must not be in the position to decide whether the audience will see one piece of information or another. So what can we do? My opinion, and this is only food for thought for the panel and the researchers, is that us, as regional mass media, we cannot compete with the national mass media, and governments of smaller states, such as our country, cannot compete with the platforms. They are so powerful, they're lagging behind, and what can they do? Bigger organizations such as the European Union and even bigger organizations can discuss with these platforms, and these big organizations and the states must present their values, say what's wrong or right, and discuss with them in order in order for everything to run smoothly. And these platforms, who can they hear? Who can they be influenced by? By money. The advertisers. The advertisers, these huge companies with huge budgets, are highly responsible, and they have institutions, bodies to deal with these responsibilities. So they must ask from these platforms to create authorities to monitor them and tell them what they should do and what they shouldn't do. So in big multinational companies, all this can be heard because they provide the money, and this is where we need to direct our discussion, because if the big states, in Europe, of course, we had some important steps with France, Switzerland. For example, they asked Google to pay the content that the journalists produce. And I think that in our country, this should also be made. We need to take action in our country. So I'll stop here. Okay.
Two things I would like to add. Last year and the year before that, because all symbols have a meaning. The person who actually was inspired to organize this seminar was the one who actually chose the people to participate in the panel about the media, and this is very important for me personally, because I believe that this is a sign that he actually recognizes the importance of the media. Another thing that I would like to say that not only in our country but also in the European Union, and to date, the media, the area of the media, the industry of the media is not mapped. It's not fully mapped. As a result, for the first time since September, the European Union is preparing the first ever regulation regarding the media. Up to now, there was no such regulatory framework. So, as of September, the European Union has launched a major institutional effort to fill this a regulatory gap. Imagine that our country actually could have been lagging far behind. But I think that in the coming months, especially preceding this regulation, there will be a lot of pressure and lobbying. The next presidency of the European Union, starting in July, will want to present this regulation at the end of its presidency, and when this regulation is ready, and becomes law of the European Union and law of our country, of course, it will regulate all the areas of the press and of the media that are still unmapped and unregulated. So we are we are experiencing, we are living the birth of a new world, and I invite you to be informed and to actually actively participate in it. We are collecting the opinions and proposals from all the interested parties and stakeholders in order to, let's say, forward them to the competent European authorities. As a result of the recent dramatic events, we expect to actually draw some conclusions. Among these conclusions is the following. The major titles of the newspapers and the television broadcasts, etc., were based on news gathered and broadcasted first by regional media providers. Also, we noticed that national broadcasters in their let's say shows invited regional media representatives. Something, for example, which was not very common in the past, which of course was done because national broadcasters, such as, for example, the national TV, etc., do not have representatives in regional areas in Greece, rural areas in Greece. So they needed these broadcasters, these providers, to be informed. And this, of course, actually was brought a big, very, very big, advantage to the regional press, and this advantage was the acceptance of the general population. The public opinion actually understood and accepted the role of the regional media. I have always been against these developments which have led to misinformation. And I believe that we have to examine these issues on a global basis, because I believe that quite a major part of recent developments in the media, especially as far as the social media is concerned, is quite uncontrolled and cannot be checked. We also need to take into consideration the fact that the current trend among the audience is that the audience wants to be there almost immediately when an event takes place, and also comment by posting on Twitter, Facebook, etc. Especially social media platforms and web platforms are competing to actually provide the news as fast as possible. What we need to do is to actually underline the importance of specialized information, and also underline the importance of the fight against misinformation. And that it is absolutely necessary to fight misinformation in order to ensure the independence of the press. And for the press to be independent, one has to pay for it. Thank you.
σας. Καινούριο POS.
Καινούριο, πολύ γρήγορο και με τεχνολογία εχμής.
Παναγιώτη, μην ξεχάσεις το έμβασμα.
Τώρα το στέλνω.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
«90 λεπτά. Αυτό είναι πολύ λίγο. Κάποιο λάθος θα έγινε. Πόσο μας χρεώνουν, δεν μου λες, πόσο μας χρεώνουν οι άλλοι τα άμεσα εμβάσματα?
3,90.
3,90. Απίστευτο. Ενώ η Τράπεζα Υπήρου μόνο 90 λεπτά. Σημαντική διαφορά,
Τράπεζα Υπήρου. Η τράπεζα του τόπου μας.
Καλησπέρα σας, κύριε.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Evi Barbatsi from Alpha Team.
Στο συνέδριο, στο Regional Growth.
And this is my third year at the Regional Growth Conference. I'm very happy for that. I'd like to thank Mr. Loutis for the invitation. It is indeed a conference that discusses all the issues at the national level and focuses on the issues of Western Greece. The spot we saw for the Bank of Greece will be will give us incentive to for our discussion. So I have Mr. Voulioukas from the Bank of Epirus. We'll discuss many different things about technology, about digital, and I'd like to start saying that cooperative banks are systemic banks are those who create value to the Greek economy. What cooperative banks can do, such as the Bank of Epirus, how cooperative banks can be leverage of development and create value for the Greek economy. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you liked our advertising spot. So, systemic banks, we all know, they control 95% of the field, and we think that there is a gap in the services provided by the banks, especially in the regions, when it comes to small companies, most of all. So all entrepreneurs have experienced this from the delay in taking a response to a funding application they have submitted. It can take up to 6 months to get a response, and it also takes 1 month to get to be served when the branch is empty. There is no client in it. So what the cooperative banks and the smaller banks can do, their role can be very important, especially in terms of small and medium-sized companies, which are the most important part of the Greek economy. There are many good examples, such as Zeno in our region, who also made an investment in the region. He's a cooperative company. Pindos, also a company which contributes a lot to the Greek economy. The Bank of Epirus, of course, is a strong bank. We had many problems in the past, all those problems of the cooperative banks. It was recapitalized very quick recently in 2015 by the Fund of Auxiliary Insurance of Insurers, and it plays an important role. So, of course, there's also Optima Bank. There are banks that focus on this aspect, and I think they do a very good job. We see that digital transformation proceeds in banks as well. Everything can be completed with a click, and This means that many stores are being closed in smaller cities, for example, of less than 6,000 people. There are not any stores anymore, and people must must travel 60 or 70 kilometers in order to be served. So could the cooperative banks fill this gap and be here next to the customer? In Greece, we always work at the extremes. Either we have many stores or we have the least in Europe. In Europe, the average is 3,000 citizens per store. In Greece, we have 6,500 customers per store. Digitization indeed made many tasks more easy, and they can now be performed remotely. Of course, this is positive, but not everything can be performed remotely. However, the bank service is the most important bank service is mainly counseling, either to companies or individuals for their loans, for their investments. And there is also a big part of the population who is not familiar with all this digital environment. So we have issues of ethics, but these people must also be served. They have money. We must fix that in gradually, and not everything can be done digitally. As a Bank of Epirus, we have new branches depending on the on our market share. We have one of the biggest presences per citizen per region. As we saw in your advertising spot, the commission is lower. As far as I know, you have implemented a model where someone can contact with a representative through video, not only by call, pressing specific numbers, a procedure which is aligned with the digital transformation, a tool that will help you. However, I understand that you understand this emotional aspect of the people having loans or transactions with the banks. We want to see someone, a person, who will see us as a specific client. I am a small company. I don't have cash flow. I want to find a solution. So, yes, digital transformation is something we talk about a lot. We're talking about digital transformation as a strategy, but it is actually operational efficiency. Of course, the world goes digital, but that doesn't mean that the digital transformation can substitute, especially in our industry, the personal interaction. In a retail bank, everything could be done by phone, not having any branch. But when we're talking about small, medium-sized companies or company loans, this contact cannot be substituted. In a world that is being digitized quickly, we all need an understanding, emotional contact. So the big banks are considered operationally complete because of their digitization, but emotionally isolated because they offer similar products as commodities, and the differences are very slight. They don't make any difference at all. We believe in personal interaction. We provide personalized solutions, counseling, banking. So this is our role and the role that the banks must play in this market, which, as I said before, is the main axis of the economy of our country. We talk a lot about acquisitions, mergers. What is your opinion? Will this benefit a cooperative bank? Will this make the cooperative bank more competitive? This is not the case for the competitive banks only. It happens with all the banks, and we see that happening. The monitoring authorities will make this criteria stricter. The needs are increasing, so all the banks, cooperative and non-cooperative, must be enhanced in terms of capital and or acquire a more critical mass. Epirus Bank has a capital adequacy similar to that of the biggest banks, 16%. Of course, taxation is about 27%. The quality of the capitals is very high, and we want to expand outside the continent, outside Epirus, at Western Greece, where we believe that there are many opportunities, given the fact that there is a gap in banking services provided by bigger banks. So, next, you talked about tools that cooperative banks must have in order to be strong. Is there access to these funding tools, for example, the recovery fund for cooperative banks? Cooperative banks, as our bank, take part in many programs of the Greek Developmental Bank, NSRF, other programs, counseling programs, providing that provide funding to bank loans, and given our share, we smaller companies can have access to us more easily. It's more difficult for the bigger banks to achieve that. The recovery fund, I think that we do not have access to that yet because of the bureaucracy. I'll give you an example. Loans under 1 million euros through the recovery fund have only been given to 3 companies that represent 0.2% of the capitals allocated by that fund. So we are all trying, the government tries to give money to the small and medium-sized companies. And this is the dilemma for the elections that will follow, that what happens with the small and medium-sized companies? Yes, we could offer a lot to that, and we are only waiting for the invitation from the recovery fund. We said before, what happens with the digital banks? We say that if you go to a bank, either it is cooperative or systemic, and you don't fulfill the criteria to issue a card, then you can do that through the digital bank. Yes, it's a trend, this digital bank. What is this digital bank? When we're talking about cards and similar products, you don't need to visit a branch. You do that remotely. You have your card on your mobile phone and you go shopping. So these digital banks say that you don't need to have a card at all. Buy now, pay later. That's the concept. Those who cannot issue a card, who do not fulfill the criteria, or they don't want to have a card, mainly the latest generation, they can go shopping. We're talking about a new generation of loans that cannot be served. Indeed, if you can, everything can go out of the way if you don't fulfill this criteria, or you don't want to have a card, especially young people who do not have the necessary knowledge to deal with this situation. And one last thing, I would like to ask, you have been for many years, you have been working for many years in big banks. What made you say yes to a cooperative bank? Taking into account all these things we have learned about what cooperative banks are. In 2019, I had the honor to be invited by our main shareholder, the Recovery Fund, to be the director of the cooperative bank. I accepted this invitation because it was a big challenge for me, and the task was to have a small cooperative bank, to make it a strong regional bank of first choice for the small and medium-sized companies of the region, and enhance the regional economy, which and we are better each year. And it was a very good. There were very good circumstances in my family. My daughter was finishing school that year, and I'm now 4 years at Ioannina, and the place and the people of this place are a very positive experience for me. Thank you very much for this discussion. I hope Bank of Epirus becomes a strong regional bank, because the citizens need it. I wish you to have this success in all Western Greece, not only in Epirus. Thank you very much for this discussion.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλώ.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome you to the 11th Regional Development Conference. This is the 11th session. The title is Local Authorities and the Cost of Energy for Buildings. I would like to welcome the Mayor of Kalavryta, the Mayor of Achaia, the Vice Regional Governor, Mr. The Professor Kassiolas and Mr. Doukas, also specialized in energy issues, and the member of the Commission of Space, Land Planning and Space Development, and we would like to discuss this issue in depth. You all know that based on recent developments, local authorities and especially regional authorities have to actually bear a lot of weight, especially financial weight and financial charges which are due to the increasingly onerous cost of the energy consumed by public buildings. I would like to give all the panelists the floor, but since we do not have much time, I would like to ask everyone to not exceed 5 minutes. I would begin by Mr. Athanasios Pavlopoulos to ask about municipalities, and I would like to ask him to describe the extra costs to be borne by the municipalities in the last 1.5 years. Hello, this conference is this conference has been influenced by the tragic events over the 1st of March of this year, which led to the death of many young people, especially young people. And I think that no one has managed since then to spend even one day without thinking of these people that lost their lives so unjustly. The issue of energy, to come back to this panel, is a very important issue. And current administration, municipal administration, the entire municipal administration of our region, 19 municipalities, are not able to prepare a budget or even to complete their accounts because of the energy costs. I think that it is obvious that we should actually, the obvious solution is to actually have the citizens pay the extra costs. But this is not a good solution. I think that this can be understood by everyone. So we have to find other solutions, such as, for example, an extra subsidy by the Ministry of the Interior to the municipalities to cover these extra costs. You know that in the past we had monthly allocations, monthly grants by the Ministry of the Interior. Well, but these were times when there were accidents in the budget. Now, in times of deficit, in times of thin chaos, we not only do we have to bear our own cost, but we have to even pay for other expenses. You know that the price of fuel has increased exponentially. And we have a very big problem. It is a life or death problem because it can lead to us being led to the verge of a liquidation. We have to actually declare bankruptcy. And we have to find long-term solutions. Will these long-term solutions come from renewable energy resources? We actually have studied this, and we have studied solutions, including, for example, the teaming up, the cooperation with big companies that exploit renewable energy resources. The problem is that these businesses pay a very small percentage, or give a very small percentage back to the municipalities. So what we need is for us to take innovative measures in order to improve the situation. My idea is that the whole policy framework of support from municipalities has to change so that we can organize ourselves to install renewable energy resources in our public buildings. But to do that, we need to be financed, and we need to also be financed only for that purpose. Otherwise, it will stay on paper and will never become reality. I also would like to add that we need to discuss about resources that have never been actually given to municipalities. In the past, we had our own dowry, we had our own resources. These resources are not available anymore. These resources are still actually, let's say, collected by the municipalities, but cannot be used by the municipalities. They have to be given to the next levels, to the regional administration, or even to the government. This has to change. It has to be, municipalities need to be allowed to have and to use their own resources. As far as the current intervention by the state aiming at the greatest possible reduction of energy expenditure, so the achievement of energy savings, I must say that we have not stayed inactive. We have done as much as we could. We have changed our electrical sources, such as, for example, we have changed into LED lighting, but there was no reward for that. We have not been rewarded for that. On the contrary, the prices have doubled. So 332 municipalities in the country, 60 in Attica, 30 in Thessaloniki, and the rest, the remaining municipalities, are in rural areas. The rural municipalities are the municipalities that are actually bearing the brunt of all these, let's say, negative changes in the world, and need to pay out of their own pocket for the resources, without resources. Now we would like to give the floor to the next speaker, the mayor of Aigalia. What about your municipality? We have already heard about from the previous speaker. What do you think? What is your opinion? I think that the previous speaker has described very clearly and descriptively and also realistically the situation. I would like to also give you 2 more points in order to confirm what was said by the previous speaker. The total amount of money for all our services was about 6.5 million. Today, we are called upon to cover the energy expenses from these resources. In 2019, we had to pay approximately 2.5 million for energy. Today, this cost is 3.9 million. As you understand, there is a huge increase, and if we need also to spend another 500,000 for small projects, we're almost bankrupt. But since and despite rather the current very, very heavy climate because of the recent tragic events, despite that, we need to look to the future and take certain measures. One is to exploit the approximately 75 million of money coming from the development fund and from the national
Όμως έχω συνηθίσει να λέω στην αρκετά
and from the NSRF. From my experience, I know that if we want to find solutions, if we want to resolve problems, we need to actually see the problem as the solution of a fraction. The common denominator of that is time, and as time increases, the results are reduced. So, why is this happening? This is because we move very slowly, and we are the last to change, both at central and at regional and local level. In my opinion, the reason for it is the philosophy of the collective philosophy, let's say. The NSRF had to be completed or concluded the latest NSRF had to be, the implementation of the latest NSRF had to be completed in 2021, and it will instead be completed at the end of 2023. This, of course, brings certain delays that have to be added also to our big illness, which is the lack of collective responsibility. There have been recent improvements, but they are so small as to be imperceptible. Now, for someone to participate in a program, it is enough to acquire the signature of the competent authority and also of the competent payer, which is very important. Another development, very important, is that are measures to speed up the absorption, the use of the resources. So, a few months back, the text of the law changed, and now, after 1 month, the competent person will be considered tacitly to have signed, with, of course, all the results that can be derived by that. This, of course, will speed up the projects. The same will be done with the speeding up of the process of certification. Let us hope that the next generation of projects that will be concluded in 2027, from 2027 to 2030, will be sped up and will be completed in time. Also, what is very important is that we have to understand, not only personally, but also on a collective level, that responsibility is very important. What is responsible? Who is responsible? And what is the deadline for a project? If the deadline expires, the person or persons who is responsible has to bear the consequences of his or her inactivity. Thus, we will be able to exploit foreign resources by respecting rules based on responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalogeropoulos. Now, Mr. Andreas Filias, the Deputy Head of Finance at the region of Western Greece. I think I know what you will talk about today. You said that the prerequisites for the renewable energy have been approved. Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to take part in this important conference. We're discussing about a problem. When we talk about the crisis, this means we have a problem. When you have to face a problem, to deal with a problem, first, you need to identify the level at which it influences you. So you need to answer the question as to whether a public organization such as the region of Western Greece, and it's the same for the rest of the regions as well, whether it has been influenced by the energy crisis of the latest months or the latest years that influences the whole Greece. Yes, indeed, it affects the budget of the region of Western Greece at the level at which it affects all the citizens. The percentages are similar. Of course, this cannot be approached exactly. This is very difficult because the contracts of the region in relation to the fuels, for example, are not do not coincide with the deadlines of the years. Of course, there was the pandemic during the last years. Transportations were reduced, but of course, the budget is very much affected. As a region, we do not have any debt related to fuels or power because this is the first point where the effects of the energy crisis can be seen. So, first thing, you identify the problem. Second, what do you do at a regional level, at a local level? You do the best at a local level, but us, as a region of Western Attica, since we are the second institution of local government that helps and contributes to the works of the first degree of local government and a bigger mass of citizens. So what do you do in the long term in order to fight this crisis? I would say that it is very important to take into account what you need to have in mind, what you must do during the whole course in the organization, in an organization of such a size, because the crisis cannot be predicted. Probably some people may know or see that a crisis is coming, but most of the times we cannot predict the crisis. So you need to be prepared for potential crisis in the future. And how can an organization be prepared for such a crisis? First, it asks for more money by the state. But this is a first step, and we should not stick to that step because reality is hard, it's difficult. You are the one who needs to face the problem and deal with it. So what do you do at the local level? You take the necessary measures, reducing the energy, electrical power, fuels, etc. But here is a specific characteristic that we need to take into serious account. Yes, we need to fight the excessive expenditure on electric power. For example, we see at night that the buildings of the region have the air conditions on or the lights are on. But what affects the citizen most is, for example, you cannot go and switch off the lights at the national roads because this means risk for those who travel there. So you need to find other ways to save energy. The region of Western Greece has achieved that even before the crisis, and now there is a project of 14 million euros that is being implemented at the moment with the replacement of older technology lamps with LED lamps. This means that we reduce the energy cost, the money spent on energy. Similarly, other actions that have been implemented already. Recently, I think you also read it as well, we managed to get 32 modern technology cars. Where are the benefits of this? Of course, there are benefits in terms of speed, quality, security for those who travel in them, but also in terms of energy. Because when you can understand that an older technology car consumes about 14, 15 liter per 100 kilometers, and now consumptions are at about 4 to 5 liters per 100 kilometers, using smart tools and smart methods such as leasing, then you can save resources that can be allocated to another project. And another example is the one you talked about, the energy communities. This does not mean that we created them and we get a benefit at the moment, but it answers the question as to how much prepared we are in order to be able to deal with crises that will emerge in the future. Because each crisis can affect 130,000 citizens who primarily work on the primary sector. And one last thing, we talked about the NSRF and the financing tools. When you have money to pay for more, what you have to do, when you need to pay for more, what you do is that you're trying to save money and get money through works and other programs. So what does the region of Western Greece does? Since we are at a leading position in the implementation of European projects, it provides to the municipalities the opportunity to have mature researches that with the provision of technical support, but also actions that in the past were proven to be successful, such as the programs for regional investments. Mr. Katsifaras from the previous regional authority is here, and he's considered to be successful. And this is how more opportunities are provided to ask for money and implement projects that, of course, will lead to money saving in terms of energy. Thank you, Mr. Filias. Our next speaker is Haris Doukas, Associate Professor at the National Technical University of Athens. Your knowledge is very helpful for the local government, the municipalities. I think, yes, the energy issue is an issue for municipalities as well. I also heard the word bankruptcy. I would like to say that the planning, the energy planning, is very important for a local government institution. It's something they can present before the elections. So energy planning and the social policy of each municipality must be considered important. And the crisis is due to the natural gas. It was imported. It's not only Russia and Putin and Saudi Arabia. All big companies gained a lot of money out of this by overcharging the municipalities and the citizens. And this is still the case in 2022. We're talking about a historical record for all companies here in Greece and of the Western countries. BP, Shell, Aramco, Gazprom. So what is the message? Energy.
Στην περιοχή σας εδώ και διάβαζα λίγο έτσι πριν.
Energy independency. I was reading about some energy plans and how it can be distributed to various regions. Other municipalities are very satisfied, and they are celebrating new networks of natural gas. Of course, the fossil fuels that are imported do not meet the goals we have, because we need to change our energy future. So where are we going? We need renewable sources of energy, and this is a discussion there is a discussion starting about energy democracy. When we're talking about renewables, we're not talking about any huge photovoltaic park or a natural gas company selling the green energy, and the municipality is waiting for a grant and allocation by the state. It means that the municipality itself must create this park in order to cover its needs. And a paradox is that in many cases we have within the territory of the municipality many projects where the municipality does not participate. And we have a very saturated network, and it is also a mechanism of energy democracy being involved in this. So how can we create a huge energy community and the municipality does not participate in it in order to cover its needs? I was looking at the statistics and I saw that for example, for the period 2018 to 2022, 30% of the new applications for renewables were coming from energy communities. They have very little members, and only 2% of these use energy in order to cover the needs. Most of them use it to gain profit. This is not an energy democracy. And it's not me who is saying that. Timmermans says that. If something is not socially fair, it is not green. So the municipalities must fight in every way to have a ceiling, a cap. For example, the European model of that says that 10,000 for every region of 10,000 citizens, there must be an energy community. And as far as farmers is concerned, we have energy communities here, yes, and I read that there is at Mesologi it was approved, and this is a positive step, the environmental conditions that the European Commission says that energy efficiency first, which means that we need to ensure the energy efficiency and then be able to create new energy, which means we adapt and update our factories, and then we and the European Commission says that we don't need to have huge works that sometimes are in conflict with the local communities. It can be a smaller procedure. For example, farmers have channels, they have, and they have the opportunity to integrate photovoltaics in order to serve this purpose as well from their side. And energy saving, which is also mentioned by the European Commission, is not just switching off the lights when we leave this room or not using the air condition when it's hot. Energy saving is the incentives provided. Shouldn't we have, for the last 14 months, some programs for energy saving in the municipalities, have more infrastructures and tools that are more energy efficient? Or all these programs, the Execonomo, saving money programs, should also be implemented in small and medium-sized companies. So all these resources must be directed to actions that will provide better services to the citizens, that will help them reduce energy consumption. This will lead to a better result as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Doukas. So now, the manager of data consultants, Mr. Vasilis Kasiolas, he will talk to us about how a municipality, a region can build a strategy in order to save costs related to energy. On the one hand, we have a problem, which is this doubling or tripling of the energy costs. And on the other hand, we have the need to reduce all these costs. And we have the strategy in between. We need to see what we do wrong, where do we spend most of our money. And based on the results, we need to find the best measures in order to resolve the problem. We need to have information, and everybody needs to participate in this strategy, from the mayor to the employee, the citizens. All of them must be trained on how they will resolve the problem. We should also record and analyze as thoroughly as possible our consumptions based on their source. Is it fuel? Is it energy? Is it natural gas? And where do we find it? In the municipalities of Greece, for example, most energy costs come from the public lighting, public areas, squares, sports stadiums, etc. And what do we consume actually? 61% of the consumption in a municipality is the electricity, 32% is the fuels, and the rest is...
Δεύτερο βήμα, όλοι οι δήμοι τα τελευταία χρόνια
is oil. And during the recent years, we had the opportunity to plan several projects. I have recorded only 9, but there are more than 20 actually. We need to implement them in our strategy, and based on them we need to find our goals and the priorities. We should always take into account that we need to involve our citizens, our employees at the municipality, in order to get into consultation with them and get to some proposals and projects that will be efficient for them and it will benefit them. When it comes to the project's description, we need to prioritize those for which we have mature surveys. We need to put emphasis on smaller actions rather than on big projects in order not to have something that is huge and we will find it difficult to implement it. Many municipalities do not have enough personnel or technical services to support these projects. We need to identify funding resources per project, more than one, in order to see what serves most. And apart from the regional projects implemented, we should also take into account alternative projects that help us with implementation of the projects we already have. And when we reach the implementation stage, we need to have clear roles among our personnel and our external partners, who does what. The accountability is also very important, and get the result we want after all. This is all.
Now I would like to close this round of the table with the former Major of Samos. And also President of the Scientific Council Institute of Local Administration, Mr. Angelopoulos, who would like to ask him to comment. I would like to say that all this discussion has been very interesting, has been the discussions of this conference. I would like to add the importance of measurement. Measurement, all these interventions, the results of these interventions have to be measured. On the 22nd of November, we had an important development in regional administration. This development was a new regulation about renewable resources. Because this regulation, this new regulation, is a huge opportunity because it enables consultation. Consultation has to be genuine and in-depth, and if so, it will provide an opportunity for us to map the framework regarding renewable energy resources at the regional level. Another very important thing is recruitment and recruitment. Without recruitment, without employees, we can do nothing. For example, in Samos, we did not have information technology specialists. We have had no information technology specialists, not even one. We actually wanted to employ one person, and because of that, we were not able to proceed with the drafting of a plan to implement the projects. Another important issue is the unification of certain projects. For example, the fact that the Kifisias Avenue is being governed by 4 municipalities is a very important shortcoming. This has to end. There has to be a unification of certain projects. Another very important thing is the word support. Recently, the word support was used instead of the word assistance. This word has been actually used in Article 9, Paragraph 3 of the Charter of Regional and Municipal Development that's been signed, of the Council of Youth, that has been signed by 49 countries. It actually indicates that the municipalities and the regions have to finally become independent to decide and have their own resources. This possibility of us needing to address the minister every time we want to take a major decision has to end here. Otherwise, we will never be able to proceed. However, things are complicated because these changes have to be organized in an appropriate way, in the next programming period. We also have other decisions. For example, the various networks. We have, and among them, we also have a network for energy independence, and we have a network for tourism. We have a network of green cities, and all in all, 19 programs, and I wonder what design has ever been done to show how we participate in these 19 different products, and what kind of representation, bureaus, departments, divisions we have. We have only one, let's say, department, which department is completely unable to do anything because it is at the center level in the ministry, and has approximately 50 employees, whereas the municipalities and the regions have no employees to work on this kind of initiatives. I would like to also add that there are 10 programs in Leader and Electra. And I would like to also comment on our excellent report that we have prepared, that I recommend you to read. If you tell the people that it has rained without it having happened, do not be surprised if you are accused of theft. We have just 1 minute, says the moderator. I would like to use this 1 minute to tell you that the region of Western Greece needs to proceed with space planning. We have no space planning. We know that we need to invest on renewable energy resources, but without space planning, land planning, we will never be able to do that. Well, we have no energy network, but we're taking the necessary measures. Mr. Kalogeropoulos, I would like to give you an example. Imagine that this conference has an energy cost. If we do not manage to find consumer-friendly resources, this cost will increase day in, day out. Crises are nothing new. They existed, they exist, and they will exist in the future. What is important for us is to plan for the long term and to protect ourselves in order to be able to effectively tackle crises. This cannot be done by one single entity. We have to work all together, and we need to find ways, legal ways, laws, and of course we cannot do that, and also ways to exploit financial tools that actually are competitive and provide extensive possibilities. What we're discussing today is now also being discussed as an act by the Parliament. This act includes 263 articles, and this is not the right approach. The right approach is for us to try and work with the possibilities, the potential we have, try to enhance and develop the potential we have in order to benefit from it. I think that it's worth a visit in the site of the management authorities, because there are going to be a number of initiatives for energy savings published very, very soon. I think that we have to point our attention to planning, regional planning, national planning, local planning. We need to stop we need to take measures to protect our country, our regions, and our cities. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Mr. Katsifaras and Mr. Yannaras, the representatives of the local authorities. Now we're in for a short break, and then we're going to be back with you again. Thank you.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Είμαστε στη Ρώσικη Πρεσβεία, κοντά.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy I'm here for the third year at the Regional Growth Conference, a forum that has proven its value, and the discussions taking place in it are indeed very innovative. The discussion has started before the cameras were on, so we'll talk about smart cities. I have my guest here, Mr. Dimitris Maravellas, Chair of the BOD of the ETA, Mr. Theodoros Baris, Major of Erymanthos, Mr. Athanasios Papadopoulos, President of PEDEM and Mayor of Kalavrita, and Mr. Vangelis Gorillas, Head of Public Sector at Vodafone. And we have some online guests, Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, Mayor of Trikala, Mr. Panagiotis Simandirakis, Mayor of Chania, and Mr. Haralambidis, Yannis Haralambidis, Professor of Digital Governance. Good afternoon to all of you. Let's start our discussion about the smart cities. We hear a lot about them, and we experience them as well, depending on the city we are, and their progress in the framework of digital transformation. So I'll start with Mr. Papastergiou. We all know that Trikala is one of the first smart cities in Greece. We have seen it a lot, and those who have visited Trikala know that. What is actually a smart city, and how easy is it to achieve it? Good afternoon to everybody. I think that the concept of smart city has changed, and sometimes it is misunderstood. I think we should discuss smart city on a new basis in order to be better understood by everybody. We have tried several projects in the past, new buses, for example, or smart stations, bus stations. The smart aspect of a city is a city that listens, understands, interacts, is effective, a city that, with the use of technology, but not only with this use, responds to the needs of its citizens. And after this, the incident at Tebi, I think a city should be that is smart through technology is even more safe and more adapted to the needs of its citizens. Technology is very much linked to the needs of the citizens. However, technology is just the means in order to be safer in our cities. It's not the ultimate goal. So technology and the smart city can help citizens avoid risks in terms of weather conditions, for example, or when the weather conditions are prohibiting the implementation of several projects. And I think a city will be smart when it listens to its citizens and adapts the solutions and its proposals to the needs of the citizens, and in order to resolve in a more efficient and less costly way the problems and the needs of the citizens. And here comes also the factor of the environment, and we have the European initiative, which is mainly characterized as a mission by Europe instead of initiative. It shows how we need to adapt our cities in terms of energy, in terms of sustainable transportation, less vehicles in our cities, bigger use of renewables, how we will be able to deal with recycling and economy. So these cities are indeed smart when they can respond to the needs of their citizens. So, of course, technology, as I said, is very important, and we need to use the technology and see how we can exploit it in the best way and exploit the funds that we receive, the grants that we receive for technologies and smart cities. From the NSRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we have about €500 million in our hands in order to make our cities smarter and make them more functional in order to be able to respond to the needs of our citizens. So we're talking about smart cities. The technology will serve the citizens through the smart support of the infrastructures, the enhancement of the quality of the citizens. And Mr. Maravellas, which can be the added value of these new local governance projects? Thank you for the opportunity you gave me to participate, to communicate the work of ETA today. So the added value of smart projects, as Dimitris Papastergiou said, it's not about it's not about just talking about smart cities or having a smart mayor. We should also have smart citizens. What was the case during the previous years? We see that today, in the past, the mayors and the pressure put on them for municipal projects were about a new stadium, a new park. Of course, we were looking for the needs of that time, and we were trying to serve these needs. Now, the technology has advanced so much that we may get into a car and no need to put our hands on the wheel in order to drive. We also have the artificial intelligence and the ChatGPT. The traditional methods of learning and teaching change. And this will put at risk professions in the future that we may not have thought that they would run these risks in the past. So we need to change the way we deal with our projects. They should be self-funded. The mayor of Kalavryta said that before at another panel, that the resources of the country and the resources that we have at our disposal for the municipal projects are not
γιατί όλα αυτά τα χρόνια που ασχολούμαι και ασχολούμαι αρκετά χρόνια είναι η πρώτη φορά πληθώρα χρηματοδοτικών.
Do finish at some point. So if we are ready as municipalities, we will be able to have the resources we need in order to implement the projects we need. So, for example, a project that we implement as ETA, what do? With the initiative of the President and the Board of Directors of KEDE and the support of the Ministry of Economy, we created a technical service. Another goal that has not yet been fulfilled is the imbalance between the regions and the municipalities. we're talking about intra-regions and inter-municipalities inequalities. Why does this happen? Because all the funding programs have a very intense aspect that calls for research. And how can this research be done when we have a small municipality, for example, of Psara, where there are only 7 persons living there? It cannot be compared with the municipality of Athens, for example. So we established a technical service, which of course will not solve the solution, but we will be able to help small island municipalities and mountain municipalities that cannot operate alone. They do not have the personnel to do that, in order to give them the opportunity to proceed to research, to fulfill this first stage of the projects. So we help, and we must say that very small municipalities, island municipalities mainly, where we see that there is a big interest in conducting this research, we have now innovative municipalities, smart cities in islands like Astypalea, Lipsi, Naxos. We're talking about energy efficiency, about smart cities, telemedicine in Naxos for the transfer of medicinal products with drones. There are also projects and infrastructures in big municipalities, because we are all citizens of a united Europe, so we do not operate by ourselves. If you see the best practices in municipalities that have adequate personnel, they have designed all their projects where there are no interruptions in the implementations of the project, such as in Hamburg, in Edinburgh, where there was a big restructure of their old port. But also in cities outside the European Union, such as Constantinople, we see what such a project can offer nowadays. The old projects cannot offer anything for the future. They have sustainability issues. They don't serve the needs of the citizens of today. So the construction of the implementation of a project, which we inaugurate now in 2023, means that there was a planning many years ago, and this means that it is of no use anymore. And then come other problems, such as its maintenance. So we see everything under a new holistic spectrum that is related to the design and the implementation of the project. So now, Mr. Baris, what are, in your opinion, the main parameters for this digital transformation to be implemented in a municipality and make it a smart municipality, a smart city? Thank you very much for the opportunity you gave me to be here today in this panel. And first of all, we are talking about smart cities. And we are only 10 days after the accident at Tebi. Perhaps smart cities is not enough anymore. Maybe we should talk about smart communities. That is a term that may cover more at a concept point of view, from a concept point of view, the actual meaning of the smart cities and the smart communities that help the citizens be smarter. We should also say that there should be a smarter network, of course, because that was an accident that shook everybody, and that's just a parenthesis. So now we're talking about smart cities that have to do with urban mobility. Okay, so some factors. The first was described by Mr. Maravellas, who is the examination of the best practices at the national and international level. There are practices at an international level and in our country with synergies with the private sector. The examples of Naxos and Astypalia are the result of synergies with big companies, which led to the smart operation of the city. Now, the second factor is the wide acceptance by citizens and users. If the citizen is not persuaded that a new tool can be used and is of his benefit, then the only thing we can do is to work more in order for the citizens to accept this innovation and use it in order to make their life easier. When we're talking about the internal operation of smart applications and tools, the employees must be informed, must be trained, have feedback on the way these tools work in order to update problematic fields and move on to the next step. And the third thing, many programs. There are many programs and many data that are not collected. So we need actions, we need interoperability to make them visible and to make use of them and proceed. So this is a step. There are steps that have been taken, but there is also a gap and much work to be done in this field. Yes, you're absolutely right, because you talked about training the citizens. It's not the same thing to see how something makes your life easier, the Wi-Fi, the benches where you can have your phone charged. And there are also these tools that you may not see their use now, but you will understand it in the future.
So, the municipality of Chania is very innovative, and actually, I think you have been awarded a prize last year. Yes, thank you very much for your invitation. The question is very important, I think. And we have decided to set up a panel to discuss these issues on YouTube, and we actually have been discussing these issues with other municipalities and or local authorities in Greece. We in the municipality of Chania have decided to have opted for a policy which I think is does not need to be explained. We decided, first of all, to map the existing situation and saw that a mere 25 requests, actually 25 emails had been answered by the authorities, that we had splitting up, a dispersion of chores to be done and tasks to be done, that we had an identity that was not well established. So we decided to do the following. We unified our infrastructure. We arranged so that our software could interact and understand each other. And we tried to explain this to certain political cycles here, local cycles, try to explain how important was this for us to operate. In the end, we added innovative ideas that we wanted to implement. This enabled us within 2 years to go from 25 emails to approximately 4,500 emails, which means that 4,500 citizens did not need to come to our offices, to our facilities, to this we have to add tens of thousands of requests and answers that were provided online. We also have been able to connect to people, to citizens, to tourists all over the world, answer requests and queries 24 hours 7. Thus we managed to tackle issues such as, for example, the lack of employment, which is the lack of personnel, which is something that actually is a common concern among all the mayors and municipalities in Greece. Then we also have bureaucracy that also hampers the development of municipalities. A municipality that is able to exploit recent developments is capable of going forward. Otherwise, there are projects that are lagging behind. I do believe that we can actually proceed by mapping our needs, and mainly by mapping the employees we have available. Thank you very much, Mr. Simantirakis. I think that you have raised quite a few very important points. Such as, for example, the fact that email requests have to be answered by an employee or employees. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Papadopoulos. Mr. Papadopoulos, how does a technology support the function of the municipality? Well, we're here to discuss the development possibilities of our municipalities, but unfortunately all this is happening at a time of mourning for many people, for many fellow citizens, among which many very, very young people. I am very happy that we have the president of KEDE with us, Mr. Stergiou, also academics, scientists, and other competent people. And I hope that we will point out to initiatives that will make us better, and this is absolutely necessary. And we hope that KEDE will actually be let's say mobilized to use the Ministry of Digital Governance in order to acquire tools that are necessary. Unfortunately, our biggest concern is that of lack of personnel. And we cannot wait any longer. I must say that we have been waiting for a number of years to recruit 3 people, and the National Board of Recruitment for the public sector has not yet, the famous ASEP, has not yet completed the process required for the recruitment. Something else that I would like to comment on is that we needed to dynamically demand the completion of a number of projects in view of the currently available resources. Many of these resources, many of these projects rather, had been actually approved, but unfortunately they were not able to fit in the programs. Now they need to be re-examined one by one so that they are finally implemented. The transition to a new status quo in the municipalities cannot include only the big urban centers that have been have received the lion's share of resources. Rural municipalities, small municipalities have the same requirements, and mostly, I'm referring mostly to bigger rural municipalities that do have more important major requirements compared to small municipalities in Attica, all in the region of Thessaloniki. And the last thing that I would like to point out is that it is unbelievable and inconceivable to date not to have internet connection in our villages. So actually, when I was contacted by a company to be given a package, when a connection, but by an internet provider, I told them that they should not be too hopeful about that, because only one of the 3 major providers had some kind of a network, and the speed was minimal. So the Ministry of Digital Governance should look into that also. Something else which also is important today is that our villages and our regions have been running out of people. But on the other hand, Athens and the bigger centers, urban centers, have reached a point of saturation. Right now, a rent for a student flat in Athens may be more than 800 euros a month. So how can this be paid by a student or his family? So I was thinking that this might enable remote working, remote employment, so that we can attract young scientists back to their villages and to their small towns. But if we don't have internet, how can this happen? well, there are risks in all these decisions, and that is why there should be a network of people that, well, take care of the risks. What you said is quite true. So I would like you to comment on the challenges faced right now by the municipalities. Hello? The smart city solutions are indeed very close to what are the values of Vodafone, because it's very similar to the goal of our company to make people's life better and create a better future. So we are conducting extensive research in this field, and smart solutions are the driver of smart cities. Smart cities are places that are smart, green, and human-centric, inspire the human development, and make their life, the citizens' life, easier. Smart solutions is the way of achieving it, and they promise that these cities will be more inclusive. All citizens will have the same opportunities of access to the infrastructures of the city in order to be able to do their job. The cities will become more digital and have all the benefits of a digital society, and of course green, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, with all the benefits that are associated with this. Smart solutions, in the same framework with other actions as well, contribute to benefits, to the achievement of benefits that numbers show are very important. These benefits can be social, environmental, or others. According to Vodafone, the solutions for transportation contribute to 38% of the satisfaction of citizens. The solutions about safety bring 50% decrease in criminality. We have a measurable example from USA, where we saw that criminality was reduced by 50% by implementing this solution. The solutions in terms of health, better access to health care services bring 36% more satisfaction to the users. Financial benefits. The cities that have already implemented these smart solutions can make use of the data they produce from an economic point of view, and they have income from this utilization. Solutions that have to do with public safety contribute to 33% increase of the businesses in these cities, and the solutions that help with the transactions with the public sector, the services of the public sector, such as GovGR, decrease the time that the citizen needs in order to conclude some procedures by 63%. Solutions that have to do with the monitoring of energy consumption bring 43% reduction in energy costs. Renewables, energy saving 36%. And regarding the waste, we're talking about 130 kilos less waste per person per year, and reduction of 80 liters of water consumption per person per day. The supplementary actions in order to achieve these results, of course, in order to have these results, there will be a change for the better. What do we need? We need funding. The previous programs did not
succeed totally, but we are at a very good point. As Mr. Papasteriou said, we have the NSRF programs for water, 500 million euros. It's a huge amount allocated to smart solutions that, of course, will resolve the issue of funding. The second thing is to design policies that will provide the regulatory framework for these solutions to work, and a framework in the municipalities that will help for these solutions to be implemented. Infrastructures, necessary infrastructure for simple infrastructure, telecommunications, fixed or mobile networks, so that all these solutions can operate properly. Data security. This means that these solutions create data which are personal data, so we need the correct framework for them to be stored efficiently. Digital skills, mainly of the persons working at the municipalities, who will design and implement and monitor the implementation of these solutions. It is very important that we have a program named Crisis by the European Union, which aims at training the personnel of the municipalities. And we also have these people, and we need to also have the training and the skill set in order to be able to implement all these solutions. And we should also showcase the value of these solutions by the public and the private sector for the citizens to have the incentive to use at the maximum these solutions in order to get benefit from them. I see that you try to understand and find the ways to have these smart municipalities, have this access by the municipalities for them to make use of all the benefits you described. So Mr. Haralambidis now, the professor of digital governance, which are the necessary steps for the digital transformation of the municipalities? Hello. Hello to all of you, the panel, to all the attendees. I wasn't able to be in Patras this year, but I'm calling you from a village at Samos. We have Wi-Fi connection here. Now everything works just perfect. So let me tell you this. Let's admit one thing, that we see progress. And you know, it's difficult not to have any progress. There is always some small or bigger progress taking place. I'm saying that for you to understand that I acknowledge it. But let's see further what happens. First thing, we do not measure properly what we do, and we tend to exaggerate. Okay, I know you're politicians, you are people with vision, you want to serve your citizens, but you know, as we had a lesson learned very recently, we need to understand and know at what point exactly we are. So let's not get the wrong impressions. We are the last country in Europe at an average of the digital transformation level and smart cities and provision of services to our citizens. We are last in Europe. Compared to Zimbabwe, yes, probably we're better, but this is not indicative. So the first thing I want to say is that in order to have an appropriate progress, we learn it, unfortunately, the hard way. We don't need to wait for a bad incident to occur in order to see how the work is done in the municipalities behind closed doors. So this is the first thing, as we say to the patient. We must understand exactly the situation in which we are. And I don't see that happening all these years. I don't see anyone really understanding where exactly we stand. We are last, and we don't know how to measure. We're having this discussion for 20 years now. We're talking about observatories. There are surveys, research. Yeah, okay. The second, we're talking about smart cities. And this is where smart can show how powerful it is. We love GovGR, yes, but in most countries, they love their municipalities because the essential services, the most important services, the essence of the services is in the city. So we need to examine this issue under a wider strategy. So what do we ask for? We're asking from a municipality, for example, at Samos or Tilos or Kasos, or the municipality at a small village on a mountain, a small city. What do we expect from them? To have a smart city strategy? They don't have the data to do that. The big municipalities and the collective bodies of the municipalities and the Ministry of Internal Affairs give them an image of what a smart city is and provide them a model for the smart city depending on their size. We're having about 200 million euros that will be allocated to smart cities without any planning. We know all the solutions we will get from at a local level that we will not be able to implement and preserve. So we need to measure, to understand, and to implement. These are the steps. We're talking about digital transformation. We all understand that. Well, I had a professor at the university who said that when we don't have the basis for digital progress, for digital development, it's like having a donkey, with equipping it with electronic tools. We're not there yet because due to the bureaucracy, the local solutions, this mechanism cannot really support smart city infrastructures in the future. So what do? We have all this clumsy work and a beautiful image at the forefront, but we must see all of these things after what happened at Tebi. We say, yes, everything is digital. No, nothing is digital. Only 30% of the municipalities use the cloud. We said before that, yes, we're doing our best, we're trying to prepare our equipment. Actually, the municipality does not need to have anything, any equipment at all. We need to have a centralized organization of our infrastructures. So, to conclude, I'll be a bit strict. The first problem, if I ask any mayor, is the lack of personnel. But at the same time, we find it hard to get the human factor out of the provision of services. In all the countries abroad, they know that the personnel cannot be infinite, and but we need to give to the machine, to the digital, all these tasks. So we can't have at the local government, first degree, second degree local government, 200,000 employees, all of them working every day on the provision of services. We need people to design, to think how they will create something new, and the machines will undertake even more tasks imagine having Google and trying to find information in books. This is how we want to work.
I think that you said something very important, and I think that this is that municipality, municipality, each municipality is at a different point and has to be treated as an independent entity, and not all municipalities be treated in the same way. And now I would like to ask Mr. Papadopoulos to give us a comment regarding the money. Are there resources available to the municipalities or available for the municipalities to avail themselves and be able to serve the citizens? I think that even if there are differences between the size and in the resources available to each municipality, but even if this is true, there are other differences, as for example, those between a coastal touristic municipality and that and a municipality that is rural and remote on the mountains of our country. So we cannot be we cannot all choose the same thing. We should not be tempted to, let's say, shop the same thing, but instead to design and plan for our own needs. Naturally, there's always divergence between rural municipalities and urban municipalities, and this will continue also in the future. And if there are no institutional solutions, this problem will continue to persist. This is the first year after many years that we have received the permission to employ or to recruit scientific personnel. But let us not forget that these are, let's say, ailments generally of the Greek system. Many municipalities have not been able to avail themselves because of the lack of personnel. Have not been able to avail themselves of resources coming from European funds and also from the NSRF. Let us not forget also that a small municipality has a mere 50,000 euros for its needs, to cover its needs and to also cater for any projects to be implemented within that municipality. Also, something that needs to be done immediately is something about the personnel. We have actually seen that there were no. We have seen a lot of accidents happening in municipalities because there was no safety, health and safety measures, health and safety at work measures, and there were also no information or education training of the municipal employees. In addition to that, no matter how many projects and programs we manage to integrate and implement if the employee that is actually there to serve the citizen is not trained to use these resources available, our citizens will be actually will not be served or will not be served appropriately. They will lose time, etc. And this, of course, leads me to a very big discussion, which is the reacquisition of the confidence and trust of our citizens. We all know that we should know that we need to find ways to serve our citizens online in order to stop or mitigate their loss of time in coming to our personally coming to our facilities. This has to be done so that our citizens do not have to actually come to us with a number of documents under their hand so that they can find the solution themselves. Anyway, I think that what you say is right, but we need to focus on the difference of starting points of one municipality from the other. I think that, and now I would like to ask you to comment on that. I think that many people have mentioned that our network has to be, and our services have to be.
We're talking about the employees of the municipalities who are the main partners of every municipal authority. With the initiative of KEVE and its committee, there is a help desk operating at the EDA offices that serves many citizens, and more than 4,700 employees have been certified for the use of this help desk. And this is very optimistic because we're getting into a new logic, of course, with our weak points, the obstacles we find, but we cannot see that in an optimistic way. I believe that such mistakes where the human factor is important, even though we don't want to see it, the human is the one who handles this technology. And it's very important what you said about specialization. It's what Mr. Gorilla said as well, that we need to know. There's no point in having me in a position with an amazing system, technological system with me, if I don't know how to use it. So how can these smart strategies can be adapted to the strategies planned by the municipalities? We are a small municipality and we have a strategic planning. We don't have we have a strategic planning, and through this and the availability of the programs, we want to make use of all the tools that are available and implement all these tools in our strategic planning. So we have proposals, we have projects running right now, and I'd like to say that an opportunity that matures in our region and the region of Western Greece is the complete territorial investments with the initiative of the region. We have groups of municipalities and regions that where we have a strategy that is an opportunity for us to make use of this opportunity to progress, and it's actually with the help of the region and putting our needs in a wider system, this will be beneficial for all of us and provide us with the results that we look for. Of course, segmentation and bureaucracy do not help, but we can learn from each other. There is a comprehensive planning at the region level or at a smaller, at a lower level. Of course, it's not bad to have ideas and get ideas, share opinions. Mr. Simantirakis, just a few words to conclude. So what are the benefits to the municipality from this transformation? Yes, I'd like to talk about the benefits because I heard some things that reproduce some stereotypes on the way the municipalities were operating. The reality is that that right now we are having important changes at the municipality level. And the relationship between the municipality and the citizens. We provided here at the municipality of Chania the opportunity to have a comprehensive transaction with the tax authority and made available a fully digital tool for making payments. This is the reason why if you come to the offices of the municipality of Chania, you will not find any big queue, people waiting. This shows this shows a change in the way we are working, and this gives us multiple benefits both to the municipality and to the citizens. And another important thing is that we use the best practices, incorporating our ideas. The application for the application for the parking of the cities, we abolished all the older infrastructure, we changed everything, and in about 6 months we now have 30,000 software installations and many applications of these systems that is absolutely successful, and also show us that the citizens are ready to make use of a framework that is comprehensive, works properly with all the prerequisites that are necessary, and ensure this trust relationship, and they embrace it, and this shows us the way for the next step. The municipality of Chania will has an investment program of 5 million euros in order to expand these applications and its relationship with its citizens. So let's be optimistic and see the future. Despite the problems, all of us, the municipalities, we know that we work under obstacles, we overcome the obstacles, and we love what we do. Because without this love, we wouldn't have achieved all these things we have achieved until now. It's a difficult system, a difficult environment. You need to love your people, your region, and as you said, you take the first step, and then the citizens are trained, and they follow you and see how they will improve their life, each municipality at its own pace. What I said is that citizens are more trained than us. They are ready to make use of the technology, of the new applications. We need to run to cover all this distance. I hope so, because sometimes the citizens need to be pushed by the municipality. They are a bit skeptical sometimes. Thank you very much, Mr. Simantirakis. Mr. Papadopoulos.
So I would like to give the floor also for us to say a few things. I don't know if the president has answered my question, but in our country, there are also all over the country, not only in urban areas. We have rural municipalities, we have small municipalities, we have insular municipalities, etc. And these small municipalities, when I say small municipalities, they might be big in size but very low in population, have big needs. And these needs are direct, immediate assistance in the scientific with scientific expertise and training of their personnel. And this has to be done through the a state organization for recruitment in the public sector, the ASEP. Then, if we in rural areas cannot become smart villages or smart cities because we do not have internet, we may at least create smart services for our citizens. Because we have heard very nice things. The best of all was what the mayor of Achaia told us they have done for their citizens. The legal framework has changed, and you should know that this has led to us paperwork, a lot of paperwork. You know something, for us to purchase a bunch of flowers, a bouquet of flowers that we have to give somebody that costs 100 euros, we need to spend double the amount in paper. The printers are running out of order because of that. This has to stop. And as you very rightly said, if there's so much printing, we're losing time and energy. And you very rightly said that we need to find ways to go forward in a tailored way. You said something. Would you like to comment on that? Would you like to comment on the different ways that each municipality has to find to tackle the future? Well, smart solutions are certainly a very good thing. A very good thing. A viable and smart city is a good idea, and it's gaining space more and more. Many cities have already started to transform themselves into digital spaces. There is a lot of help and specialization from the European Union, such as, for example, the broad framework of Smart Cities 2030. Which for example, stipulate that in 2050, 100% of the basic services provided by municipalities to their citizens have to be digitally provided online. Right now, 50% of the cities have their own resources, and we hope that this will very soon happen in Greece. Also, the legal framework is something which is not only a Greek problem, because other big cities have similar problems, and to add to that, we should take into consideration the fact that there is no strategy. What can we do in practice? We have to organize training programs for our employees. We have to improve our data protection services and policies, and to to wrap it up, we in Vodafone believe that the cooperation between Greece and the European Union is very important in unlocking the potential of small and rural areas with a lot of support from the state. We believe that PPPs are a catalyst that could improve the situation. We are ready to diffuse our know-how about smart cities. What about you? Very rapidly, Mr. Kloubis. We don't want too over-optimistic comments. Realistic comments, if possible. I believe that we have to be down to earth. We could be optimistic about other types of infrastructure. The only thing I would like to add is that in view of the enormous amount of problems, and I would like to thank the speakers for pointing them out, the fact that for 100 years expenditure you have to print out 100 pages is one of them, only one of them. I would like to point out that some of these problems have to be tackled as soon as possible. We should not let time go by, because time goes by and then months and years, etc., and there's no solution. We're going on to 20 years. So we need to be sensitive about time and about progress in the specific time framework. Another very important thing is that we need to use smartly the very few people we have. I'm talking about today, because tomorrow the situation might be completely different, especially in view of digital transformation. We need to train our people in non-obvious ways. I personally train people from local authorities, and we need to actually try to do that in, as I said before, non-conventional, unconventional ways. We could invite Vodafone experts or Cisco experts to train our personnel, but we could also very carefully, because we should be aware of the fact that not everyone can learn everything, and also that we're talking about a very difficult public that actually has a very low level of knowledge, that does not enable them to absorb even more knowledge. So what I would like to say is that they need to be approached in a very different way, and I am here now and also during the conference to discuss just about that. It's not enough to tell an employee just enter them there and wait for it to be done. And something I would like to add, a last point, training and education is the key. In Barcelona right now, they're building what is called a digital tandem, a digital twin. So they are actually trying to monitor the city digitally. And I was told that a digital city requires requires digital people, digital observers. Even in Spain, there are problems, there are concerns. So this has to be seen as a challenge. And you need to keep inventing ways to resolve problems. I think that you have that we have understood you, and also that you are absolutely right. People are necessary for us to go forward. Services are necessary, and we need to train people because we need people. We cannot, even with in a digitally transformed society, we cannot operate without people. Thank you very much for this excellent discussion. Thank you very much, and have a nice conference.
Καλησπέρα. Καλώς ήρθατε στην πρώτη μέρα του Regional Growth Conference, στην απογευματινή ενότητα. Με μεγάλη χαρά σας καλωσορίζω στην δική μας σημερινή συζήτηση, η οποία ουσιαστικά αφορά τις βιώσιμες τη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη και τις χωρικές ολοκληρωμένες ενότητες. Τι είναι αυτά? Εργαλεία για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη των περιοχών. Εργαλεία τα οποία μπορούν να βοηθήσουν τους ελληνικούς δήμους και την περιοχή, τόσο την αστική όσο και τις ορεινές περιοχές, να αναπτύξουν νέες υποδομές. Να βελτιώσουν δηλαδή την καθημερινή ζωή των πολιτών. Κατά την υλοποίηση των στρατηγικών αυτών την προηγούμενη περίοδο υπήρξαν κάποια εμπόδια και κάποιες δυσλειτουργίες. Όμως αυτά τα εμπόδια μπορεί να ήταν η βάση για να υπάρξει ένας νέος σχεδιασμός, όπου οι διαχειριστικές αρχές και οι δήμοι να μπορέσουν να βελτιώσουν στην τρέχουσα προγραμματική περίοδο αυτές τις λειτουργίες που υπήρξε στην υλοποίηση των ολοκληρωμένων χωρικών ενωτήτων και των ΒΑΑ, των βιώσιμων αστικών αναπλάσεων. Μαζί μας για να συζητήσουμε αυτό το θέμα σήμερα έχουμε τους πιο ειδικούς θα έλεγα και τους πιο κατάλληλους και για να μιλήσουμε τόσο για το τι δεν πήγε ίσως καλά, αλλά και για να μιλήσουμε με αισιοδοξία για το πώς μπορούμε να τα κάνουμε καλύτερα. Και αυτή είναι σήμερα, καλωσορίζω λοιπόν εδώ, την κυρία Ευγενία Φωτονιάτα, συντονίστρια και ουσιαστικά της σημερινής ΕΝΑ, την κυρία Γλυκερία Κατηφόρη, στέλεχος της Διαχειριστικής Αρχής Μονάδας Α της Περιφερειακής Ελλάδας, την κυρία Κουτσουρή Μαρίνα, που είναι επικεφαλής της Μονάδας Γ της Διεύθυνσης Συντονισμού του Υπουργείου και την υπεύθυνη για τα θέματα υλοποίησης των περιφερειακών προγραμμάτων. Και άφησα τελευταίο βέβαια τον κύριο Gentleman, κύριο Δημήτρη Καλογερόπουλο, δήμαρχο Αγιαλίας και υπεύθυνος της ΚΕΔΕ για θέματα ΕΣΠΑ. Θα ξεκινήσω λοιπόν σήμερα δίνοντας ουσιαστικά τον λόγο πρώτα στην κυρία Ευγενία Φωτονιάτα, η οποία είναι χημικός μηχανικός από το Μετσόβιο Πολυτεχνείο. Διετέλεσε από το Μάρτιο του 2015 έως τον Ιούλιο του 2019 ειδική γραμματέας τομεακών επιχειρησιακών προγραμμάτων του ΕΠΑ και των τοπικών προγραμμάτων στο Υπουργείο Οικονομίας και Ανάπτυξης. Κυρία Φωτονιάτα, ποιες είναι οι σημαντικότερες προκλήσεις και προϋποθέσεις που θα πρέπει να ικανοποιηθούν στη φάση του πολιτικού σχεδιασμού για να επιτύχουμε προστιθέμενη αξία αυτών των πολιτικών παρεμβάσεων, όπως είναι οι στρατηγικές της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης? Δεν έχουμε την κυρία Φωτονιάτα, βλέπω την κυρία... οκ. Μας ακούτε?
Σας ακούω. Εσείς?
Ωραία, ναι, σας ακούμε και σας βλέπουμε τώρα.
Ωραία. Καλησπέρα σε όλους και όλες.
Καλησπέρα και σε εσάς.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Συμμετέχω σταθερά τα τελευταία χρόνια στο συνέδριο και διαβάζοντας και το πρόγραμμα παρατηρώ ότι χρόνο με το χρόνο γίνεται πολύ πιο πλούσιο σε θεματολογία και σε συμμετοχές και αυτό είναι πολύ ευχάριστο. Νομίζω ότι είμαστε ίσως στο μοναδικό τραπέζι όπου το gender balance γέρνει προς τις γυναίκες. Είμαστε ίσως έτσι μια πρωτοτυπία σε αυτό. Θα μου επιτρέψετε με αφορμή τις περιπτώσεις των στρατηγικών βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και των ολοκληρωμένων χωρικών παρεμβάσεων, η δική μου τοποθέτηση να ξεκινήσει λίγο από το γενικότερο πλαίσιο, να το βάλω σε μία μακροκλίμακα, δεδομένου ότι στο πάνελ συμμετέχουν άνθρωποι που το κομμάτι της διαχείρισης και της υλοποίησης το γνωρίζουν πάρα πολύ καλά και νομίζω ότι μπορούν να προσφέρουν την πιο ειδική γνώση. Άρα η δική μου τοποθέτηση έχει ένα βήμα λίγο πιο πίσω από την υλοποίηση και του τι πήγε στραβά. Να μεταφερθούμε λοιπόν στη φάση του σχεδιασμού. Και θα αναφερθώ λίγο στις προκλήσεις που ρωτάτε, κυρίως σε επίπεδο τίτλων, δεδομένου και του περιορισμένου του χρόνου για να μπορέσει να υπάρξει και ένας δεύτερος γύρος και κυρίως για εκείνες τις μεταβλητές που η εμπειρία μας έχει δείξει ότι θα πρέπει να ενσωματωθούν στο σχεδιασμό μας καθώς αποτελούν αναγκαίες συνθήκες για να μπορούμε να έχουμε και επιτυχία στην επίτευξη των στόχων μας αλλά και προστιθέμενη αξία των παρεμβάσεων και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συνολικά όπου εφαρμόζονται. Αυτά τα δύο παραδείγματα, οι στρατηγικές βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και οι ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις, είναι σε μια κατηγορία που θα λέγαμε έργα ή μάλλον παρεμβάσεις σύνθετης αποστολής. Ξεφεύγουν λοιπόν από την μεμονωμένη διάσταση ενός έργου και έχουν πολλαπλές απαιτήσεις. Απαιτήσεις και στη φάση του σχεδιασμού και στη φάση της διαχείρισης και στη φάση της αξιολόγησης. Ποιες είναι οι προκλήσεις που έχουμε σήμερα που συζητάμε και σχεδιάζοντας και για την επόμενη περίοδο? Κατά τη γνώμη μου, θα πρέπει να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας ότι πλέον το σημείο αφετηρίας είναι μια κατάσταση, μια συνθήκη μάλλον πολλαπλής κρίσης. Είμαστε σε μια φάση που θα πρέπει λίγο να αντιλαμβανόμαστε την κρίση. Μπορεί να ακουστώ απεσιόδοξη, αλλά τουλάχιστον τα μέχρι σήμερα δεδομένα αυτό δείχνουν ως τη νέα κανονικότητα στη ζωή μας. Άρα λοιπόν ερχόμαστε να σχεδιάσουμε παρεμβάσεις υπό το πρίσμα και μάλλον βιώνοντας ταυτόχρονα πολλαπλές κρίσεις. Ακόμα είναι σε εξέλιξη η υγειονομική κρίση, η οικονομική κρίση και η περιβαλλοντική κρίση. Άρα ερχόμαστε μέσα από τα εργαλεία μας και να αντιμετωπίσουμε και να σχεδιάσουμε και να δημιουργήσουμε ένα βιώσιμο και πιο ανθεκτικό μοντέλο οικονομικό απέναντι σε αυτές τις κρίσεις και να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις συνέπειες αυτών τόσο σε επίπεδο κοινωνικών ανισοτήτων όσο και σε επίπεδο περιφερειακών ανισοτήτων. Ξέρετε, κάθε κρίση, τα θύματα μάλλον κάθε κρίσης, τα μεγαλύτερα θύματα είναι πιο ευάλωτοι. Είτε αυτοί είναι πολίτες, αν μιλάμε για επίπεδο τοπικών παρεμβάσεων, είτε είναι περιφέρειες, αν μιλάμε για τις περιφέρειες που υστερούν περισσότερο. Άρα θα πρέπει λοιπόν να δούμε υπό αυτό το πρίσμα τα καινούργια δεδομένα και τις καινούργιες παρεμβάσεις τις οποίες θα πρέπει να υλοποιήσουμε. Ποιες είναι λοιπόν τώρα οι προϋποθέσεις τις οποίες θα πρέπει να λάβουμε υπόψη μας στο σχεδιασμό, και νομίζω ότι είναι προϋποθέσεις τις οποίες ούτε ανακαλύπτουμε εμείς, δεν ανακαλύπτουμε τον τροχό, αποτελούν καλές πρακτικές, έχουν αποτυπωθεί στο σύνολο των μελετών μεγάλων φορέων, αναπτυξιακών φορέων, οικονομικών φορέων. Το πρώτο είναι ότι χρειαζόμαστε ένα συντεταγμένο μεσομακροπρόθεσμο σχέδιο. Τείνουμε τα σχέδια που φτιάχνουμε για το κομμάτι των παρεμβάσεων να επικεντρώνονται ή να περιορίζονται μάλλον στα χρονικά όρια μιας προγραμματικής περίοδου. Αυτό πλέον έχει ξεπεραστεί, γιατί έχουμε δει ότι σε καμία περίπτωση δεν μπορεί να μας εξασφαλίσει και την επιτυχία των στόχων και την προστιθέμενη αξία που ζητάμε. Άρα τι θέλουμε? Θέλουμε σε ένα γενικό επίπεδο δημόσιες πολιτικές, οι οποίες θα μπορούν να ενσωματώνουν τις περιφερειακές και τις κλαδικές πολιτικές οι οποίες αναπτύσσονται ταυτόχρονα. Αυτό είναι μια εύκολη διαδικασία? Όχι. Χρειάζεται μια υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, η οποία θα πρέπει να εμπλουτίζεται συνέχεια, το οποίο είναι ένα αρκετά δύσκολο εγχείρημα για όλους μας. Και σίγουρα δεν είναι μια ουδέτερη διαδικασία. Τα αναπτυξιακά χαρακτηριστικά ή τα χαρακτηριστικά του πώς κανείς αντιλαμβάνεται το να κάνει μια πόλη βιώσιμη, το να κάνει μια περιοχή κοινωνικά ισότιμη, δίκαιη, το να κάνει μια περιοχή περιβαλλοντικά βιώσιμη, δεν είναι μια ουδέτερη στάση και αυτό θα πρέπει να το έχουμε στο μυαλό μας. Το δεύτερο που νομίζω ότι είναι ίσως και το μεγαλύτερο πρόβλημα που αντιμετωπίζουμε στην ελληνική πραγματικότητα είναι ότι χρειαζόμαστε ένα σχέδιο με συνέχεια. Είναι χαρακτηριστικό της ελληνικής πραγματικότητας ότι αλλάζει η κυβέρνηση, αλλάζει η περιφέρεια, αλλάζει ο Δήμος, όλοι έχουν μια τάση να ακυρώνουν το σχεδιασμό του προηγούμενου. Και αυτό μας πάει πολύ πίσω. Χαρακτηριστικά εγώ νομίζω ότι αξίζει να αναφερθεί, γιατί μιλάμε και για έργα που έχουν να υλοποιήσουν και υλοποιούν μάλλον οι Δήμοι, τα οποία χρειάζονται έτσι έναν συγκεκριμένο χρόνο ορίμανσης και με βάση τις τεχνικές δυνατότητες των Δήμων δεν είναι πάντα αυτό εφικτό. Θεωρώ ότι ήταν πάρα πολύ λανθασμένη η κίνηση παγώματος αρχικά και κατάργησης αντικατάστασης στη συνέχεια του προγράμματος Φιλόδημος, το οποίο είχε πραγματικά συνέπειες στην λειτουργία, στην ορίμανση και σε οτιδήποτε άλλο θα μπορούσαν να κάνουν οι Δήμοι. Και πραγματικά απορώ γιατί κανείς θα πρέπει να παγώσει, να ακυρώσει και να αντικαταστήσει ένα πρόγραμμα από το οποίο είναι κοινής αποδοχής, είναι πολύ καλά σχεδιασμένο και φαίνεται να λειτουργεί. Το δίνω σε ένα αντιπαράδειγμα του τι σημαίνει ασυνέχεια στο σχεδιασμό μας. Το τρίτο χαρακτηριστικό όταν μιλάμε για το πώς θα σχεδιάσουμε είναι το κομμάτι της εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης. Όλοι εδώ το γνωρίζουμε πάρα πολύ καλά, εσείς από τη συμμετοχή σας στα προγράμματα Leader, οι συνάδελφοι παρακολουθώντας, ο Δήμαρχος. Η συμμετοχική διακυβέρνηση νομίζω εξασφαλίζει αυτό που έχουμε μεγαλύτερη ανάγκη και έρχεται λίγο να καλύψει και το κενό του δεύτερου σημείου που είπα, της ασυνέχειας, γιατί ουσιαστικά σου δημιουργεί εκείνες τις προϋποθέσεις έτσι ώστε να έχεις την κοινωνία συμμέτοχη και όχι απέναντι σε αυτό το μακροπρόθεσμο σχεδιασμό. Είναι ένα τύπου κοινωνικό συμβόλαιο σε τοπική κλίμακα. Θεωρώ ότι αυτά είναι τα βασικά χαρακτηριστικά.
Ωραία, θα έχουμε και την ευκαιρία να τα συζητήσουμε και να τα αναλύσουμε περαιτέρω. Εφόσον θα δώσω πρώτα το λόγο στην κυρία Κουτσούρη Μαρίνα, η οποία μας παρακολουθεί διαδικτυακά, είναι η προϊσταμένη της Μονάδας ΓΑΜΑ, Συντονισμού και Παρακολούθησης της εφαρμογής αυτών των στρατηγικών της εδαφικής ανάπτυξης. Επομένως, θα δώσω το λόγο για να μας κάνει μία παρουσίαση. Χαιρόμαστε που είσαστε μαζί. Νομίζω είσαστε και ο πιο κατάλληλος άνθρωπος τώρα να μας πείτε για τις νέες πολιτικές και για το τι μπορεί να διορθώθηκε στη νέα προγραμματική περίοδο σε σχέση με την προηγούμενη. Ο λόγος σε εσάς.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και για την πρόσκληση και καλησπερίζω και όλους και όλες. Θα κάνω την παρουσίαση. Τώρα μου επιτρέπετε απλά. Ελπίζω να το βλέπετε όλοι. Ναι. Λοιπόν, επικεντρώθηκα βέβαια στη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, αλλά πρακτικά όλα αυτά από τα οποία αναφέρομαι αφορούν και το σύνολο των ολοκληρωμένων χωρικών επενδύσεων, είτε αυτές είναι στον αστικό, είτε είναι στον αγροτικό χώρο. Δίνω απλά μια μικρή παρουσίαση το τι έγινε το 14-20. Δηλαδή, είχαμε έναν προϋπολογισμό γύρω στα 777 εκατομμύρια ευρώ για τη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη και περιμένουμε από αυτό να έχει υλοποιηθεί το μισό έως το τέλος της προγραμματικής περίοδου. Άρα, αρκετά πράγματα δεν πήγανε καλά. Όμως, αυτό που καταφέραμε και το θεωρούμε πάρα πολύ σωστό, επειδή πραγματικά η πεποίθησή μας είναι ότι δεν μπορεί μια στρατηγική να ολοκληρωθεί εντός μιας προγραμματικής περίοδου και το μακρόπνο όραμα ενός Δήμου δεν μπορεί να τερματίζει σε μια συγκεκριμένη χρονική στιγμή, αλλά θα πρέπει να συνεχίζεται. Αυτό που καταφέραμε και κανονιστικά, αλλά και από το δικό μας εθνικό πλαίσιο, είναι να δώσουμε τη δυνατότητα στις στρατηγικές που ξεκίνησαν και έχουν μια δυναμική να συνεχίσουν και στην επόμενη προγραμματική περίοδο, με βέβαια με κάποιον εμπλουτισμό και κάποιες προσαρμογές που είναι απαραίτητες προκειμένου να ληφθούν υπόψη οι νέες ανάγκες, οι νέες, όπως είπε και η κυρία Φωτονιάτα, οι πολλαπλές.
Έχουμε μια δυσκολία στις διαφάνειες. Βλέπουμε την πρώτη ακόμα. Μήπως να βγείτε και να ξανακάνετε share.
Ωραία, μπορώ απλά να τα πω, δεν το βλέπετε πάλι.
Βλέπουμε την πρώτη διαφάνεια ακόμα.
Ωραία, θα προσπαθήσω πάλι.
Κάντε άλλο ένα share, ναι.
Βλέπετε τώρα τη δεύτερη διαφάνεια.
Ναι, ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε. Ναι.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Λοιπόν, μπορούμε να πούμε κάποια από τα βασικά προβλήματα που είχαμε το 14-20, που βεβαίως ήταν η πρώτη φορά που κανονιστικά μπήκε η απέτηση για τις ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις όσον αφορά την βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη και μάλιστα το 5% των πόρων του ΕΤΠΑ. Παρ' όλα αυτά να πω ότι είχαμε μια εμπειρία ως χώρα, δηλαδή είχαμε εφαρμόσει την κοινοτική πρωτοβουλία Urban που αρκετές ελληνικές πόλεις είχαν και βραβευτεί για τις δράσεις που είχαν κάνει και βεβαίως είχαμε και ολοκληρωμένες αστικές παρεμβάσεις πριν, αλλά για πρώτη φορά μπήκε ένα καινούργιο κανονιστικό πλαίσιο με συγκεκριμένες απαιτήσεις. Άρα είχαμε θέματα, τα πρώτα που θα αναφερθώ είναι το κεντρικό επίπεδο, που υπήρχε μια σημαντική καθυστέρηση στην παροχή κατευθύνσεων και εξειδικεύσεων, είτε αυτό ήταν με τη μορφή εγκυκλίων, είτε ήταν με τη μορφή οδηγιών. Πώς το αντιμετωπίζουμε αυτό στην επόμενη προγραμματική περίοδο, που θα θεωρούμε ότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για να βοηθήσουμε τους Δήμους να αντιμετωπίσουν τα πολλαπλά προβλήματα? Είναι να κάνουμε μια ειδική μονάδα που πέρα από το να παρακολουθεί και να συντονίζει τους Δήμους και τις στρατηγικές, είναι να συντονίζει, επειδή όλο αυτό που λέμε βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη ή τέλος πάντων ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις είναι πολυτομεακές προσεγγίσεις, που σημαίνει την εμπλοκή πολλών υπουργείων αρμόδιων για διάφορες παρεμβάσεις, και βεβαίως την πολυεπίπεδη διακυβέρνηση, που σημαίνει την εμπλοκή όλων των επιπέδων διακυβέρνησης. Ο ρόλος της μονάδας είναι να προσπαθήσει να επιτύχει έναν καλύτερο συντονισμό, και ενδεχομένως κάποια στιγμή δεν θα μιλάμε στην προηγούμενη ενότητα για έξυπνες πόλεις και στην επόμενη ενότητα για βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, αλλά θα αποτελούν ένα ενιαίο τμήμα, γιατί αν θεωρήσουμε ότι έχουμε βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, τότε έχουμε και έξυπνες πόλεις μαζί και δίκαιες πρωτίστως πόλεις και πράσινες πόλεις και παραγωγικές πόλεις, και όλα αυτά δεν αποτελούν διαφορετικές ενότητες, αλλά αποτελούν μια ενιαία στρατηγική μακροχρόνια για έναν Δήμο. Το δεύτερο πράγμα που κάνουμε, που θεωρούμε επίσης πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, είναι να αναβαθμίσουμε και να διευρύνουμε το Εθνικό Δίκτυο για την Εδαφική Ανάπτυξη. Το Εθνικό Δίκτυο λειτουργήσε και το 2014-2020, αλλά κυρίως με την συμμετοχή των διαχειριστικών αρχών, και ο στόχος του ήταν να επιλύει κυρίως διαχειριστικού τύπου θέματα. Τώρα εμπλουτίζουμε αυτό και κάνουμε το δίκτυο ότι θα συμμετέχουν οι χωρικοί φορείς, οι αστικές αρχές και οι περιφέρειες και οι δήμοι που είναι επικεφαλής των στρατηγικών, και πέρα από το να λύει τα διαχειριστικά θέματα, ευελπιστούμε ότι αυτό το εθνικό δίκτυο θα αποτελέσει ένα εργαστήριο γνώσης, ανταλλαγής απόψεων και καλών πρακτικών, και βεβαίως ένα εργαστήριο στο οποίο οι δήμοι θα αποκομίσουν γνώσεις πέρα από το διαχειριστικό, δηλαδή πώς αντιμετωπίζουν νησίδες θερμότητας και αυξάνουν το πράσινο, το πώς δημιουργούν ανοιχτούς δημόσιους χώρους, το πώς αντιμετωπίζουν τις περιβαλλοντικές προκλήσεις κτλ. Okay.
Πάλι δεν αλλάζει διαφάνεια.
Πάλι δεν αλλάζει, θα συνεχίσω χωρίς την παρουσίαση, απλά θα τα λέω, αν υπάρχει ερώτημα θα τα πούμε.
Ωραία.
Το δεύτερο σημείο που είχαμε ένα τεράστιο πρόβλημα ήταν η καθυστέρηση από τις ίδιες τις περιφέρειες να επιλέξουν τις περιοχές και να εγκρίνουν τις στρατηγικές. Ένα βήμα προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση είναι πρώτον, ότι οι περισσότερες περιοχές πλέον αναφέρονται μέσα στο ίδιο το πρόγραμμα το οποίο έχει εγκριθεί. Δηλαδή τα περιφερειακά προγράμματα έχουν ήδη επιλέξει τις περιοχές τους. Έχουμε, όπως είπα και πριν, συνεχιζόμενες στρατηγικές, και οι φορείς πλέον, γνωρίζοντας από πέρσι ότι θα είναι επιλέξιμες, έχουν ήδη ετοιμάσει τις στρατηγικές τους. Και επίσης βάλαμε ως όρο ότι 18 μήνες μετά την έγκριση του επιχειρησιακού προγράμματος του περιφερειακού θα έχουν εγκριθεί και στρατηγικές. Είπε και η κυρία Φωτονιάτα για το μη αποτελεσματικό σύστημα διακυβέρνησης. Άρα βάζουμε τώρα απαιτήσεις όσον αφορά ένα σύστημα διακυβέρνησης που το πρώτο είναι μια συνεκτική ομάδα σε ένα περιφερειακό επίπεδο, που πρακτικά τι είναι να κάνει αυτή η ομάδα, υποστηρίζοντας βέβαια και τη διαχειριστική αρχή, να συντονίσει λιγάκι το σχεδιασμό τόσο μεταξύ των στρατηγικών που θα χρηματοδοτηθούν από το ίδιο το πρόγραμμα, αλλά και κυρίως των στρατηγικών ή των παρεμβάσεων που θα χρηματοδοτηθούν από τα πολλαπλά άλλα χρηματοδοτικά μέσα, όπως το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας, όπως το Leader, όπως οι έξυπνες πόλεις του ΤΑ και του προγράμματος Ψηφιακή Σύγκληση. Γιατί αυτό που καταλάβαμε και υπήρχε μια σημαντική καθυστέρηση στην υλοποίηση, ειδικότερα των ΒΑ το 14-20, είναι ότι υπήρχαν πολλαπλές πηγές χρηματοδότησης που ενιότι αντί να λειτουργήσουν συμπληρωματικά προς την στρατηγική, λειτουργήσαν ανταγωνιστικά ως προς την υλοποίηση και τη δυνατότητα του Δήμου να ολοκληρώσει τα έργα. Επιλέχθηκε αρκετές φορές το πρόγραμμα, η ολοκλήρωση των προγραμμάτων των έργων Τρίτσι, στο πλαίσιο του Τρίτσι δηλαδή, θεωρώντας η Δήμη ότι αυτό ήταν μια πιο εύκολη διαδικασία από ό,τι ήταν το ίδιο το ΕΣΠΑ. Επίσης, απαιτούμε πλέον μια συνεκτική ομάδα σε επίπεδο στρατηγικής με τη συμμετοχή των κοινωνικών εταίρων και εκπροσώπους του Δήμου, η οποία αυτή η ομάδα θα παρακολουθεί καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια και για το σχεδιασμό και καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια υλοποίησης την στρατηγική, θα επισημαίνει τα προβλήματα, θα συντονίζει τη διαβούλευση, θα κρατάει ανοιχτό μάλλον το θέμα της διαβούλευσης με την τοπική κοινωνία καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια. Το άλλο θέμα, το σημαντικό, είναι η ίδια η ικανότητα των Δήμων. Αναφέρθηκαν και στο έλλειμμα προσωπικού οι δήμαρχοι, οι οποίοι μίλησαν στην προηγούμενη ενότητα. Εδώ δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε πάρα πολλά, αλλά έχουμε προβλέψει την ενίσχυση, την υποστήριξη των Δήμων που υλοποιούν ΟΧΕ και ειδικότερα που υλοποιούν στρατηγικές για την βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, την υποστήριξή τους μέσα από το πρόγραμμα Τεχνική Βοήθεια και Υποστήριξης Δικαιούχου, που έχει έναν προϋπολογισμό, οι δράσεις τέλος πάντων, γύρω στα 100 εκατομμύρια. Ταυτόχρονα έχουμε και μια υποστήριξη στο επίπεδο του σχεδιασμού και από την Παγκόσμια Τράπεζα. Η Παγκόσμια Τράπεζα υποστηρίζει κάποιους δήμους, αστικές λειτουργικές περιοχές, που είναι βέβαια πάνω από 2 δήμοι οι οποίοι συμμετέχουν, το πώς αυτοί συντονίζουν τις δράσεις τους, πώς δηλαδή αυτές οι λειτουργικές περιοχές διαμορφώνουν βέλτιστες στρατηγικές και ταυτόχρονα υποστηρίζει 4 πόλεις, την Καλαμάτα, τη Λάρισα, το Ηράκλειο και την Καβάλα, στο πώς θα σχεδιάσουμε σε καινούριους τομείς, όπως είπαμε ότι για την κυκλική οικονομία, να μετατρέψουν τις πόλεις σε παραγωγικές και πράσινες και δίκαιες. Αυτά βέβαια θα αποτελέσουν δηλαδή την βάση ώστε αυτή η τεχνογνωσία και ό,τι αποκομιθεί στο πλαίσιο αυτό να μεταδοθεί και στους άλλους δήμους, στο πλαίσιο, όπως είπα πριν, και του Εθνικού Δικτύου για την Εδαφική Ανάπτυξη. Θα μπω λίγο στα ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά τώρα, το τι κάνουμε διαφορετικό σε σχέση με την προηγούμενη περίοδο. Είμαστε πάρα πολύ, μάλλον αυξάνουμε τις απαιτήσεις όσον αφορά την διαβούλευση και τον συμμετοχικό σχεδιασμό. Κάνουμε υποχρεωτική την εταιρική σχέση, ότι δεν μπορεί μια αστική αρχή, οποιοδήποτε δήμος να σχεδιάσει. Θα πρέπει πάντοτε να σχεδιάζει με τη συμμετοχή των κοινωνικών εταίρων και οι κοινωνικοί εταίροι θα έχουν μια έντονη παρουσία και κατά τη διάρκεια του σχεδιασμού, αλλά κυρίως κατά τη διάρκεια υλοποίησης, παρακολούθησης και αξιολόγησης της στρατηγικής. Δεν θα εντάσσεται κανένα έργο χωρίς την αποδοχή της τοπικής κοινωνίας και το θεωρούμε πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Επίσης, επισημαίνουμε διάφορα άλλα πράγματα, το πόσο πρέπει να υπάρχει απόλυτη συνέργεια με τις καινούργιες εθνικές και ευρωπαϊκές πολιτικές. Θα πρέπει να λαμβάνεται δηλαδή απόλυτα και να τεκμηριώνεται ότι λαμβάνεται.
Επειδή θέλουμε να αποτελέσουν αυτά τα ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά και η διαφορετικότητα από την προηγούμενη περίοδο το κύριο σημείο με το οποίο θα κλείσουμε πιθανόν αυτή την ενότητα, θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία στο δεύτερο κύκλο ερωτήσεων, κυρία Κουτσούρη, να μας επισημάνετε ξανά και να μιλήσουμε λίγο ουσιαστικά και πρακτικά για αυτό ακριβώς, για τις ποιοτικές διαφορές, για την διαβούλευση, για την εταιρική σχέση και πώς αυτό φαντάζεστε ότι θα πρέπει να γίνει σε αυτή την περίοδο. Θα δώσω τώρα λίγο το λόγο στην κυρία Κατηφόρη Γλυκερία, που είναι μηχανικός και δουλεύει, όπως είπαμε, είναι υπάλληλος της ενδιάμεσης υπηρεσίας διαχείρισης περιφέρειας Δυτικής Ελλάδας. και με αρμοδιότητες, υποδομές και υπηρεσίες προσπελασιμότητας. Θα μας παρουσιάσει λίγο η περιφέρεια, πώς σκέφτεται την υλοποίηση λοιπόν. Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε και αναφορά στη Σόχια, αλλά νομίζω ότι είναι λίγο πολύ το ίδιο. Επομένως, ο λόγος σε εσάς.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση από την Περιφέρεια, από τη Διαχειριστική Αρχή. Να δούμε λίγο την παρουσίαση.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, να ξεκινήσω λίγο ανάποδα. Μιλάμε και η κυρία Τσιμπρή και η προηγούμενη κυρία Φωτονιάτα, η κυρία Κουτσούρη είπαν για βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Τι είναι αυτό το βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη που το ακούμε και το ακούμε τα τελευταία χρόνια πάρα πολύ. Είχαμε συνηθίσει λοιπόν τα πρώτα χρόνια των κοινοτικών πλαισίων και του ΕΣΠΑ σε μεμονωμένα έργα. Εντάσσαμε λοιπόν, κάναμε προσκλήσεις και εντάσσαμε μεμονωμένα έργα, δρόμους, πλατείες, οτιδήποτε μπορούσαν να φέρουν εις πέρας οι δήμοι, η περιφέρεια κτλ. Ξαφνικά βρεθήκαμε μπροστά σε έναν όρο βιώσιμη στρατηγική για αστική ανάπτυξη. Τι είναι αυτό, τι είναι το βιώσιμο. Το βιώσιμο, η βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη πάβει να είναι ένα έργο, ένα μεμονωμένο έργο. Είναι ένα έργο το οποίο εντάσσεται σε ένα σύνολο, ένα ενοιολογικό σύνολο πολλών έργων, πολλών δράσεων, το οποίο δημιουργεί τις κατάλληλες συνθήκες έτσι ώστε να έχουμε την έναρξη ή ακόμα τη δημιουργία μάλλον ή και την ενδυνάμωση άλλων δραστηριοτήτων, επιχειρηματικότητας ας πούμε, το οποίο θα φέρει πολλαπλά αποτελέσματα σε μια κοινωνία. Απαραίτητη προϋπόθεση λοιπόν για αυτή τη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη είναι η ανάπτυξη ισχυρών πολύς συνεργασιών μεταξύ των πολιτών, της κοινωνίας των πολιτών και της τοπικής οικονομίας και της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης σε διάφορα επίπεδα. Στην προγραμματική περίοδο λοιπόν 14-20 εμείς προσπαθήσαμε να εντάξουμε στο πρόγραμμά μας τη βιώσιμη αυτή αστική ανάπτυξη και τις ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις σε υποπεριφερειακό επίπεδο, οι ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις. Έτσι λοιπόν καταλήξαμε να εντάξουμε δύο βιώσιμες αστικές αναπτύξεις, μία για την πόλη των Πατρών και μία για την πόλη του Αγρινίου. Όσον αφορά τις χωρικές επενδύσεις σε υποπεριφερειακό επίπεδο, είχαμε δύο και τρέχουν ακόμα βέβαια. Η μία είναι για την περιοχή του Κατακόλου και της Αρχαίας Ολυμπίας και η άλλη για το Μεσολόγγιο το Λυκό. Συνολικά λοιπόν για τη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη των δύο πόλεων επενδύθηκαν 133,43 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, αρκετά μεγάλο ποσό έτσι, για περιφερειακό πρόγραμμα και οι ενταγμένες πράξεις μέχρι στιγμής που έχουμε σε αυτές τις δύο στρατηγικές αφορούν κυρίως αστικές αναπλάσεις, τη διαχείριση της κυκλοφορίας, έργα πολιτισμού και τεχνολογίες πληροφοριών και επικοινωνίας. Για τις ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις σε υποπεριφερειακό επίπεδο έχουμε 62,2 εκατομμύρια ευρώ και αυτές αφορούν έργα περιβάλλοντος, αστικών αναπλάσεων, μεταφορών, κυρίως για την ενίσχυση της κουραζιέρας στην Όχια Κατακόλου Αρχαίας Ολυμπίας με το λιμάνι Κατακόλου και τη σύνδεση με τον πολιτιστικό πόλο της Αρχαίας Ολυμπίας, έργα επίσης πολιτισμού και έργα τεχνολογιών, πληροφοριών και επικοινωνίας. Όσον αφορά τώρα τις ΒΑ, για την πόλη του Αγρινίου και την πόλη των Πατρών. Αιχμή του δώρατος λοιπόν για το σχεδιασμό αυτών των δύο βιώσιμων αστικών αναπτύξεων ήταν οι ίδιοι οι Δήμοι. Οι Δήμοι λοιπόν με τις υπηρεσίες τους και με τις υπηρεσίες προγραμματισμού αρχικά αποτέλεσαν αυτό που σας είπα, την αιχμή του δώρατος για να δημιουργηθούν και για να συντάξουν, να σχεδιάσουν αυτό που λέμε βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, το οποίο ήταν πάρα πολύ δύσκολο γιατί όπως καταλαβαίνετε δεν υπήρχε κάτι τέτοιο στην Ελλάδα, δεν είχε δημιουργηθεί ξανά στην Ελλάδα κάτι τέτοιο, κάτι παρόμοιο, όμως τα κατάφεραν αρκετά καλά. Δηλαδή παρόλο που υπήρχε έλλειψη προσωπικού, τα κατάφεραν αρκετά καλά στο σχεδιασμό και οι τεχνικές υπηρεσίες των δύο δήμων αυτών ανταποκρίθηκαν αρχικά αρκετά καλά. Υπήρχαν βέβαια και υστερήσεις οι οποίες παρουσιάστηκαν σε μικρότερο βαθμό στην ορίμανση των έργων και σε μεγαλύτερο βαθμό στο στάδιο υλοποίησης αυτών. Πρόκειται ιδίως για έργα σημαντικού προϋπολογισμού και για έργα για τα οποία απαιτούνται εξειδικευμένες μελέτες, εγκρίσεις, γνωμοδοτήσεις κτλ. Από άλλες υπηρεσίες. Ας πάμε λίγο τώρα γιατί καθυστερήσαμε. Γιατί καθυστερήσαμε στην υλοποίηση, όχι τόσο στο σχεδιασμό, όσο στην υλοποίηση. Υπήρχαν καθυστερήσεις όσον αφορά τις απαιτούμενες εγκρίσεις και γνωμοδοτήσεις από άλλους φορείς. Κυρίως για έργα αρχαιολογικού και ιστορικού ενδιαφέροντος, μνημεία, σύνολα κτλ. Μουσεία, έργα εντός αρχαιολογικών και ιστορικών τόπων και έργα πλησίων μνημείων. Εκεί παρουσιάστηκε αρκετή καθυστέρηση στις αδειοδοτήσεις από τις αρμόδιες υπηρεσίες. Επίσης, είχαμε καθυστέρηση στις περιβαλλοντικές αδειοδοτήσεις για έργα πιο εξειδικευμένα και πιο μεγαλύτερου προπολογισμού, στις προγραμματικές συμβάσεις μεταξύ διάφορων φορέων, στην ορίμαση των έργων, δηλαδή ποιος θα κάνει τη μελέτη. Οι Δήμοι και η τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση δεν είχαν την οικονομική ευχέρεια για να κάνουν αυτές τις μελέτες, οπότε είχαμε αρκετές καθυστερήσεις. Και βέβαια είχαμε και κατά την ανάδειξη του αναδόχων, στα μεγάλα έργα κυρίως, όπου το νομικό πλαίσιο, το θεσμικό πλαίσιο δεν ευνοούσε, ας πούμε, τη γρήγορη επιλογή αναδόχου. Τι κάναμε τώρα, πώς αντιμετωπίσαμε όσον αφορά το σχεδιασμό? Εμείς διαχειριστικοί κάναμε κάποια πρότυπα σχέδια υποβολής των στρατηγικών και βοηθήσαμε έτσι τους φορείς με ένα μπούσουλα, να το πω έτσι πολύ απλοϊκά, για να μας υποβάλουν τα σχέδια. Επίσης είχαμε και έναν οδηγό υποβολής, πώς ακριβώς θα υποβάλουν και για τη δημοσιότητα και για τις στρατηγικές. Υποστηρίξαμε επίσης τους Δήμους και την περιφέρεια με την τεχνική βοήθεια του προγράμματος και για να συντάξουν ή να συντάξουν τις στρατηγικές τους, αλλά και για τα έργα, να οριμάσουν τα έργα με εμπειρογνώμονες, τεχνικούς συμβούλους κτλ. Στην διαδικασία της παρακολούθησης των έργων πια, δηλαδή μετά την ένταξη των έργων, των στρατηγικών, είχαμε και έχουμε ακόμα διαρκείς συσκέψεις με τους στρατηγικούς φορείς, τον ΒΑ και τον ΟΧΕ, συνέχεια, τακτά χρονικά διαστήματα, έτσι ώστε να επιλύονται γρήγορα τα προβλήματα και να αντιμετωπίζουμε οποιαδήποτε δυσκολία έχουν στη φάση της υλοποίησης. Από την εμπειρία μας λοιπόν μέχρι τώρα, από την υλοποίηση των στρατηγικών, εμείς που έχουμε εστιάσει στις ανάγκες που πρέπει που δημιουργήθηκαν, και πρέπει να καλύψουμε σε αυτή την προγραμματική περίοδο, στο 2021-2027, στη νέα προγραμματική περίοδο πια. Οι ανάγκες που προέκυψαν από την εμπειρία μας λοιπόν ήταν να έχουμε ενεργό και έγκαιρη συμμετοχή των τοπικών αρχών στο σχεδιασμό. Διαπιστώσαμε ότι είχαμε έλλειψη σε μια ομάδα η οποία μας έλειπε λοιπόν μια ομάδα για το συντονισμό και το σχεδιασμό και τη διαβούλευση όλων αυτών των στρατηγικών και μετά για την παρακολούθηση των έργων και σε στρατηγικό επίπεδο, την ενίσχυση των δικαιούχων όσον αφορά την υλοποίηση των έργων και τη δημιουργία καλύτερου συστήματος διαχείρισης. Επίσης, σε κεντρικό επίπεδο για μας θα ήταν πιο καλό μια διεύρυνση και αναβάθμιση στη λειτουργία του εθνικού δικτύου, το οποίο είπε και η Μαρίνα ότι το έχει προχωρήσει. Τώρα, να μην σας κουράσω.
Όχι, θα πρέπει να επιταχύνουμε λίγο, γιατί είμαστε πολύ εκτός χρόνου.
Ναι, βεβαίως.
Και θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία,
να σας πω ότι το 2021-2027 το κοινό πρόγραμμα εγκρίθηκε στο Σεπτέμβρη του 2022, ότι ήδη έχουμε αρχίσει και τρέχουμε. Το συνολικός προπολογισμός είναι 6,28 εκατομμύρια ευρώ. Να περάσω τους στόχους πολιτικής κτλ. Να σας πω μόνο για την προτεραιότητα 5, δηλαδή το πρόγραμμα μας έχει 5 προτεραιότητες. Πλέον η προτεραιότητα 5, που αποτελεί και άξονα προτεραιότητας είναι για το πρόγραμμά μας, είναι στα 112,5 εκατομμύρια ευρώ και αφορά για τα στρατηγικά σχέδια των βιώσιμων αστικών αναπτύξεων και για των ολοκληρωμένων χωρικών επενδύσεων. Να προχωρήσουμε. Επιπλέον από τον άξονα 5, λοιπόν, έχουμε από τους υπόλοιπους στόχους πολιτικής άλλα 54 εκατομμύρια που θα διαθέσουμε για την υλοποίηση αυτών των στρατηγικών. Συνολικά λοιπόν έχουμε 166 εκατομμύρια ευρώ για τις στρατηγικές, τόσο για βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη, όσο και για τις ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις. Εδώ φαίνεται οι χωρικές επενδύσεις, οι όχι και η ΒΑΗ, οι οποίες θα είναι στην επόμενη προγραμματική περίοδο.
Ωραία.
Πολύ βασικό είναι σε είναι η διαβούλευση σε αυτή τη φάση, έτσι, για να μπορέσουμε να υλοποιήσουμε στρατηγικές οι οποίες θα είναι αποδεκτές από όλους και θα τις κάνει ο καθένας κτήμα του, ιδιοκτησία του. Θέλετε να τελειώνω?
Θα αναφερθούμε σε αυτά και στη συνέχεια, γιατί νομίζω ότι είναι η διαφορά και τα πιο κρίσιμα στοιχεία, ο τρόπος με τον οποίο σκέφτεστε να υλοποιηθούν, τόσο η τοπική διακυβέρνηση, δηλαδή διαβούλευση.
Να πω μόνο ότι ένα καινούργιο επίσης στοιχείο στην καινούργια, στις βιώσιμες αστικές αναπτύξεις, στην καινούργια αυτή πρωτοβουλία είναι η πρωτοβουλία του νέου ευρωπαϊκού Bauhaus, η οποία δεν είναι τίποτα άλλο από το ότι συμπεριλαμβάνουμε στο σχεδιασμό μας πιλωτικές και καινοτόμες δράσεις που αφορούν την επιστήμη, την τεχνολογία σε συνδυασμό με την τέχνη και τον πολιτισμό. Τώρα, ό,τι άλλο θέλετε, ελπίζουμε στη βέλτιστη προετοιμασία και την υποβολή των στρατηγικών από όλους τους δήμους και στρατηγικούς φορείς.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Παρακολούθησα λίγο και το τέλος της προηγούμενης ενότητας και είδα ότι η αυτοδιοίκηση, δήμαρχε, ζητάει εργαλεία για να μπορέσει να ξεπεράσει τοπικές ιδιαιτερότητες και τοπικά ζητήματα. Φαίνεται λοιπόν ότι και η ΒΑΑ και η ΟΧΕ είναι, όπως εμείς γνωρίζουμε μέσα από τα προγράμματα Leader, μία bottom-up προσέγγιση. Δηλαδή ζητάει ουσιαστικά εσείς από κάτω να σχεδιάσετε το τι θέλετε για την περιοχή σας, με ένα προσανατολισμό συγκεκριμένο και τοπικό. Είμαστε έτοιμοι σαν αυτοδιοίκηση, άκουσα και την έλλειψη τελεχών, το οποίο το γνωρίζουμε, δουλεύω σε φορέα τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, ξέρω τις δυσκολίες και τα εμπόδια, αλλά έχουμε πια λίγο προχωρήσει σαν εμπειρία, γνωρίζουμε λίγο καλύτερα πώς μπορούμε να αξιοποιήσουμε και να φτιάξουμε μια στρατηγική για την περιοχή μας που θα είναι και για αύριο. Δεν θα σταματάει με την προγραμματική περίοδο ή με τις εκάστοτε εκλογές.
Εγώ γνωρίζω ότι στο μαραθώνι αυτό πρέπει να κάνω sprint, γιατί μου βάλατε το χρόνο.
Θα κλέψουμε λίγο χρόνο, γιατί
λοιπόν,
μας τον κλέψουμε το χρόνο.
Πιο σύντομος.
Θα κλέψουμε λίγο.
Βλέπω ότι έχω πολύ λίγο. Θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι όσο το δυνατόν πιο περιεκτικός. Πράγματι, ξεκινώντας την τοποθέτησή μου, πρέπει να πω ότι υπάρχει εμπειρία, η οποία όμως εμπειρία πρέπει να γίνει ένα εργαλείο για να μπορέσουμε να βελτιώσουμε τα πράγματα σε ένα κλάσμα που και πριν έχω πει. Το κλάσμα λέγεται, είναι μάλλον ο αριθμητής είναι το έργο, τι θέλουμε να κάνουμε σε ένα γενικότερο πλαίσιο μιλάω, και παρονομαστής είναι ο χρόνος. Μάλιστα χρησιμοποιήσατε μία λέξη, τη λέξη γέφυρα, η οποία μας οδηγεί πολλές φορές να αισθανόμαστε εμείς καλά, αλλά που δεν είναι δίκαιο να αισθανόμαστε καλά, διότι χάνουμε χρόνο. Και επειδή στη χώρα μας ο χρόνος δεν είναι μόνο χρήμα, είναι και η υποδομή, είναι τα πάντα, είναι και η ποιότητα της ζωής. Γιατί μιλάμε τώρα για την όχι και την βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη και μιλάμε επί της ουσίας όχι μόνο για υποδομές, αλλά μιλάμε και για την ίδια τη ζωή, την ποιότητα της ζωής, που πρέπει να προλάβουμε όσο το είναι δυνατόν να σταματήσουμε το χρόνο για να προλάβουν οι άνθρωποι να απολαύσουν τις υπηρεσίες που πιθανόν θα έχουν διασφαλιστεί. Όμως πρέπει να σκεφτούμε ότι ζούμε σε ένα χώρο που έχει γίνει πια, σε μια περιοχή που έχει γίνει μια γειτονιά. Άρα πρέπει να υπάρξει, και αυτό εξυπηρετεί ή όχι, ένα εργαλείο γενικότερης λειτουργίας, ενός γενικότερου προγραμματισμού για τις οποιασδήποτε δράσεις που έχουν σχέση με την ποιότητα της ζωής των ανθρώπων. Ο χώρος λοιπόν πραγματικά πρέπει να διευρυνθεί. Ο άλλος παράγοντας είναι ο χρόνος και σας λέω με κάθε επαναλαμβανόμενη αλλά και αγωνιώδη φωνή ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό πράγμα που έχει σχέση και με τη δυνατότητα απορρόφησης των κονδυλίων, δηλαδή με το αν μια χώρα από εξωγενείς πηγές χρηματοδότησης μπορεί να ευεργετηθεί. Γιατί ο οικονομικός παράγοντας είναι ο σημαντικός πυλώνας μιας κοινωνίας. Τα χρήματα τα οποία παίρνουμε από εξωγενείς πηγές είναι πολλαπλώς πιο ωφέλιμα από εκείνο που έχουμε εμείς από εμάς, από τις εσωγενείς πηγές που λέω. Και βέβαια πρέπει να σταθμίσουμε και το τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε περαιτέρω σε αυτό το πλαίσιο που λέω, στο ενιαίο σχεδιασμό και στον παράγοντα χρηματοδοτήσεις. Οι Δήμοι για πρώτη φορά μέσω του ΕΣΠΑ προσπαθούν να εξασφαλίσουν την τεχνική βοήθεια των 100 εκατομμυρίων όπως προελέχθη, αλλά νομίζω ότι αυτό δεν φτάνει. Δύο λέξεις που ακούστηκαν από τις προλαλήσασες και που νομίζω ότι αξίζει κανείς να κάνει στάση στη σκέψη του είναι η λέξη καθυστέρηση. Μιλήσαμε για τις καθυστερήσεις και επίσης μιλήσαμε για το τι ακούστηκε και γιατί φταίει που καθυστερήσαμε. Αυτά άραγε μπορούμε να τα διορθώσουμε. Και αυτό είναι το πρόβλημα της χώρας μας κυριολεκτικά. Μιλάμε για μια προγραμματική περίοδο στο 2023-21-27. Άρα χάσαμε το 25 με 30% του χρόνου που έπρεπε να τελειώσει το πρόγραμμα. Ξέρω ότι το 27 θα πάρει μια παράταση ως συνήθως. Θεωρώ όμως ότι πρέπει να σπεύσουμε και με νομοθετική πρωτοβουλία αλλά και άλλες διοικητικού χαρακτήρα παρεμβάσεις, ούτως ώστε να διασφαλιστεί να προχωρήσουμε με γρηγορότερους ρυθμούς και βέβαια χωρίς να είναι σε βάρος της ποιότητας αυτών που θέλουμε να κάνουμε. Πώς θα γίνει αυτό? Αυτό θα γίνει πιθανότατα αποτάσσοντας τη γραφειοκρατία, η οποία εξακολουθεί να είναι μια πολύ μεγάλη μέγενη στη χώρα μας. Και το δεύτερο που μπορούμε να κάνουμε είναι να αναπτύξουμε το τρίπτυχο που προσωπικά έχω βάλει και που θεωρώ ότι πρέπει αυτό να είναι και το Ευαγγέλιο της λειτουργίας από τότε και στο εξής. Το πρόβλημά μας στην Ελλάδα είναι ότι υπάρχει μια διάχυση αρμοδιοτήτων, εμπλεκομένων φορέων κτλ. Αλλά υπάρχει και μια αλληλεμπλοκή διαφόρων παραγόντων οι οποίοι πρέπει να προσυπογράψουν σε αλλεπάλληλους χρόνους για το τι μπορεί να γίνει περαιτέρω. Και γι' αυτό υπάρχουν και οι καθυστερήσεις. Πρέπει λοιπόν να γίνει αυτό κατά τη γνώμη μου που έχει ήδη σχεδιαστεί, να απλοποιηθεί ως ένα βαθμό η διαδικασία και να πάμε στο ποιος, τι, πότε. Αν αυτό δεν το κάνουμε και εξακολουθήσουμε να παραμένουμε στην αποτύπωση συλλογικών ευθυνών και να κλαίμε στο τέλος της εκάστου περίοδου για να κάνουμε γέφυρα την επόμενη, τότε δεν έχουμε προχωρήσει όσο θα πρέπει. Έχει ήδη νομοθετηθεί από τον Αύγουστο μια καλή πρόβλεψη, σύμφωνα με την οποία ο ειδικός συνεργάτης του εκάστου δημάρχου ή του περιφερειάρχη μπορεί να υπογράψει για την χρηματοδότηση ενός έργου, μιας δράσης. Και με τη θεώρηση του δημάρχου ή του περιφερειάρχη μπορεί να προχωρήσει η ένταξη. Αυτό όμως είναι το λίγο. Όπως ήδη παρακολουθήσατε, το μέγιστο πρόβλημα είναι η απορρόφηση με τους περιβαλλοντικούς όρους κτλ. Για να γίνει αυτό, τι πρέπει να γίνει? Πρέπει να ακολουθήσουμε το δεύτερο νομοθετικό εργαλείο που ήδη υπάρχει και που θεσμοθετήθηκε τον τελευταίο καιρό, σύμφωνα με το οποίο η έγκριση των όποιων δραστηριοτήτων πρέπει να γίνει σε ένα συγκεκριμένο χρονικό διάστημα. Μάλιστα, η πρόταση που κάναμε εμείς από την Επιτροπή ΕΣΠΑ ήταν σε ένα εύλογο χρόνο ανάλογα.
Ήδη προβλέπετε εδώ ότι μέσα σε 18 μήνες πρέπει να έχουν εγκριθεί. Από την... ναι.
Μα το πρόβλημα δεν είναι 18 μήνες, είναι οι αλλεπάλληλες φάσεις που πρέπει να ακολουθούνται, διότι οι χρονοκαθυστερήσεις από τη μία φάση στην άλλη δημιουργούν στο τέλος ένα μεγάλο χάσμα χρόνου.
Έχω τον άχαρο ρόλο να βάζω χρονικούς περιορισμούς και στη συζήτησή μας. Έχω τη δυνατότητα να δώσω ένα λεπτό καθένας λοιπόν για μια δεύτερη τοποθέτηση. Εγώ θα ξαναγυρίσω λίγο στο στόχο πολιτικής 5 και στο τι συζητάμε. Συζητάμε για μια Ευρώπη κοντά στους πολίτες. Μιλάμε για ένα 8% που θα πρέπει το ΕΣΠΑ να επενδύσει στην τοπική διακυβέρνηση, στη διαβούλευση όπως είπατε, δηλαδή στη συνεργασία των φορέων να αξιοποιήσουν αυτή την φιλοσοφία και τη στρατηγική, να σχεδιάσουμε δηλαδή τι θέλει η περιοχή. Θέλω να επιμείνω σε αυτό, γιατί οι αστικές αναπλάσεις και οι ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές ενότητες, μαζί με τα ΤΑΠΤΟΚ που δεν αναφερθήκαμε, αλλά είναι άλλο ένα εργαλείο τοπικής διακυβέρνησης, είναι πολιτικές που ενισχύουν ουσιαστικά την τοπική διακυβέρνηση, που έρχονται δηλαδή να δώσουν την ευθύνη για το σχεδιασμό της στρατηγικής στους φορείς για ένα ποσοστό των εθνικών πολιτικών. Άλλο οι εθνικές πολιτικές που πρέπει να ληφθούν υπόψη και άλλο η τοπική διακυβέρνηση που θα πρέπει να λάβει υπόψη της όλες τις υπόλοιπες πολιτικές που εφαρμόζονται σε μια περιοχή για να βγάλουν ένα όσο πιο αποτελεσματικό στρατηγικό για την περιοχή. Άρα μιλάμε για ένα λίγο πολύ διαφορετικό εργαλείο από αυτό που έχουμε συνηθίσει και που οφείλουμε να το αξιοποιήσουμε για να είμαστε πιο αποτελεσματικοί κατά την προσωπική μου άποψη και μέσα από την εμπειρία που έχω. Άρα πιθανόν όσο καλύτερα σχεδιάσουμε, όσο καλύτερα διαβουλευτούμε, μπορεί να έχουμε και πιθανόν και καλύτερα αποτελέσματα και να λύσουμε κάποιες παθογένειες προηγούμενες. Θα δώσω το λόγο για 1 λεπτό τοποθέτηση στην κυρία Φωτονιάτα, όπως ξεκινήσαμε. Δώστε μας και εσείς λοιπόν τη δική σας άποψη. Θέλουμε τέτοιες αποκεντρωμένες πολιτικές, τέτοιες τοπικές, τέτοιες πρωτοβουλίες για τοπική διακυβέρνηση?
Επιβάλλεται να έχουμε. Επιβάλλεται να έχουμε γιατί τόσο η ένταση των προκλήσεων που αναφέρθηκα πριν, υπό το πρίσμα των πολλαπλών κρίσεων και των συνεπειών αυτών, η ένταση που βιώνει κάθε πόλη, κάθε περιφερειακή ενότητα, κάθε περιφέρεια, διευρύνω λίγο, είναι πολύ διαφορετική. Άρα οι μόνοι που μπορούν να δώσουν τις απαντήσεις είναι οι τοπικές κοινότητες, οι τοπικοί πληθυσμοί και αυξάνοντας κάθε φορά ανάλογα με τις παρεμβάσεις την κλίμακα. Έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον και νομίζω είναι ένα χρήσιμο εργαλείο να το διαβάσουμε όσοι ασχολούμαστε με αυτά τα θέματα. Η μελέτη του ΟΣΑ που έγινε στο πλαίσιο των χωρικών μελετών και ονομάζεται Περιφερειακή Πολιτική της Ελλάδας, πώς θα ανακάμψει η χώρα μετά το 2020, όπου εκεί αναδεικνύεται πάρα πολύ έντονα και η υστέρηση, το έλλειμμα της χώρας, αλλά και ότι πλέον είναι μονόδρομος, ότι αυτή η ανάκαμψη θα περάσει μέσα από τη συγκρότηση και την ενίσχυση περιφερειακών και τοπικών πολιτικών.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και για το σύντομο. Δυστυχώς με πιέζουν πάρα πολύ. Θα δώσω όμως τη φιλοξενούμενη εξ αποστάσεως στην κυρία Κουτσουρή Μαρίνα το λόγο ως πιο ειδική και ως υπεύθυνη συντονισμού όλων των υπολείπων μας. Πείτε μας λοιπόν και εσείς τι είναι αυτό που θα πρέπει πραγματικά να προσέξουμε ως περιφερειακές οντότητες, ως φορείς της περιφέρειας, προκειμένου να έχουμε μεγαλύτερη επιτυχία αυτή τη φορά στην υλοποίηση των πολιτικών αυτών.
Ωραία. Εγώ απλά θα ξεκινήσω λέγοντας ότι όσον αφορά το σχεδιασμό στο 14-20 δεν τα πήγαμε καθόλου άσχημα. Δηλαδή, όλες οι μελέτες ανέδειξαν ότι οι στρατηγικές των Δήμων ήταν αρκετά καλές. Απλά τώρα πρέπει να αρχίσουμε να σκεφτόμαστε, να βάζουμε καινούργια πράγματα σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία. Όχι μόνο το τι έργα επιλέγουμε να κάνουμε, αλλά και πώς επιλέγουμε να τα κάνουμε. Και όπως είπε και η κυρία Φωτονιάτα πριν, είναι τόσο σημαντικό να έχουμε σύμμαχο την κοινωνία μας, την κοινωνία την τοπική στο πλευρό μας. Άρα για μένα είναι ένας σημαντικός παράγοντας είναι να διευρύνουμε λιγάκι τους ορίζοντες, το πώς σκεφτόμαστε και γιατί σκεφτόμαστε και να έχουμε πάντοτε σύμμαχο την τοπική κοινωνία και να τη διαβουλευόμαστε.
Ωραία. Δεν μπορώ να μην δώσω για μισό λεπτό το λόγο για να κλείσουμε έτσι με μια τοποθέτηση, με ένα αισιόδοξο μήνυμα, αλλά και με κάτι που θα πρέπει να μας μείνει φεύγοντας από εδώ.
Εγώ θα πω λοιπόν ότι κλειδί στην επιτυχία για το 2027 για τις ολοκληρωμένες χωρικές επενδύσεις και τη βιώσιμη αστική ανάπτυξη είναι η διαβούλευση. Όσο καλύτερη και όσο πιο μεγάλη είναι η διαβούλευση με τους τοπικούς φορείς, με τους πολίτες, τόσο πιο επιτυχημένη θα είναι και ο σχεδιασμός αλλά και η υλοποίηση των στρατηγικών. Είναι πολύ βασικό σημείο αυτό για μας.
Θα συμφωνήσω μαζί σας. Δήμαρχε, θέλετε να μας πείτε κι εσείς, μπορούμε να αξιοποιήσουμε τους φορείς, τις αναπτυξιακές, προκειμένου να υποστηρίξουμε αυτές τα εργαλεία και να έχουμε καλύτερα αποτελέσματα, αξιοποιώντας την εμπειρία που μπορεί να έχουμε πάνω από 20 χρόνια.
Είναι απαραίτητος κρίκος που να συνδέει τους διάφορους εταίρους, π.χ. για την Όχε, Αιγιάλια, Ερημάνθια, Καλάβρητα. Είναι απαραίτητο να μπούμε σε μια τέτοια διαδικασία, ούτως ώστε να υπάρχει ένας συντονιστικός φορέας και εύχομαι, για να μιλήσω από την πλευρά όχι την υπηρεσιακή αλλά των πολιτικών, οι πολιτικές που θα ακολουθήσουμε να μην αφορούν την σκέψη του κάθε πολιτικού που έχει σχέση με τη δική του προσωπική θητεία, αλλά να πάμε σε μια μακροχρόνια δράση.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ήσασταν όλοι to the point. Μέσα στα πλαίσια μας κλέψανε χρόνο, αλλά ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Καλησπέρα σας. Λέγομαι Αλεξία.
Good afternoon. My name is Achaia Hall. I'm diplomatic correspondent, and it is a great pleasure and honor to moderate this panel. We have agreed to hold the discussion in English, since we only have 3 Greeks in the panel. So those of you who need interpretation, you can get the headsets.
The developments on the Russian invasion in Ukraine and what we should expect from now on. So allow me to welcome Ukrainian ambassador in Athens, Mr. Sergei Sutenkor. Good evening, Ambassador. Good evening. Mr. George Pagoulatos, he's the Director General of ELIAMEC and a Professor of Athens University of Economics and Business. Good evening, Mr. Pagoulatos. Ms. Nicoletta Pirozis is in Rome. Good evening, Ms. Pirozis. Is Institutional Relations Manager and Head the EU Politics Institutions Program. Good evening. Good evening. Mr. George Papadimidrakopoulos, he's an expert in trafficking in human beings, an advisor to our government, and also a researcher at the ELIAMEP. Dr. Elena Lazaru, she's the head expert in policies of the European Parliament's Research Service. Good evening. And Mr. David Sassoon, he's the chairman of Joseph Sassoon Investment Management based in the United States, a former military and intelligence analyst. Good evening, Mr. Sassoon. And we're about to start our conversation with you, Mr. Ambassador, and we would like to ask you to describe us the situation now in Ukraine and your estimations on the next day, since there are no concrete signs of ending of this war.
So thank you, everyone, for listening to some thoughts I would like to present to you. Dear colleagues, dear ladies, I see familiar faces at the conference, and I appreciate the interest for the issue, because we all believe that the human nature, the human psychology is tending to, stick to the positive things. But the war continues, and we have to find out how to end it. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Regional Growth Conference for dedicating a panel. The Russian aggression against Ukraine is devastating consequences to the whole European and world security architecture. And over the past year, Russia has invaded a neighboring country, attempted to annex its territory, systematically shelled residential areas, obliterated its entire cities and villages, raped, looted, committed genocide, and implemented probably the largest campaign of forcible transfer of children in modern history. More than 1 year after the start of illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified war of aggression, Russia failed to reach its strategic objectives of occupying Ukraine, destroying Ukraine's statehood, and erasing Ukrainian identity. The world is not the same as 1 year ago, and it has changed dramatically, and so has done the threats and challenges to all of us. The international security system, the respect for international law, as well as for the human rights, the credibility and efficacy of key multilateral institutions were undermined. The source of all these challenges is Russian imperialistic ambitions, which embodied in the invasion of Ukraine. And Russia didn't preach peace. It tore it apart in shreds. Just one day, a rule-based order and all democratic countries were challenged in many spheres and had to deal with it and live with it new reality. For Ukraine, the reality was a little bit different. For already 1 year, Ukraine has been defending itself from barbaric attacks by Russia and that aim to deprive millions of people to access to their basic needs, and thus creating a humanitarian disaster that could spill over far beyond our country. And Ukraine, unlike Russia, continues to be a nation run by and for people, and not by a dictator for its own personal gain. During this year, we are fighting not only our freedom and independence, we are fighting for democracy and its values. Human rights, respect for international law, justice, liberty, and equality. Now it's time not only to take stock of this hard year, but to help Ukraine to win this war and restore security in Europe and the whole world. However, the most asked question today, when the war will end? And the answer is very simple. The war will end as soon as the last Russian soldiers leave the territory of Ukraine in its internationally recognized borders. And we are fighting for our people, for their freedom, for independence, for their right to live in the free democratic country. And what Russia does, it uses missile terror against the civilian population and infrastructure of another state. Deliberate targeting of civilians is a war crime. By launching missile attacks on civilians sleeping in their homes or rushing to work, children going to schools.
Right.
Russia has proven once again that it's a terrorist state and must be deterred in the strongest possible ways.
Right.
Russia's attacks on Ukraine is an attack on every country to some extent in one or another sphere. That is why we must unite in order to restore peace and security in Europe and the whole world. On November 15, 2022, at the G20 summit, President Zelensky presented a 10-point peace formula, which implementation will bring a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace to Ukraine.
Right.
And therefore, the main goal of the peace formula is to deprive Russia of the tools to commit the crime of aggression against our country and the world, and to guarantee security and justice for the entire international community.
Right.
That is why we are working on maintaining the maximum mobilization of our partners for the sake of the struggle for freedom, and not allow our common enemy to split the global pro-democracy coalition.
Right. Mr. Ambassador, allow me to follow up to the next speaker. Allow me to go to Mr. Pagoulatos. We heard Mr. Ambassador saying that the war is not the same a year now, and there's a fight for democracy, and he said that we must be united for Ukraine. How much more can the West give to Ukraine, and does West want to give to Ukraine more?
Let me start by saying that, start with the more normative point, that Putin must not win this war. Not just because the Ukrainians are waging such an heroic resistance, not just because they are upholding the values of the West, but also because Putin must not be allowed to get away with setting a precedent of violating national borders. National borders have been sacred in our post-war world, or they should be, and this principle should be upheld. Now, having said that, I think, moving forward to a more analytical point, that whatever the final outcome of the war, Putin has been strategically defeated already, in terms of the fact that he has failed to achieve his main political and military objectives. He aimed to overthrow the regime. The regime is there, united and supported by the Ukrainian people. He doubted the national identity of the Ukrainian people. It is stronger than it has ever been. He doubted the resolve of the European Union. The European Union has responded with the fastest and most effective set of sanctions that it has ever waged against any country. He doubted the resolution of NATO and the United States. The West has responded, NATO is united, ready to accept 2 new member states. And the economic consequences that are being suffered by Russia might not be as far-reaching as we expected when the sanctions were launched. I remind you that a lot of analysts expected a double-digit recession this year. We haven't seen that, and Russia has managed to persevere the sanctions, at least within this year. But the longer-term effects of the sanctions and decoupling of Russia will be extremely significant and will be deleterious for Russia's ability to support its growth through access to Western technology, and are already visible in terms of the hundreds of thousands of Russians, highly qualified, open-minded Russians who are fleeing the country because they do not want to live in a militarist and oppressive regime which is also committing war crimes. Now, what could the West do? The West should continue supporting Ukraine, not just financially, not just in terms of humanitarian aid, but militarily as well, in order to improve its position in the negotiating table, so as Ukraine is able to achieve the best resolution possible. I'm not optimistic, I have to say, as to the possibilities, the probability of a peace agreement in the end. It seems that we are closer to the likelihood of something like a frozen conflict, which will be the result of an armistice, a cessation of hostilities. But I would hope, if that is the case, that Ukraine is provided all the necessary security guarantees to protect itself and to ensure not just its Western vocation, but also its European process. It seems that a new wall will be emerging, and as a result of that, a new Cold War emerging on the borders of what will emerge as the outcome of this war. And Ukraine that will be behind this wall must be provided with all the security guarantees. I would go a step further and be perhaps a bit provocative. I'll close with that. After the war is over, Europe must try to integrate Russia in some sort of European security architecture. This is important for the stability in Europe, for peace in Europe, and also for the security of Ukraine itself. But we are far away from that as long as Russia continues to commit the kind of atrocities that it is committing on the ground, and as long as the war continues, and as the ambassador rightfully said, the war will be over when Russia decides to withdraw.
Dr. Lazar, you're based in Brussels, you're a European expert. How does the European Union see the war in Ukraine?
Thank you for that question, and thanks to the organizers. Nice to see online and offline old colleagues and friends. I think in many ways, and this follows up to what George just talked about, the European Union is doing two things. It's proactively reacting in many, many ways, including sanctions, including macro-financial assistance, including humanitarian aid, including protection of the refugees fleeing from Ukraine, including through its engagement with the region, with Moldova, with Georgia, with other countries in Central Asia, and of course, through the mitigation of the effects of the war in Europe on energy, on the economy, on security in its various forms. But what perhaps I'd like to say is that I think on the policy-making level, and because this panel is about the future, I think the European Union and its members and its allies are asking themselves some fundamental questions that need to be answered about the day after. I think the first of those, and that's the unanswerable question, is how does this war end? The scenarios are out there, but I don't think anyone can tell yet. What the analysts, many of them say, is we still have a long time ahead of us, and even though when we look at the balance of ammunition, of power, and other elements, one could speculate, it doesn't seem that anyone really knows the answer to that. But I'd say, if I were to put money, that this frozen conflict outcome is likely also because, looking back in what has happened with most recent conflicts, is we've ended up with sort of muddled frozen conflict situation. The second question that the European Union is asking itself is the day after for Ukraine. And I think that one is a very important one, given that the reconstruction of Ukraine has now been estimated to amount to up to approximately 350 billion euros. Just to give you a sense, that's 1.5 times the GDP of Ukraine pre-war in 2021. So I think one thing that's very important when we think about the day after is how do we do that? Obviously multilaterally, within the various formats that have been discussed in the conference in Lugano and now in London in June. But really, that presupposes growth in the EU, in the US, and everywhere in the world that will contribute to that. And I think that's a key thing that the EU is thinking about. Thirdly, I think the EU is thinking about what the EU itself will look the day after. And that means in terms of the way the EU has reacted, which is in many ways called unprecedented because of its speed, because of developments in the defense policy, because of the way sanctions have been decided on, the energy plans, and we can go into that later. Is this here to stay? Is that what the EU will look like? Also fast-track enlargement decisions, or is this just a short-term response to crisis and then the EU reverts to how it used to operate? So that's a big question for the future, I think. And then the EU is also, I think, asking itself, what will the United States look like the day after? We've seen a temporary, we can call it distraction of the United States from its big focus on China and the Indo-Pacific to looking to Europe and the US, but is this here to stay? And how will geopolitics look like in that context? And I'm sure we'll go into this later.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Papadimitriakopoulos, you're an expert on human trafficking in human beings. So my question is how the human trafficking has been raised during the last year and how easy it is to find the data when we're looking on that subject.
Many thanks for your pertinent question and to the organizers for the invitation. Human trafficking, or as we call it in the European Union, trafficking human beings, is a complex and complicated phenomenon. It is very hard to ascertain the size under the best of circumstances, and definitely, given the fog of war, it's even harder to be able to make accurate assessments. I don't think that accurate assessments are a prerequisite for us to understand that with all this movement of people and with the vulnerability of these asylum seekers and refugees, the opportunities for trafficking have increased markedly. The risks have increased, so it's people who prey on those risks and identify those risks are able to take advantage of the situation. What's important to understand, of course, is that Thukydides mentioned about war, that people are very keen to not seek the truth, but look for an easy narrative, an easy solution. And the first thing we heard when the war commenced was trafficking is going to increase manyfold. That's not the case. Data, again, is very hard to find. The best I could find was from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, that there's a 5% increase in detected trafficking, expected 5% in 2023, and that around 1/4 of the total population is vulnerable according to a very, very broad definition of vulnerability. So there is obviously the potential. Having said that, it's unfortunately the governments, I purport, fail when we have war. And that's where the NGOs come into play. And many a time, because of their raison d'etre that they have to finance themselves, they purport a moral panic. And in this case, war equals a huge increase in trafficking. And that's not the case. And the people who are ultimately vulnerable are the ones who suffer when we have these extravagant claims, unfortunately. And regrettably, sometimes even the media, the fourth estate, fall prey to this because it's very, it sells click-throughs and newspapers. So we have to be solemn, and we have to be very, very clear about what's going on there. There's definitely vulnerability. Poland, for example, who's receiving the brunt of this, is making extremely important efforts, both with undercover agents in trains for opportunistic trafficking and also with actual presence in the borders to avoid traffickers to take advantage of women who are, for example, asked to be transferred to safer places. Obviously, 90% of the people who are vulnerable are women and children because of the facts of war. And we have to be careful that although there is an increased risk and there is increased vulnerability, we have to be very, very sanguine about how we estimate this.
All right, thank you. Now, Mr. Sasson, I would like to focus more on the Bakhmut battle, which was recently subject to a barrage of missiles just last week. Maybe you could help us understand from Ukrainian perspective and also from the Russian perspective, why are people there so super focused on this Bakhmut battle, and why is this crucial for the next part of the military operation, and how this is viewed from the United States as part of its strategy?
Thank you for the question, and also thank you for the organizers for this event, and I thank you for my fellow panelists today. The recent events in Bakhmut should be an indicator, I would say, to the outcome of this conflict. The problem that we're facing right now, that we're seeing, is that in Bakhmut has become very crucial to the next phase in the military operations. And right now, both the European Union as well as the United States, including the UK, they have not been able to replenish the stockpile for the military, especially the 155 millimeter ammunition that is desperately needed to counter the offensive by the Russians. And if Bakhmut falls, this will be a disaster for Ukraine. And I believe that President Zelensky is the only honest man in this discussion, because everyone else, including U.S. Secretary of Defense and other people, have said, "Oh, you know, Bakhmut is not that important. It's just a place it has no strategic values," but actually it does. And if we look at the atrocities that are committed, I want to say something very important here. Putin is not only a dictator, and as the ambassador just said, rightfully so, Putin is also, I would put him in the list of terrorists, because let's just understand here the wider conflict. Now we see Iran, for example, supporting Putin with drones, like the Shahid drones and other military equipment. And this is bringing other parties into this conflict, and it's going to widen unless something happens. So the West has to act, and has to act decisively, and has to act now. Bakhmut is very important because it's also a logistics hub. It has a command component to it, and right now, if Ukraine goes and puts all its forces, which is really, it doesn't have enough manpower to do this, it's going to leave other areas vulnerable. And this is what's going to be exploited by the Russians. Right now, the Russians have about 600 to 700,000 troops on the ground. Okay? And this is a big problem. Now, if the United States, for example, were to get more involved, first of all, we have about 100,000 troops in Europe, give or take. But how are they going to be able to survive? How are they going to be able to defend themselves when the UK, the EU, the United States, we ran out of stockpile, and we can't produce it fast enough to replenish what has already been spent. So that's a problem. So now when we see other actors, like Iran, for example, and this is something that the EU and the West in general has to look at, because now we're looking at a wider conflict that is bringing other actors, that is going to spill over. And although I disagree with President Zelensky when he says American boys and girls are going to fight this war in the Ukraine, the one part that I disagree with him on, they're not going to fight it in the Ukraine. They're going to fight it eventually. If Russia wins, this war is going to be fought in New York, London, Paris, Berlin, Athens, Rome. It's going to be fought everywhere, because now we have a wider issue. And that's why Israel's foreign minister, Eli Cohen, when he was just recently visiting Ukraine, he did say that Israel stands with Ukraine to fight Iranian aggression in Ukraine. This is a message. He's telling us something. And there's been a vacuum in that area. So we have to look at the full context of that. That's why Bakhmut is very important, and we have to do everything, as my fellow panelists said, we have to do everything we can to support Ukraine and increase production of weapons to support them.
Thank you. Now let's move on to Mrs. Pirozzi. Thank you, Mrs. Pirozzi, for being here with us from Italy. I would like to listen to your European perspective. You are also an expert on European affairs. You listened to what the previous speaker said. What's your opinion on that?
Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers, in particular to ELIAMEP, for inviting me. So I think that 1 year after the Russian aggression to Ukraine, the European Union looks very different from the past. First of all, we have to acknowledge that the European Union is bigger, or is preparing to be bigger, in view of the accession of 2 new member states, Ukraine and Moldova, to which it granted candidate status in June 2022. We all know that the path to enlargement will be very difficult. There are many obstacles to be overcome, in particular in terms of reforms within Ukraine, in the field of rule of law, in the field of corruption, in the field of economic performance. But the important thing is that the way is open to welcome 2 new countries, and perhaps also Georgia. And this has at least 2 important consequences for the European Union. One is that this will impact on the other front of enlargement, which is the Western Balkans. And on the other hand, this means that the European Union will have to implement a series of internal reforms in order to function in a union at 35 or even more member states. The second element that I think is crucial is that the Union, and this has been mentioned already, has proved to be capable of mobilizing its resources for an effective foreign and security policy, and this was not a given before. So we have now 4.8 million Ukrainian refugees that benefited from the EU's temporary protection mechanism. The Union has mobilized 3.6 billion euros for military support to the Ukrainian armed forces, and a total support of 50 billion euros to Ukraine, and also has imposed, as we know, 10 rounds of very tough sanctions on Russia. The third element I will mention is that we experience an internal rebalancing within the European Union in favor of the Baltic and Eastern European countries, which have been, of course, at the forefront of the European response to aggression, and have also raised their voices in Brussels when it comes to assert their vision for the future of the Union. This means 2 things in particular. First of all, that the cooperative approach towards Russia of Merkelian memory, I would say, is completely ended in favor of an attitude of restraint against Russian expansionism. And the second important point is that European defense remains inescapably tied to the role of the United States, despite the wishful thinking that we witnessed by French President Macron and also Ursula von der Leyen's geopolitical commission. And this has been parallel to another element, which is the weakening, I would say, of the Mediterranean front in Europe. This is partly due to the change of government in Italy, I would say, and the resulting difficulties of coordinating on European matters with France and with Spain. But also, I would say there is less solidity in the Franco-German engine, due mainly to domestic political difficulties of the 2 governments and the lack of alignment on some important European reforms and foreign policy. So to conclude, I think that the challenge at the moment for the European Union is really to square the circle among these 3 trends: widening, deepening, and internal rebalancing. And it is for the European Union to find the way of squaring this circle to solidify its new identity and also to address the geopolitical risk in the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you, Nicoletta. I don't know if we have the ambassador once more to ask him if he's still with us or if he had to leave. Okay. So, Ambassador, we heard all the speakers. I would like to ask you for your remarks. So we heard about the role of the West and about the role of the European Union. Mrs. Zrazaro referred to that, and Nicoletta also. We discussed about the Bakhmut situation and about the human trafficking situation. What's your remarks on that?
I believe, I don't have much time to comment in depth on all these statements because they are quite thought-provoking. On the European Union and the mission, I agree. There is a challenge. Agree on the necessity to have the internal reforms. Believe that Ukraine will be a member of the EU because if you just calculate all the efforts the EU devotes to Ukraine, it's better to have a member, Ukraine as a member of the EU, not to to deal with within the EU than outside the EU. The same concerns the NATO. If you look at the NATO development, and I served in NATO in 2000, 2003, and they were desperate in searching the new mission for NATO, expanding NATO mission abroad and others. Now they are back to, back home, defending Europe. And I believe after the war, they will ask us to join, because the most capable and prepared army in the world for NATO will be Ukrainian ones, and they will be a very valuable asset for NATO to use. On the migration crisis, don't forget about 16,000 children that were kidnapped, I might say, to Russia, because one of the Russia's policies to exterminate Ukrainian identity, and they would like our kids to become Russians and to completely forget about the Ukrainian roots. And this is also a problem. And of course, in the wartime, there's a lot of problems related to the migrations and the misuse and some ill-minded people to, have some gains from the war. On the Bakhmut, yeah, indeed, it's quite a challenge. And it has very strategic meaning. And don't forget that, for example, yesterday Russia lost 1,000 soldiers for nothing.
Yeah.
Just moving a couple of meters, forward. And if you evaluate the gains of Russia in the recent months, they gained 1.1 territory as like 200 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, losing armaments, manpower, soldiers, everything. So they are quite obsessed about Bakhmut. So it's quite symbolic because they lost the only one city in Ukraine, Kherson. Now they try to find some victories on the field. So we will, according to our recent decisions, we will defend Bakhmut and prepare for the offensive. That's the answer. And concerning the question about the terms and the time and the timing of the war end, it's quite dependable on the help and the assistance. and including the military one. Because, yeah, 155 millimeter shells is quite important, and I would like to welcome the EU decisions in that matter, because you are and me, I'm not a military strategist, but in order to launch an offensive, you have to have a quite overwhelming military power in terms of shells, artillery, tanks, and everything. And in order to prepare that, we have to secure the equipment with what we have and the personnel trained to use that. And it's quite important that so. My minister Kuleba said that the last year, meaning, I mean, the key word was weapons. This year, 2 words: speedy and consistency. Right. And so we have to get it on time and consistent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you for being with us. I know you have another engagement yes. After that, so thank you very much for being with us. So to conclude, Mr. Pavlatos, what has the Ukraine war has taught us about the conflict? Because we all agree that ultimately Ukraine should win because Russia has challenged the fundamental principles of the international legal order. How do you see the future from now on?
Well, I think there's a starting point, which is that faced with an external systemic threat, especially one holding nuclear weapons, Europe's main defense provider is NATO. Mm-hmm. I think that is quite clear as a consequence. The second thing is that NATO has proven, I think beyond any doubt, its technological superiority vis-à-vis any external challenger. So in that sense, it seems to me that the NATO members of the European Union have an extremely effective security guarantee vis-à-vis Russia. I'm talking about the Balts and Poland. But that's not where it should end, because the challenge for Europe, as a result of this experience, is that Europe must strengthen its own defense capabilities. Europe must strengthen its operation within the Euro-Atlantic Alliance as a consistent and reliable European pole. So we want a stronger role for Europe, a more united role for Europe, with greater participation in defense expenditure and defense deterrence for Europe within the Euro-Atlantic Alliance. And this is quite consistent with the objectives of the European Union itself, of providing security guarantees for its own members. I often refer to Article 42, Paragraph 7 of the Lisbon Treaty, the mutual defense clause. The principle there is that your security threat, any member state security threat, is the security threat of all member states. And we are in Greece. Greece rushed to provide not just financial aid to Ukraine, but ammunition, because European Union member states, not just Ukraine, are threatened by Russian aggression. And that is very important because it establishes a precedent of solidarity within the European Union, a solidarity pool from which Greece or any other European Union member state can draw, faced with any external security threat. So the precedent that has been established is very important, not just in terms of NATO's deterrence vis-à-vis an external systemic threat like Russia, but also in terms of Europe's unity vis-à-vis an external threat and the willingness to establish this principle of defense solidarity within Europe. Nicoletta mentioned a very important point 3, which follows up from what Elena mentioned before. The challenges for the European Union have to do with widening, deepening, and internal rebalancing. When it comes to widening, it's very important not to forget that there are front runners in the enlargement process who should not be left behind. It is a matter not just of Europe's credibility, but also its security vis-à-vis an expansion of Russian and Chinese influence and Turkish influence in the Balkans. Second point, the redefinition of Eastern Partnership policy is important. We have a completely different landscape in Europe's eastern borders. But that should not overshadow the importance of Europe's southern neighborhood policy. We should not forget that Europe has a neighborhood which is rough and destabilizing not only on its east, but also on its south. And this should remain a priority for the European Union. North Africa, the MENA region, are very important in terms of the destabilization potential that they have, which washes out on Europe's shore. So that's very important. Internal rebalancing, final point, I am not happy with the weakening, the political weakening of the core of the European Union, which has been the core of integration throughout the European Union's history. And I mean France, Germany, Italy. For different reasons, each one, all of them have been weakened as a result of these developments. And there's been a shift of power towards the East within the European Union. That is not a very promising prospect because these countries have been the front runners of European integration together with the South, the southern countries. And if these countries do not retain a protagonistic role in the European integration process, it will become a transactional and instrumental process and a one-sided project focused on the market or on security and lose the momentum towards greater political integration of which these countries have always been defenders.
All right, thank you. Elena, do you agree with George? What are the challenges on the security and on the defense the day after the war?
Yes, I widely agree with George. Maybe I'll just compliment a bit because I am very much aligned with what he has said. I mean, a couple of things on the defense and security challenges. The day after, but I think also 1 year after the war started, we can also look back and say we got it right there and we got it wrong there. And when I say we, I mean not just the EU, but the world. I think now we know, and Bakhmut, I think, because of its timing as well as everything else is relevant, as was foreseen, this is a war of attrition, which means both parties are depleted of human resources, of equipment, of ammunition. And what does this mean? It means those supporting Ukraine in this case, and whoever supports Russia perhaps, has to continue providing, and without knowing what the result is. So this is really, it was said it would be a war of attrition from the beginning, experts were saying, and perhaps, and here may be a lesson learned, everything that was done should have been done faster and in greater volume, because when one side in a war of attrition gets more support faster and in greater volume, there's a chance of changing the balance. Now we are in this prolonged situation and things are tough. Secondly, I think the war, and this fits in with what George has said, has infused a sense of pragmatism into the European Union's defense plans, and I would also say, as the ambassador has said too, into NATO's plans. Because it's one thing to think about 10 years ago, and I say 10 because it's exactly before the illegal annexation of Crimea, to think about what security and defense will look like, and it's another to have it in front of you. And in many ways, I mean, I'm trying to give it a silver lining, but I think this is good because there's something concrete to go on. One concrete outcome is that, yes, NATO is the provider of defense and deterrence, and we've seen the enhanced forward presence of NATO in the eastern flank. I mean, we could not do it without it. NATO's there. But it's also very clear NATO and the EU have to work together. And I say this because exactly of the relevance of industry, production, and growth for the EU and the US to do what they need to do to support partners. I think what the ambassador said 2 days ago, he referred to it, the EU decided to jointly procure ammunition and specifically 155mm shells to support Ukraine because of the situation in Bakhmut. But I think what's interesting in the context of that is that European industry, which is capable of producing this, needed this support jointly at the EU level at a mass scale to produce more of it. And I think this is really where the EU is important. In the same way that the EU said, we need vaccines at a mass scale, and this worked, when you say we need ammunition at a mass scale, and perhaps tomorrow some other kind of equipment, it's more easy for industry to start producing, because let's not forget it's very expensive for industry to produce. They need the client, they need a contract. So I think the link between industry and defense has become more clear than ever, and that justifies in many ways the plans that the EU has launched throughout the years, in the last decade, the defense fund, the industrial procurement regulation that's coming up now. So that's a very important element of defense, and it's very important for an entity like the EU when it wants to support its partners as well. And looking to tomorrow, which was your question, it seems to me, from what we've seen now, that an important task of the EU security and defense policy the day after will be to support partners, and not just Ukraine or Moldova or Georgia that are also now requesting and receiving support, but also partners in Africa that are involved in civil wars, that have to face terrorism, where EU is deploying missions and operations. They're already requesting more support from the European Peace Facility. They will request more support in the future. So it is very important to work on these dimensions because, as I said before, and I do say this again because it's important, when one looks at the national defense strategy and national security strategy of the United States, China is there the first threat. So one day, it's likely that the United States will be focusing all its man-woman power and equipment in the Indo-Pacific, or a lot of it. We already have the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, which is in many ways what the European Deterrence Initiative used to be and it still is. We don't know what will happen. So if that's the aim, to support stability in Africa and in the Eastern neighborhood and Central Asia, I think we should be thinking as the European Union on how these plans will deliver for the EU, but also for these partner countries. And last point, not only support and provide, but also make interoperable, because what you provide is only as good as it can be used by all those forces working together. If they can communicate in their comms, if they can use their shells in their equipment, we need to work more on interoperability.
We'll definitely do. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Papadimotrakopoulos, what's the next step for the children and for the women who are the victims of human trafficking? You said before that they are suffering. You describe us about the data. What's the future of them?
Yes, thank you for your question. Just to clarify that the mention of the 16,000 children that the ambassador mentioned, His Excellency, I'm not an expert on migration, but I'm sure there is all kinds of anecdotal evidence that fall under the fog of war. I'm reminded of a reference by von Clausewitz talking about how contradictory and erroneous most intelligence reports are during the war. We also have propaganda from both sides. It's very difficult to establish. What we know is that there is an increase in risk. The fact that this number is unknowable, it's like asking the audience here, if we gave you a supercomputer, what's the amount of birds in flight at any given moment in the globe? We don't know the number, it's unknowable, much like other things, but it's definitely an integer. It's not like an imaginative number. So there is work to be done. Let us not forget, alas, that Ukraine was a Tier 2 country, according to the TIP report by the United States Department of State. It wasn't... it had a lot of room for improvement as regards trafficking and corruption. Corruption, let me remind the audience, is the perennial enabler and facilitator of trafficking. So there was issues to begin with, and definitely now they've been exacerbated with the war. Sex trafficking, forced labor, illegal adoptions, and forced criminality, mainly drug selling and forced begging, are the top types of trafficking taking place. Within the Ukraine and without. As regards the next steps, we definitely need to focus on partnerships. My colleagues here have mentioned this. It's very important to share knowledge, which rarely happens in a proper, forthright manner, and to have a collaboration both from the US with the US aid and within the European Union to focus on the administration of these victims. They need vocational training, they need actionable training to help them, and education to reintegrate within their new countries the next day until Ukraine is rebuilt, obviously. And it's very important to focus on actually these partnerships, which are also a Sustainable Development Goal, the 17th of the United Nations. So administration, education, I know it sounds a bit cliche, but it's the core of helping these victims reintegrate in society because they're truly refugees and they need all the help they can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sassoon, you described us the Bakhmut situation before. I would like to ask you, what is the economic fallout of this conflict, and what is the solution on that?
Well, first, I want to go and visit just a couple of points that my co-panelist here mentioned. I agree this is a war of attrition, but also this is a positional war. It's an artillery war. And this changes the dynamics. NATO, unfortunately, the mass media, the mainstream media, has, in my opinion, has been sugarcoating things. Because NATO, you're right, NATO is definitely the guardian for Europe in situations like this. But the problem is that NATO, again, as I just said earlier, has depleted its resources. So we have to upscale. That's the number one. And as someone earlier mentioned regarding, for example, France, Macron wanted to, and had the fantasy of creating his own sort of NATO military organization with Spain, but he didn't want to cough up the bill for it. And this is the other problem. A lot of European countries, actually, Greece is the only country, a member of NATO, that actually pays its due after the United States in NATO. Other countries are not doing that. And this is a problem. So if we're really going to face this threat, we're going to have to, everybody has to be accountable. Everybody has to pay their share in this. So when we're talking about the economic fallout, God forbid if this turns into a loss for Ukraine, and from a pure military point of view, the mathematics for the Ukraine is not in Ukraine's favor, unfortunately, at this precise moment. It doesn't mean that things cannot be changed and things cannot turn around. But if we become more complacent and sit here and just talk without actions, then the inevitable is going to happen. So the economic fallout, you're looking at higher prices in commodities. You're going to look at much more restrictions when it comes to global trade. As you mentioned earlier regarding Africa, African countries are not going to be able to trade and export their products as easily as it was before. We've seen for a while there was the cost of shipping around the world, and China held the world hostage when it came to that. Prices of shipping became, astronomical, and these are the economic fallout. Right. And so the solution is, first of all, we need the wise men in the room again. We need somebody who's wise, take the leadership. And we need to also, we may not like this, but we're going to, at one point or another, we're going to have to give Putin a little bit of room to save face, if you will, to where he can come to the negotiating table so that we can end this conflict. We also are going to have to put a lot of resources, and Europe, as well as the United States, has to open its checkbook. And they're going to have to put resources, education, training, the industrial complex. All of that has to be updated, and we are going to have to create the same thing that happened during World War II. How did the Allies win the war? It's because the United States, along with its allies, especially the United States, because it wasn't under the same sort of physical threat as Europe, it upscaled its logistics and its production lines and became a massive bridge of supplies. And this is what we need to get back to. We need to learn from the lessons of yesterday. What were the mistakes that were made? How do we avoid them? But also to improve even on the things that we got right yesterday.
Right, thank you. So, Ms. Pirozzi, what's your conclusions on that? Do you agree for the proposed solutions for the end of the war?
Well, I mean, as we said, at the moment, the end of the war is still an objective for the medium term, I would say. And the challenge for the European Union is to face the immediate consequences within the European Union and also in its neighborhood. And I think it is particularly important what George was pointing out before about the risk of the prevalence of transactional logic at the European Union level. I see this as really a very crucial risk that the European Union is facing at the moment. Because if we look at the public opinion, we have seen that this situation of polycrisis, as the analysts love to name it, has led to emergence of a lot of fragilities and a lot of fears. European citizens are really concerned about the rising of cost of living, poverty, social exclusion, even if they remain generally supportive of the response of the European Union in the face of the war. But there are many differences between the different member states. I can name Italy, for example, where the percentage of people in favor of the response and also specific measures such as sanctions is very low compared to other countries. So I think that in this situation of general disorientation for the European citizens, there can be the temptation by European governments to resort to national responses, sometimes even at the expenses of a greater European cooperation. And this cannot be that detrimental for the European Union because, and also for its international projection, because it means that this transactional logic is affirmed and that what we can achieve in Brussels cannot be anything else than the lowest common denominator among the different member states. And this will not provide the European Union with the necessary vision and the necessary political drive needed to navigate these uncertain times.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pirosi. Thank you all for the food of thought, Mr. Pagoulatos, Mrs. Lazarou, Mr. Papadimitrakopoulos, and Mr. Sassoon. You gave us food of thoughts, but I'm not very optimistic based on your analysis. But it was definitely worth listening to all of you. Ευχαριστώ και εσάς για την προσοχή σας.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Καλησπέρα σας. Το θέμα της συνεδρίας.
Good afternoon to all. This session is entitled Future of Regions Shaping the Development Profile of Greece that, by 2040, the role of regions in 2040. Our distinguished guests will talk about regional development in the framework of green energy and digital transition, about RES, renewable energy sources, financial opportunities, and I would like to welcome to the 11th Regional Growth Conference, first and foremost, Mr. Fannis Spanos, Governor of Central Greece, Mr. Panagiotis Nikas, Governor of the Peloponnese, Mr. Alexandros Kachrimanis, Governor of Epirus, and the host and co-organizer of the conference, Nektarios Pharmakis, Governor of the region of Western Greece. Here we also have Mr. Theodoros Louloudis, publisher of Peloponnesos newspaper. Now we lag behind, we are behind schedule a bit, so we will try to be as concise as possible. But first and foremost, we need to set the framework. And I would kindly ask Mr. Louloudis to share with us some important and interesting data for which the data company and the Regional Policy Observatory have measured the attitude and perception of Greeks about local government. Thank you very much. We are delighted to have here governors from across Greece, and it is a great honor because I know how busy their schedule is, so we are happy to have him here in order to exchange views, and to us this is very important. Allow me also to say that the findings of this survey are just some additional data which will be object of our discussions. Here you may see the evolution of region's GDP in the decade 2011-2021. That is, in the decade that was characterized by both the pandemic and the prolonged financial crisis. So we can see that only Central Greece, out of the 13 Greek regions, it is the only one to have improved by 4.4% its GDP. And we know very well that to a large extent, and of course Mr. Spanos will elaborate on that, is due to the fact that the main industry of the country is based there. And so this certainly makes a difference to the GDP. In my view, what is very important is that there is a drastic fall of the GDP in all Greek regions. And why is this an important finding? Because it raises the question to what extent governors believe that it is part of their job, part of their planning, and what they do to raise the regional GDP. In our country, the structure is mainly, of course, centralized. So what is the role of the regions in raising the GDP? This is quite interesting, I believe, and this is a question I would like to address to my interlocutors. And according to Eurostat, we also have some data on unemployment rate from 2015 to 2021. We have quite the reverse trend. So from 2011 to 15-16, we had a drastic skyrocketing of the unemployment rate, but we have had a drastic fall ever since in the country and across all regions. These data dates back to 2021, and in 2022 we also had a declining trend, and this is important. Here we have another finding, another survey that has to do with the performances of every region in the 17 SDGs, UN SDGs, and we see that our regions rank from 33.37 to 51.7, that is Thessaly, and the 17 SDGs, allow me to remind you, are zero poverty, zero pollution, zero famine, equal access to education. I mean, they are the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, and the deliverables, the outcome depend on the state policy, and of course it goes far beyond the mandate of just one governor or two governors. It is a long-term objectives. The long-term policy of a state is what may make a difference to meeting these objectives. My question to governors is that for the first time now we measured in Greece this compliance with SDGs, which is the case in the world at the regional level. And inevitably, in the future, it will continue to be measured at the regional level, although regions do not make a difference in these measurements. So we view regions as sources of power in terms of accountability and specific indicators, but I'm wondering, do they make any difference for these indicators given the centralized paradigm? And now we'd like to share with you some results that come from a national poll conducted last year in conjunction with ELIAMEP. The questionnaire was drafted, amongst others, by Mr. Kritikos in the back of the room. And so the first question we asked the Greek population is, what are the main problems? And you may see here on the screen the various statistics. Now, my reading here is that, and there's a plethora of other surveys and polls with similar results, that the first and second tier local government are the institutions from whom our fellow citizens expect a solution to their everyday problems. That is waste disposal, for example, lighting and so on and so forth. We also asked, what, in your view, are the competencies of the state, of the region, and of the municipalities? And these questions were included. This question was included in the questionnaire because there seems to be a confusion amongst the Greek citizens about whose competence, who does what. When it comes to the state, the citizens by 83% talked about safety, healthcare, civil protection, and care services. Social policy and care seem to be, in the citizens' view, competencies of the state. Municipalities were, however, massively viewed by the Greek citizens as having most competencies, so as having more responsibilities. There's a wide range of sectors and areas in which, as far as the Greek citizens are concerned, municipalities may make a difference. And the only two areas in which citizens by 45 and 50% answered that they are serious responsibilities of the region is the roads, infrastructure, and civil protection. My conclusion here is that the citizens find it very difficult to identify the region with specific competencies, to say that this is what the region has to do positively. We also asked them to what an extent they are satisfied by local government and the state as far as the services provided are. And we can see that in the left-hand side of the slide, the top 5, and then the bottom 5 in the right-hand side column. My first reading here is that against all odds, the citizens are satisfied to quite a high extent. People seem to be satisfied, although the media keep talking about problems and crisis, etc. The people who live on this country, though, if you ask them, are you happy with your life, then massively they answer that they are happy with their life. Now look.
Ζούμε μέσα στα προβλήματα. Εδώ όμως, στη δημοσκόπηση, και αποκομιδή απορριμμάτων και ανακύκλωση 61,6 ευχαριστημένοι. Αν κάποιος δεν ήξερε το έβριμα αυτής της δημοσκόπησης και έλεγε τι νούμερο περιμένεις, εγώ θα περίμενα ένα πάρα πολύ χαμηλό νούμερο. Έχει σημασία να τα καταλαβαίνουμε λίγο αυτό για να βάζουμε και στις πραγματικές τους διαστάσεις διάφορα θέματα. Τέλος πάντων, και αποχέτευση και πολιτιστικές δραστηριότητες και προσχολική εκπαίδευση και φροντίδα καθαριότητα δρόμων, ποσοστά πάνω από 50% ικανοποίηση. Και σε αυτά που είναι λίγο ή καθόλου ικανοποιημένοι, τα ποσοστά είναι από 30 και κάτω. Και εδώ πάλι είναι οδικό δίκτυο, κοινωνική πολιτική και κάποια άλλα που έχουν να κάνουν με την ψηφιοποίηση, θα πούμε παρακάτω γι' αυτό. Πόσο ενημερωμένοι, τώρα περνάω σε ένα άλλο πεδίο της δημοσκόπησης, πόσο ενημερωμένοι θα λέγατε ότι είστε τις αποφάσεις που λαμβάνει ο Δήμος σας ή η περιφέρειά σας, πόσο ενημερωμένοι. Το 34% των Ελλήνων είπε ότι είμαι ενημερωμένος για τις αποφάσεις του Δήμου και το 65% όχι, και για τις αποφάσεις της περιφέρειας το 19,6% ενημερωμένοι. Είναι μία ερώτηση, έχουμε και μία-δυο στην ίδια κατηγορία στην πορεία που αποδεικνύουν, που περιγράφουν αυτό που όλοι ξέρουμε, ότι η τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση στη χώρα μας, αλλά οι περιφέρειες, ο δεύτερος βαθμός συγκεκριμένα που μιλάμε τώρα, έχει σοβαρό ζήτημα επικοινωνίας με τους πολίτες. Και αν αυτό προσθεθεί και στη σύγχυση που υπάρχει ως προς τις αρμοδιότητες, το δικό μου συμπέρασμα που καταλήγω είναι ότι επειδή η περιφερειακή αυτοδιοίκηση στη χώρα μας ναι, μετρά μόνο 10-10 χρόνια ζωής, είναι μικρό, ωστόσο στα πράγματα που έχουν να γίνουν για να δρεωθεί και να αναπτυχθεί ο ρόλος της περιφερειακής αυτοδιοίκησης, σίγουρα είναι και η πολύ καλύτερη επικοινωνία που πρέπει να γίνεται. Δεν είναι τυχαίο ότι αν κανείς. Και επικοινωνία δεν είναι μόνο ο κλασικός τρόπος, αλλά παλαιά. Δηλαδή, κάνουμε μια καμπάνια και λέμε πράγματα. Επικοινωνία στις μέρες μας είναι κυρίως το διαδίκτυο. Αν δει λοιπόν κανείς σήμερα ποιες υπηρεσίες παίρνει κανείς από ένα site της περιφέρειας, ποια ενημέρωση παίρνει, και πολύ λίγη, και όχι ικανοποιητική κατά την άποψή μου, από το μέσο site της περιφέρειας, και σχεδόν καθόλου υπηρεσίες. Αυτό είναι ένα στοιχείο που ταιριάζει. Ερώτηση. Εσείς προσωπικά πιστεύετε ότι η περιφέρεια ενδιαφέρεται για τη γνώμη των πολιτών? 25,8 ναι και 63,8 όχι. Λίγο ή καθόλου, συγγνώμη. Και ενημερώνει τους πολίτες για τις αποφάσεις σε κρίσιμα ζητήματα. 22% πολύ και αρκετά, 64% λίγο και καθόλου. Δεν εκφράζει δυσαρέσκεια, εκφράζει απόσταση που πρέπει να καλυφθεί. Πόσο ικανοποιημένος θα λέγατε ότι είστε συνολικά από το έργο της Περιφερειακής Αρχής κτλ. 29% πολύ και αρκετά, 30%. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, 30% περιφερειάρχης και περιφερειακή αρχή. Και αυτό δεν εκφράζει δυσαρέσκεια, εκφράζει άγνοια και απόσταση. Ποιος εκπροσωπεί περισσότερο τους πολίτες? Από αυτούς που εδώ φαίνονται στη διαφάνεια, 47% ο δήμαρχος και τα άλλα στελέχη του Δήμου, 47%. 7% ο περιφερειάρχης και οι αντιπεριφερειάρχες κλπ. 5% οι βουλευτές, 7% οι συνδικαλιστικές οργανώσεις, 31% κανένας. Και αυτό εκφράζει απόσταση και έλλειψη επικοινωνίας. Και τέλος, τελευταία διαφάνεια και τελειώνω, εμπιστοσύνη στους θεσμούς. Όλες οι έρευνες που γίνονται με πολλούς τρόπους στη χώρα μας, τα ίδια βήματα βγάζουν: στρατός, αστυνομία, δικαιοσύνη, εκκλησία, και μετά με πολύ χαμηλότερα ποσοστά δήμοι και περιφέρειες. Και φυσικά τα μέσα ενημέρωσης στην τελευταία.
Military, police, justice, church. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Louloudis. Before I give the floor to the Deputy Regional Governor, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure to have the General Secretary of Public Investments, Mr. Kalkos, the Deputy Regional Governors, Mr. Mavromatis, Mr. Filias. I can also see the President of the Medical Association, Ms. Mastorakou. They inform me that this is a live session covered by our website. I would like to welcome all those who are attending this discussion from a distance. We tend to say in our country that the mayor is to blame for everything. I don't know what the deputy regional governors say. It's not the deputy regional governor to blame, but the mayor. Is this what they claim? On the second slide, we showed us this particularity of the Central Greece region. I would like you to comment on the survey, and then we will touch upon some more essential things pertaining to the survey. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the hospitality. What I would like to say is the following, that when we were going to school, we used to say that I got an 18 in maths, but I got a 12 in writing. And I believe that this is how we work, those of us who are involved in the public affairs, or at least this is the trend. But we just saw some data that are indisputable. For example, that people not feel very close to the regions. They don't know much about the regions. Okay, you will say that regions are a relatively new institution. More specifically, about the region of Central Greece. Yes, there has been an increase of the GDP. Part of which, and this has been proven by many people with whom we have talked about this, is due to certain particularities. But the point is that in Central Greece, there is an investment-friendly environment. They tend to utilize all the available opportunities, and there is this environment that is conducive to growth. As we speak, in Central Greece, which is not a very well-known region, as is Santorini, for example, there are 5-star hotels being built, apart from all the other investments that are made, and apart from all the other industries that operate there. For example, in Ofita. So we have seen that results can be reached, at least in this specific region, but the point is to be more optimistic about the future. We should not feel complacent. We should always be targeted, focused, and always try to offer the services to all our fellow citizens and disseminate the knowledge to all those who are interested. What we are asked to do as regional governors, and generally speaking, the mayors, the servants of the state, needs to be visible to the citizens, and this is the only way that the citizens will be able to see that what they are waiting for is actually being offered. We have a variety of services to offer, and we need to ensure that all these services will be provided. Now, I would like to ask whether these results of the survey sound the alarm for you, so that you can actually take action and come closer to the citizens, and so that the citizens can actually feel that you are indeed working in order to resolve issues that fall under your competence, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear colleagues, dear General Secretary, dear friends. I have been working in the local authorities for many years. I have served in all instances of local authorities. I have been the mayor of Kalamata, and then I became regional governor in the region of the Peloponnese. Obviously, the findings of this survey reflect reality and truth. However, we would need a lot of time to comment on all this data. With regard to the findings and with regard to what you said, I have the following to say. I'm a regional governor in a region that has everything. In my view, this is not an exaggeration. It is a region that could fare much better than it does. It is a region that produces all the products of the Mediterranean diet, and a region that has nothing to be jealous of. It has a rather small population that tends to decrease, and it is an aged region. And the pensions are those that shape the situation, at least in terms of the economic level of the region. What I can say is that if you ask me who has been the biggest opponent of ours, I would say that the biggest opponent has been the state. Of course, with certain exclusions, like Mr. Skalkos, who are models of cooperation and of partners. I have had the impression that we were not wanted. In 2011, when the institution was established, up until 2023, we have had, first, reduction of competences that has been imposed in a systematic way, and this is a very good thing for the robustness and the evolution of the institution. And the second thing is that following the establishment of the institution, the state proceeded to enhancing and strengthening the ministries at the regional level. This is a reality. Now, I don't know for sure whether they want us or not. I believe in the beginning of my mandate, we were having long discussions and meetings about the strengthening of the institution, about the limitation of state presence, especially at the level of the Ministry of Interior. And then, towards the end of our term, we would be faced with the situation, and we would be faced with a completely different treatment from the state. With regard to the GDP, maybe your statistical data show that we are average region in terms of economics. We are, however, a region that is poor compared to the dynamics it has. We can always contribute to the improvement of the GDP, and I would like to answer to everything you asked me. And in order to do that, I need to say that we have the obligation to identify those points that create revenue, and then we need to invest in these points so as to improve the number of jobs and the attraction of more people to our region. You cannot have the channel in such a state and expect to attract people, to attract tourists. No, you need to take action, improve the state of the channel, improve the working conditions. You need to follow the example of other areas like the other areas that have been more successful in their approach. We can actually take action in order to change the current situation and improve the attractiveness of the areas of our region. We can contribute to the development and construction of ports and of tourist units. In the region of Peloponnese, we can contribute to the so-called just transition to the development of megalopolis, as well as to the phasing out of the lignite plants. This is the right policy that we need to follow, even if we had to take a step back because of the war in Ukraine. We have all we need in terms of distance and in terms of resources in order to change the current state of affairs. There is money, there are subsidies, there is already a high level of mobilization that is favorable to businesses and also favorable to the development of an industrial park. And okay, we have a very good minister, Mr. Papathanasis, that has gained the trust of all of us. In terms of unemployment, we are somewhere in the middle. There are many pensioners living in the region of Peloponnese. This is the truth. However, we have an unemployment of 10, 12%, but we are lacking some thousands of workers to collect all the fruits. There are thousands of people that we need, but strangely, we have this level of unemployment, which is relatively high. We have both these phenomena prevailing. Now, with regard to cleanliness, we made a very important step. We have a perfect unit operating in Tripoli, or at least it will be inaugurated very shortly. It is an innovative unit, and it will be a major step forward with regard to cleanliness in our region. Now, with regard to the confusion about the competences, we have a bit of everything. Exclusive competences, very few. When it comes to the safety of the citizens, obviously we need more competences. Even the latest tragedy has been interpreted in different ways, depending on the political affiliations of each and every one. Yes, we do have the responsibility for the safety of citizens. Just think about the bridges that are over 100 years old and whether we have checked their safety. Think about the number of gas stations operating in buildings where people live. Have they been checked? Think about the civil protection measures that are absolutely not required in case of an emergency, like an earthquake. Now, civil protection, yes, it is the competence of the municipality, it is the competence of the Ministry of Civil Protection, it is the competence of the region. We have thousands of papers that tell us what we need to do in times of crisis, but no one has ever read them. Of course, we touched upon other issues like sewage. You said whether the citizens are satisfied about the sewage. Do you actually know whether the sewage system is actually functional? Have you checked that? And the last point is that we don't have a care policy. And I believe that most of the regions in the country, when it comes to issues of social policy, do not fare very well. We have many problems. The Roma, for example, a very important and serious issue. The migrants, people who are suffering from diseases. The policy pertaining to the disabled people. Policy not only for social support, but also for employment and integration that needs to be provided to these people. All these are very serious and need to require all our attention. We need to be devoted to this, and we shouldn't focus only on the salary provided. No, that we should have a more holistic approach to these issues at the level of municipality, at the level of regions, and the level of central state. We are an institution that asks for an answer. Do they really want us or not? Because as we stand, we don't know for sure. We have seen what has been the response of the state in times of crisis, like during the pandemic. We saw how much they asked of us in order to provide the necessary services. They were asking of us to pay for all of these services. They asked us to take some action for the stray dogs, for the stray donkeys, for the healthcare services, for the education services. They asked us to pay without, of course, ever clarifying how we could get the necessary resources. So what I suggest is that there should be accountability vis-à-vis the society. There should be a strengthening of the institution of the regions. And I believe that there is no other future than the independence of the local authorities that need to be able to make the decisions that pertain to their future. Now, region of Epirus, a rather particular region. The floor to you, Mr. Regional Governor. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would also like to thank the Secretary of the Ministry, who is a partner of ours and who stayed until this time to hear what we have to say. The region of Epirus was the last one, the 13th. Last one in terms of GDP, but also last one in terms of employment. We were somewhere in the center of Greece. We have a long way to go. But I believe that the GDP is relative. It is not something that can really be measured. For example, we had 3 regions that had different objective, different at least compared to ours, who are poor region. However, we have improved significantly, even if we have developed slower than other regions. The second very important point pertains to unemployment. We're talking about which unemployment? The fictitious unemployment. Someone needs to speak the truth. A few days ago, I was in the coastline of Epirus, and someone told me that I'm not opening the hotel this year. Why? Because I need 42 people, and I cannot find these people. You understand where we stand today. The president of the urban buses in Ioannina tells me I cannot find drivers. So this shows that we have a state that is not thinking properly. We have reached the other extreme, which means that people prefer to drink coffee in the cafeteria and get the €500 benefit instead of working. Employment needs to be subsidized. Both on the side of the employer and on the side of the employee. Now, Greece has 2 advantages. First, qualitative primary sector all around Greece and also in our region, Epirus, where we have 5,000 herbs and aromatic plants. And the second advantage is the services we provide, be it touristic services or IT services. We need to invest in this. What do we do? I will talk to you about Epirus. Mr. Hatzidakis came and passed a law, which 4685 of 2020, Article 48, which stipulated that the forest authorities have no competency with regard to the forests, to the vineyards, or to any other groves. Until this day, and by the way, since the Union of the Regions addressed the Council of the State in order to appeal, but even until today, this law hasn't been implemented. And allow me to make a parenthesis. A young lady came from Athens. She was an actress, and she told me, I want to plant some aromatic plants. 5 years have passed, and the competent authority hasn't provided her with the necessary answers. This shows that, and I will be candid, this government is a government that has many different fronts. The Prime Minister tries to make some progress in all these fronts. Many people, for example, claimed that businesses are established. Why? Because taxation has dropped. And this is absolutely necessary for the establishment of a business. Second, the sector in which we have the advantage is undermined by ourselves. Why? Because we want the situation to stay as it is. We don't want to make the most of the available land, or the term that we use in Greece, forest land. We need to clarify what this is. Is it a forest or is it something that we can use commercially? Another example, in OPEKP, things have started to change. Based on a law of 2015, there were some grazing lands where we had the technical solution. And we also had supposedly many advantages that we actually didn't have. This has changed. A few days ago, we were in a meeting with Mr. Satoya about milk in Salonika. We talked about this issue extensively. Now we know that Greek yogurt in 2016 and 2017 changed radically. Why? Because now Greek yogurt is characterized, even a yogurt that is made from powder, not from milk. And the same stands for feta. In Nanuka exhibition, I was approached by the man that pressed charges against two businesses, and he told me that I had millions of euros of turnover with the dairy products, but then there were some investigations made that proved that these dairy products were not truly as they had been advertised. But allow me to go back to what I said about the government, that the government has opened many fronts and is giving a struggle to resolve many of these issues and problems. We have had so many discussions about all this with you, with the staff of the ministry, and I want to ask you, are you working for the Greek state or for someone else? We are trying to develop the maps for grazing lands. Why? Because we are the only state in Europe that hasn't this type of maps. In 2010, we had some initiatives taken about this type of lands. Then we gave a struggle in order to develop these maps, and then there were all these reactions about whether we should include these 10 million hectares that had been attributed to us by the European Court of Justice and describe them as grazing lands. These lands that would actually make the difference. So you understand that we have a long way to go. We need to give a very fierce battle. And I believe that if a decision had been made, a decision that would give us the right to take regulatory initiatives and decisions, and that these could be applied as a law, then today we would be in a completely different situation. Now, I was reading that people are complaining about the road network. They cannot complain so easily because there is the national road network and the regional road network. And then there is the agricultural network. Why? Because when you have the primary sector that is moribund, you need to make a road so as to facilitate access to the primary sector. But the agricultural road network is not our responsibility. Only through the maps of grazing lands that we got in 2015, we actually became slightly responsible for this agricultural network. Then people say that there are no pavements, but this is a responsibility of the municipality. So all of these issues are not our responsibility or competence. Then coastline, a revolution was made up. Until 2,000 inhabitants, sewage should be provided. We actually done that. We have secured that, and that's why I'm talking about a revolution. And with regard to waste collection, we have made significant progress, despite the problems that may still exist. Now, I have nothing I have no problem with the municipalities. I have been the mayor of Metsovo for 12 years. I have been mayor of Ioannina for several years, and now I'm regional governor of the region of Epirus. And I can tell you that the municipalities today are not the ones that deal with the problems as we used to deal with them in the past. We need to say that. I have no adversity with the municipalities, but they need to take more action. Today, despite the strike, 4 people knocked on my door. Out of these 40 people, 30 wanted to talk to me about issues that fell under the responsibility of the municipality or the state. Only 10 of the issues raised were our competence. For example, many people asked me to bring a doctor to that village, for example. This is not our competence, I explained. And someone else said that the municipalities resolve the problems. But the point is that the regions shoulder all the problems. The municipalities, okay, they do have some issues, but not like the ones we have. We're not so soft. We are more of the essence, and this is the thing that will make the difference. If the state provides the regions with what they need, then both would be on the winning side, the state, the country, all of us. Moreover, Mr. Nikas talked about decentralized competences. I believe that the decision made about that wasn't the right one. It's completely unacceptable to be understaffed and to have municipalities overstaffed. Then, renewable energy sources. As I told you, I was the mayor of Metsovo when the late Tsohatzopoulos had passed the 2% for renewable energy sources. I appealed, and it's 2002. The 2%, excuse me. The Karamanlis government changed and made it 3%. So let's take the example that I'm an investor. I cannot possibly give 3% to the local community and claim that I made an investment. The steps that should be made are far, far more. For example, we need to identify exactly the place where wind generators need to be installed. Because now the wind generators are installed without proper study, or they are developing parks in areas that are not equipped with all necessary means. For example, irrigation. Shouldn't all the primary sector areas and units have access to irrigation, apart from access to batteries, in order to provide energy when it's needed? These also primary sector units should enjoy the right of having photovoltaics, whereas now what they do is everyone is installing photovoltaics wherever they want, and there are certain areas, slopes, that have sunshine, and it is there that they install photovoltaics. And this is the right example. But at the same time, there are examples of areas that are next to a river, for example, without any sunshine whatsoever, and people decide to install photovoltaics there. So, as you can understand, this describes the problematic situation very efficiently, and that is why something needs to be done. Someone needs to come out and say that this is not the right thing to do. You need to address to the locals because they have the necessary knowledge. They need to address to us, the regional governors, the local communities, in order to get answers. And mind you, we do not have any political interests. We do not have any political conflicts. We all serve Greece. And when we meet, we talk about our common problems, and we all agree that if the state trusts us, then the state will get a lot out of us, and we will all benefit. And Another example, 28th of October. Someone came in Yanina and he told me that I want to open a cafeteria there because people ask me to do so. I looked at him and said, "Why are you looking at me?" I told him there are no cafeterias in villages. Why? He asked me, because most of the villages have fewer than 300 inhabitants. And apart from these limited inhabitants, there are many taxes imposed on cafeterias, which means that cafeterias cannot cope. That is why no cafeterias are open in the villages. And lately, now a new disposition was passed in order to change this situation, in order to assist those who may want to open a cafeteria. Mr. Kafrimanis, unfortunately, we don't have much time. Yes, I'm just telling you all this because I believe that we can do a lot. We can do a lot, but we just need some assistance. And as it was said earlier, many times it is not the political leadership that raises the problem, but the civil servant working in authority.
Thank you very much. Now, we already have the contributions by Mr. Kachrimanis, Mr. Nikas, and Mr. Spanos. We already have some references to the financial opportunities and the areas, renewable energy sources. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Nektarios Farmakis, Governor of the region of Western Greece. Now I was thinking, also after the data survey fundings, a recent mention of yours, according to which 500,000 euro per day are invested in the local community. And now I'm wondering whether it is true that the Greek citizens are not aware of the contribution of regions. So you have the floor to say your opinion. Now I remembered why I am proud of being part of this national team. Because the previous speakers very eloquently described their everyday battles against the monsters of bureaucracy or civil servants who would not let us do our job. And so I really feel very proud of being a governor, of working for the regions, for the second tier of local government. Now, let me stress this. I don't intend to comment the findings of the survey because you know what? I mean, what matters is whether citizens are aware of what the governor of a region does for themselves. Well, not really. I mean, citizens, our fellow citizens, are interested in having their problems solved, irrespective of who will solve them, right? And we are those at the service of the citizen, which means that each and every day we have to resolve problems. This is our job. So the problem is know whether citizens know who does what, but the fact that sometimes there is real duplication, real overlapping. This is a real problem in our country. When it comes to civil protection, to the road network, to the agricultural land, and so on and so forth, there is a real confusion about who does what, and this is very, very serious indeed. We are here in order to give it a try, to resolve that. But, you know, in Greece, this is our everyday nightmare, and this is something that all people of local government, not only the governors of regions, but also mayors at municipalities experience each and every day. So we are here to talk to our citizens, to say that indeed regions go beyond the competencies assigned to them, and we do that lawfully. Sometimes we find any kind of excuse and any loophole that may be there to resolve the problems of our fellow citizens, even by building new roads when this is not part of our responsibilities. To be able, though, to make a correct economic planning, you need to know what you have to do. And so if a problem arises, it is unacceptable to give the answer that this is not my competence. Go to who is competent. Who cares? You are called upon to resolve the problem. This is what we did in the case of the Evinos Bridge when we had to transfer people. We did that using the excuse of civil protection. Do you want me to analyze legally whether this was part of our competences or not? But certainly it was unacceptable. It would have sounded unacceptable for us to say this is not part of our competencies. No, you are called upon to give solutions. But again, how are we to give solutions? You give solutions when you are able to, you are an active listener, and when there is a state structure which lets you progress. And let me start with the energy issue. I mean, apart from the grumbling, and apart from being the recipients of all complaints about the system's shortcomings in this sector, we usually issue reports. But why should we receive all that complaints when we do not have the power to change things? I mean, either we take on the real responsibility, or we then there's no point in our just listening to the complaints of people, right? Sometimes this hierarchy is comfortable for some people, and this confusion also may be beneficial for some. Second, now the energy issue of TAEV and REV. Together, we put forward a proposal to the competent ministry, because together with the Pyrrhus, we suffer the same problem. Now, this is a serious problem because the irrigation period is about to start, and I'm not sure how we are going to irrigate. I don't even know how this year we will irrigate. At the same time, and I know that both Alekos Kachrimanis and I have testified before the court. And I know that the situation is very, very difficult. So what will happen? 160,000 peasants, farmers suffer because of this situation. And this is not populist rhetoric. 160,000 people, 30% of the local GDP, just to understand what it stands for, that suffer from the same problem. In the very same period, we at Western Greece launched the energy communities. 107 megawatt plants. And this, upon the initiative of region, involves many other stakeholders. The objective is, through virtual net metering, for them to produce the energy they consume, and through the excess of energy to provide social benefits to our more vulnerable fellow citizens. So that would have been a win-win-win situation. 20 million is the debt of some of the companies involved to the water supply and sewerage agency. Do you understand? What is at stake here? The land itself has a comparative advantage if this is crowned with success. Now, let me assure you that we have done what our proposal, and license is still pending. And we have been waiting for too long. Now, we need to understand that it's high time we accelerate it. We set priorities, and priority cannot be any other but the public interest, the common good. Certainly, the private energy communities is not more important than the public energy community, the purely public energy community. It needs to be our overarching priority. So we have been discussing about the role of regions. I could tell you a fairy tale, or I could just tell you lies. You talked about the 600,000 euro per day spent and invested for our local communities. It is true. 180 million euro paid in 2022 by the ERDF through the public investment plan. 1.8 was the coefficient, €1, and I always repeat that. Public investment equal to €1 contributes by 1.8 to the local GDP. So just imagine, 180 million doubled for the local community only in the sector of infrastructure. 600,000 per day, just to make you, to put it clear. And another 6,100 from structural funds, and then we have entrepreneurship, 190 million amidst the pandemic. 7,000 businesses benefited from that. Isn't this synonym to support? Doesn't this mean that we regions have been supporting our communities? This is what we have been doing to raise the local GDP, but to make the extra mile, we need more trust. It may sound radical, but we even need the regulatory framework to be favorable for us. We are elected governors. Why can't we? The principle of proximity, this is what it is about. We are next to the community, and this is why we find better solutions. We are closer to the problem. We are not just more intelligent. Thank you very much. We have only 20 minutes left. So let me give the floor to all of you in a last round of comments. I would like to go back to Mr. Nikas, Governor of Peloponnese. A couple of times you repeated that the state should acknowledge whether they want you or not, they want regions or not. Now, all representatives of regions are a model of local government, right? Yes, well, this is the common perception. This is why our fellow citizens turn to me and to Mr. Kachrimanis in order to share their problems. But this is not the real solution, okay? Let me start with a note of optimism for our wider area. The project Ioannina Kakavia is very important. It will start from Trieste through Albania and up to Messina. This is a very optimistic and very promising project indeed about the real substantial development of Western Greece, and I would like to grasp the opportunity to welcome and congratulate the governor here for having spared no effort to promote the implementation of that project. I know very well how much he has tried. And I know that, as I said, this project is very promising. It will radically change the landscape here in Western Greece. The road network is vital for our country, especially for Peloponnesus. The same goes for the horizontal roads, which will connect the central one with the western axis, hopefully also the eastern axis. Oh, there's no doubt that our Prime Minister is a reformist, is in favor of reforms. We have been suffering from stagnation in this country, and he is trying his best to change that. Now, when it comes to the unemployment rate, we do have a 15-member committee which is supposed to have competence over that issues, heeding to what the local community needs. Do you know that we try to have everyone satisfied? It's not easy. And of course, the environment is a vital area. I do believe that for our future, the environment and whatever has to do with the environment needs to be our top priority. We need to take care of the environment, of our water resources, of our forests. I hope you will not misunderstand me, but there is a draft bill about waters. I know very well what it means for Laconia and Messinia to have plenty of water and money to have shortage of water. This disparity, this inequality is very crucial. Now, when it comes to civil servants, well, having more personnel does not suffice. We need specialized people, well-paid people, and highly skilled people able to meet the requirements of today's transitions. For the municipalities and for the regions, the human beings, the working capital, HR, is by far our most important assets. Who cares about the ideologies and the petty politics? We need to be able to attract the best talents who will help the local communities thrive and blossom. Petty politics and party politics is really a real problem. We need to contrast. In the 200 years since the establishment of a Greek state, this has always kept us behind. We don't speak the same language. We don't see the same reality. And we have our ideology and our belonging to a specific party. This has been very deleterious. Irrigation is also very important in our territories to make policy. And when it comes to money, as anticipated by Mr. Farmakis, well, this is not our money we spend. We invest the money earmarked by the state. Okay, this is not our money. The regions are just the vehicle through which this money, these funds are earmarked in the real economy. So the question is, what is important, what matters, is not that money is spent, but that money is spent well. And another thing I would like to touch upon is corruption. There is corruption, and it is cross-cutting. It is horizontal. Despite all the safety clauses and despite the independent agencies and authorities that have been established to contrast corruption, we still are hostages of corruption. We still lag behind, and we need really to do something to change that. I personally have sent to the prosecutor 200 people, six out of them accused of felonies, because this is highly problematic. And allow me to conclude by saying that inappropriate people in the wrong, the wrong people in the wrong positions exist everywhere, especially in the central state. We need to correct all these deficiencies. And you need to be also lucky, says the moderator. Well, I did have the problem of I had to cope with the flood in Kalamata, and that was a moment when I was really unlucky, says Mr. Kachimani.
Someone said the municipalities are not as performant as they were in the past. Does this mean that your proposal as regional governor, as Union of Regions of Greece, is that some competences should be taken away from the municipalities and be given to regions? No, what I recommend is better cooperation between regions and municipalities, because many times there are some adversities that are completely useless. For example, the NSRF. We do not control or manage the NSRF. It is just the regional governor that has a supervising role, if you like. And then someone else claimed and said that the second managing authority should be operating at the level of municipalities. It was not up to me to make the final decision about that. Second, we need to have a principle in mind, the principle of cooperation. I don't feel adversary of the other regional governors or of the mayors. No, I feel an ally of them. For example, we had the EF. When the EF came to us, they were in ruins, and we tried to find ways to change the system. And I will give you a simple example. All the pumping stations were paying 40% for latent power. And I was thinking, how is this possible? You can avoid paying this 40%. And this is actually something that was put into action following our cooperation with Mr. Farmakis. Third, these debts should somehow be managed based on the current changes. There is no future given the prices of the energy. What I have done are certain proposals for projects in certain areas for the development of photovoltaics, but in order to get the approval from Athens, 1 year is required. Still, that year went by from the moment I submitted the proposal, but after that 1 year, then the response was that we do not have the money, even though it was a critical project. That's why I'm saying that we need to change the mindset if we want to talk about the future. And I gave you the example of TOEV. I gave you the example of forests. I love nature, but I cannot possibly say that's an area that has been abandoned for a specific period of time, but still now has attracted the interest of someone who wants to exploit it, not to be exploited because it is a forest area. No, this shouldn't be happening. So you understand that there is a long way to go. We need to make a lot of steps in order to overturn this situation. What we only need is greater trust on the part of the state. Okay, Patras, Western Greece is closer to you, Mr. Spanos, and given the road network that has been mentioned repeatedly, there is the interconnection between Patra and Lamia. Let's hear you out. What would you like to say about all of this? I've heard a lot, all of which has been very interesting. Those of you who have attended similar fora, you may have the impression that we come here, we talk about the reality we experience, and then we forget everything we have said and we continue as usual. This is not the case. We take part in these conferences not to release the pressure, but to share our thoughts that will help all of us leave these conferences wiser. What does this mean practically? The colleagues talked about competences. I didn't talk about competences in great detail. What we all say, however, is something very simple. That is that there are mechanisms that combine proximity with efficiency. And these mechanisms are not used as they should. Well, so what does good administration mean? It means the optimum utilization of these mechanisms. A short comment on energy, just to add to what my colleague Nektarios Farmakis said previously. A lot of things are being said about this. Yes, there are many energy investments being made. In Western Greece, we have 30% of wind energy installed capacity in the country, in a region of 30%, as I told you. And we are just those who try to even improve that situation. Sometimes they hear us out, others not. We are always focused on special planning, because if you have the special planning, if you have the energy investments, then you can get very good results. Since investments will be made in areas that will not cause any troubles to the citizens, and at the same time create revenue for the region. Mr. Loulis said earlier that citizens are mostly interested in roads and unemployment. We all said that unemployment currently is lower than it used to be in the past. However, the road network is still the main priority of citizens, and their response hasn't changed with regard to road networks. So if we don't have the necessary investments being made in the improvement of road networks, this is not the mistake of the government. It is a decision made by the European Commission. In the past, a European colleague had told me that you have the money for road infrastructure. Okay, we may have the necessary funds. Still, we didn't deliver the expected results, but this doesn't mean that we cannot deliver now. And this, dear colleagues, is something that we need to focus on, and we need to do our best in order to catch up and make the most of lost ground. And then you talked about interconnection. Western Greece connected to Eastern Greece. Ionia Highway with Opathe. Very, very important project. The same is the Karpenisi project. Similarly, Evia. In the past, the roads that were planned weren't actually materialized because they would exclusively serve Evia and not any other area of Greece. Now there are different plans since interconnection has been the priority for some years now. Many other projects, not only road projects, but also tourist projects that will give a boost to the economies are on the plans. So yes, to road networks, yes to investments, always, of course, on the basis of interconnection, and, of course, yes, for necessary financing. Okay, and I would like to ask the bad question to Mr. Farmakis. Remembering an interview we had last year, he had told me that this is a bad question, don't ask it. So there is a separating line between your two regions. And I would like to ask Mr. Farmakis, in this discussion about the regions in 2040 and about the competences of the regions, how do you see the regions working together in order to overcome the common problems? Regions that are neighboring, like yours, Mr. Farmakis. I will answer the question. There are regions that are somehow linked with the past. A past that has developed relations that have led to unions, administrative unions in Macedonia, central Greece. Yes, there are also some geographical arrondissements that have the same. Yes, this is because of the history. So what is going on in the context of these unions? Social exchanges, that is, exchanges of population, economic relations, trade, that is, and social relations. The marriage in one region then moves to the neighboring region. This all takes place in the context of a union. But now the unions are based on different things, mostly on economic relations. So what I would say is that Western Greece is a region that has references to the past. In the past, Achaia and Ilia were one because of their historic relations. Etolo, Akarnania, yes, used Patras as a means of commercial transactions and as a gateway to other regions and other countries. And however, what we have seen in the last 10 years is a dynamic increase of this region of Western Greece. What I think of Western Greece is that it is a region that could be far greater and that it could have a coastal front. But I will tell you also something else. If there are certain people who choose to think of the regions as historical creations, then I would tell them that I'm in favor of the regions that are forward-looking. Mr. Oloudis, would you like to close with one final comment? We have 2 minutes. We carefully listen to all the regional governors, and no one doubts that they're doing their best. Everyone shares this view. Everyone will tell you that they're doing their best. What I believe is that we need to shift our attention and we need to focus our attention on the necessary changes. And I'm saying this because of the tragedy of Tempe. We need changes at all levels, and at the regional level. We need to make changes, we need to make leaps as a country, and the same stands for the regions. They have a lot of experience, they have the necessary knowledge, they know whether the staff is performing. The only thing that is sure is that in the next term, things should advance faster. What I would say is that regional governors need to be more dynamic. They need to be more determined, and not only on the day of the elections, but throughout their mandate. They need to take on the role of the leader. I believe that the citizens will acknowledge that and will follow them. It is far easier for a regional governor because they are far more legitimate compared to a mayor. We need very powerful and visionary regional governors. I would like to thank all of you, regional governors of Epirus, of the Peloponnese, of Central Greece, and of Western Greece. Thank you, Mr. Louloudis, as well, for your presence. With this session, we have reached the end of the first day. Tomorrow at 10, we will have a second very interesting day with many sessions. We have also representatives of the government and many other distinguished participants. Thank you very much, all of you who stayed until this late. Mr. Skalkos, thank you. And thank you very much, all of you.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους, των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can. Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της